Why, hello. Barely awake, dude. Whose phone is that? Pick it up already? No. Oh, man. You say greetings, fellow skeletons? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Your name is Meat Tree. You said fellow skeletons. Do not trust this chatter. Discord has fallen to the ID verification agenda in your country? Are people just submitting pictures of golden retrievers? Because that's what was happening in Australia, and it was pretty funny. Did you even get any sleep? I got an amount of sleep. You saw you play with the ferrets through hair at like 5 p.m.? You'll never prove it. I think I managed to build the thing that I wanted to build. But I also think it's broken. Which is great. I'll show you. Give me a sec. Almost ready. A little bit of a slow start today. Barely awake, my dudes. Never mind, maybe it doesn't work. I have no idea. All right. Whoop. I exist. Kind of. I kind of exist. Barely awake. I've done nothing but explode off stream. Oh, man. He exists, exactly. Kind of. So, I basically spent all last night learning about raycasting inside of Hytale. Raycasting doesn't work as I would expect. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't function in this, and things that will just instantly crash the asset editor when you apply it. If you try to change the selector to ID of raycast, it will crash. You have to do it through source. The documentation for this doesn't exist, so you have to find out that it's distance and offset in order to do this. From there, we have another one called spawn deployable from raycast. No idea what that does. Earlier, I had it so that when it was raycasting, it was randomly selecting a block I was standing on and adding it to my inventory. It doesn't do this anymore, even though I haven't changed anything or moved. I don't know why, but that's where we're at. Oh yeah, old stuff. It's been ridiculous at this point. Yeah, it's always some bullshit at this point. Sounds like computer troubleshooting to me. Yeah, it's super weird. So the thing that I've been trying to do now is I need it to give me feedback in some way, some kind of information, but there's no way to like save a variable. I may just switch over to doing this shit in Java. Because I'm trying to do it through their asset editor, but the asset editor is broken. Busted. Like, spawn deployable from Raycast? I have no idea what that means. I'm gonna try and look it up online. See if anybody's got anything yet. Because you would expect spawn deployable from Raycast to be like, I am spawning an object in the location that the Raycast hits, right? But there's no way to define an object. So you're like, alright. And then you could do spawn deployable from, or at hit location. But that also doesn't have anything. You just get max placement distance. There's preview stat conditions and max placement distance, and that's it. I don't know. Yeah, Rico, I'm glad for that, to be honest with you. They proved you played with the ferrets using your hair? No, that's AI, bud. Yeah, fooled. So I guess this doesn't have a model tied to it, so how do we spawn an object at the location of impact? Like, does a raycast not give us data as to where the impact occurs? Because this should be hit block. I guess this would be launch projectile at that point, right? And then the projectile ID, we could do fireball. Oh, I guess it'd have to be a spell. If we do firebolt instant, that's not going to work, because that's going to fire out of ourselves. Yeah. And it doesn't hit anything. That hits a thing. So this only fires if it... So maybe I do firebolt. We could go look at firebolt instant, which is a projectile spell down here. We'd have to make one at the location that it occurs, but that's not how projectiles work in this game. There's no way to inherit offset. It doesn't make any sense. The only way to do this effectively right now is to set the speed of the projectile to 50,000. Man. How do the bullets for the gun work? They're not hit scan. It uses an actual bullet and then teleports it to where it hit scanned if it moves too fast. So you can set the velocity of the bullet to like 50 million. It's fine. It just teleports it. Yeah. There's no inheritance in this. There's no multiplicative scalar, no. It's super weird. How do we get this to inherit the location? Through the asset editor. I think the answer in this is going to be no. I don't think it can. Yeah. I legit don't think it can do this. Because what I want to do is I want to hit scan, or I want to do a raycast, right? I want to impact the location, and when I impact the location, I want it to cast a thing at that location. But there's no way to do this. Like, normally the way that you would do this is you'd say, okay, raycast location, launch a projectile at that location, and then go from there and have it, I don't know, dig up through the ground or some shit. But there's nothing in there. What if we have it break the block? That's not the block I was pointing at. Wait. The offset. I forgot it's coming from my feet. Okay, so I can actually detect the block at range. That is unironically working. Alright. So, if we are actually raycasting, and we are hitting the block, why can't we do a detection of the location and then go from there? There's gotta be something. There has to be something here. Damage entity? No. What is door? The hell does that do? Wait, is that just tied to my character now? Wait, is that... What is going on? I don't understand anymore. What does door do? I need to find a door. I need to find an actual door. I don't know if any of these buildings have one. Aha! Door telepathy. That's what this does. It totally works. Okay, door telepathy works. And if I use my basic hands, it doesn't work. Okay, so door just activates doors. Tome of Haunted bullshit. Got it. Yeah. Door telepathy. All right. There we go. There we go. Door kinesis, yeah. So at least we know that this is working. The raycast is functioning, it's doing things that make sense. Even if the things we're trying to get it to do don't make sense. I'm gonna cause it to explode. It's still doing door telepathy. It's like it hasn't updated. That's really weird. It still thinks that it's set to door, so that means that explode doesn't work? It's incredibly weird. It's clearly set to interactions explode. What if we just give it no interaction? Of course. Look, it's a book of logout, dude. I love book of logout. For some reason, that is still... It's almost like it's coded to do the same thing it was. I have to restart the server. Something's wrong. Yeah, something's super wrong. It still thinks for whatever reason that it's still using the old data. That interaction was removed. Door was removed from it. It's still running as if it had door. And I don't know why. What's up? Jim the Dandy poop pants emoji? Yeah, dude. I'm still waking up. Have you tried blowing in the cartridge? I know, right? You need door kinesis as an actual spell? Dude, maybe. Can you select which door you can open? Yeah, in this case I'm using a raycast to detect the door, and then interacting with the door. Your stream settings crash my Apple TV. Ever heard of that before? No. It likely means that it can't handle the resolution of 2K, man. Turn the stream down, basically. Do raycasts work now? They work, but if you try to set one manually, it will explode and crash your game. Well, actually, it crashes the asset editor. There's their selector. The selector is a raycast. And under hit block, the interaction there is now mount. Did you watch the Teethman Travago ad? No, I don't even know what that is. There we go. Now it's not doing it. But now it's saying the interaction doesn't exist. Okay. So it thinks that mount doesn't exist. Let's go into here. Yeah, that's probably why it was still doing it. So I guess the mount type interaction is not real. That might be why. I have an idea. So I can't open this chest from here, but I can with ray tracing. Ah? Ah. Because I'm using open container and raycast. So open container works. That's good. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, book of pickpocket, exactly. But mounting something does not work, so there's no mounting in the game at all. He's cursed, you'll love him, so much teeth. That sounds awful, man. You can also open it if you hold a repair kit. I think they fixed that. Let me see. Yeah, you can't left click for that anymore. It doesn't do anything. You can mount the bone horse? So you probably can. What do you mean the bone horse, dude? What does it even mean? Oh, you mean the one that's in that desert location? Yeah, but the mount action, like the interaction, doesn't seem to be functional. So that's not doing it. Yeah, the skeleton horse, dude. So open container works. Okay, so we know that we're interacting with the location there. But there's no do a thing at that location. How do we get this shit to work? Refill container. Remove entity. I think I could just delete an entity this way. Huh. Maybe not. Maybe remove entity doesn't work. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, entity target. There we go. No? Maybe a larger entity? No? Some of this stuff just doesn't seem to do anything. Which is super weird. Because it should be getting feedback in some way. Is that not a turkey? What is that? What are you? It's like a turkey hawk, dude. How you doing? Doing alright. I'm trying to figure out which of these functions actually functions, I guess. Because a lot of these seem like they don't actually do anything. Remove entity doesn't seem to do anything. I don't know what seeding does. We can't do a selector into a selector. I guess we could do send message. And then the message itself. Like, what I would want to do is this. Send message of the thing that we hit. But I don't think there's a way to do that inside of their asset editor. So you have send message, but it can only send a static message. There's a ton of shit that's like this. Spawn deployable from Raycast, but you can't define what deployable is spawned. So it's just like... Spawn NPC. Spawn offset. See, that actually works, because that's got an offset. And the NPC, we can actually set the entity ID. To whatever we want. So... let's make it a clownfish, dude. And no offset for that. So now we can just go like... Did it make one? Wait. It's under the ground. Alright. Wait. Okay, so I could spawn a clownfish at location. But I can't spawn a projectile at location. And I can't spawn an object at location. So I can make a character, I can make an NPC that casts a spell and explodes. I'm just re-implementing World of Warcraft. That's what's happening. A lot of people don't realize this. A lot of AoE spells, at least back in the day, it used to be invisible elementals that you would summon in a location and they would cast the spell. I'm going to make some invisible bunnies that cast spells. It's basically what it looks like I'm going to have to do at this point. Because I can spawn a unit, an NPC at a location, but I can't spawn an object at location. Which is weird as shit. Like the train being a hat in Fallout? Exactly. It's exact. Game dev is lies, dude. Have you heard of the parallel universe bug yet? What does that even mean, dude? Could you make an explosive chicken launcher? I mean, yeah, you could. So we have spawn. Spawn NPC, deployable from Raycast, deployable at hit location. Neither of these work because you can't define the deployable. Spawn prefab, spawn NPC, spawn minecart. Why minecart? Isn't a minecart just an NPC? Oh. I guess a minecart is not an NPC. I guess a minecart is a crasher game. That's what that is. Oh, god damn it. I guess we can only spawn NPC at location. Maybe we can do projectile. And maybe we can do... Minecart is Alt F4, dude, pretty much. Okay, so even if you do projectile, you can't define the location, the offset, for this. Yeah, there's nothing to define that. Oh. And if you do projectile, you can't define what projectile it is. Why is this like this? Pop out, because people like what we do here. If you don't, that's fine. You know, just move on, dude. If you give 10 subs, would you be willing to try out the alpha build on itch for your game? You don't have to give me 10 subs for that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't. If you're interested in having people try out the game, go to our Discord and go to the game dev section and do it in there. Show it to people, man. Yeah. Don't donate for that. No reason for that. Also, Oscar Gould, did you go on Twitch and YouTube and say that at the same time on the account popout__ and also Oscar Gould over on YouTube? Because it's the exact same message at the exact same time. That's weird, dude. Magic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very nice of you, man. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, it's just weird behavior, dude. That's all that is. Yeah, it's really sweaty. It's like giga sweaty, dude. Are we all weird? No, that guy's sweaty, though. That guy's sweaty weird. Okay, so we can't determine the location that the raycast hits unless we do an offset. We can only do an offset with spawn NPC. I think really what it is a lot of these are just lacking fields. I think that's it. And we have to make up for it in Java. That's about all we can do. Which is fine. It's just kind of weird. I was hoping that we could do, like, projectile and then be, like, the offset inside of this, but it looks like the answer is no. Let's go through all the rules first, though. Interrupting, interrupted by, blocking, blocked by. None of that matters, no. Hello, Thor? Hello. Which channel goes it into? Wait, what? Which channel does it go into? What channel? What do you mean? Oh, for the game. Go to game dev feedback, yeah. Time loss. Let me check out your explanation for that. I was waiting for it. Give you the fast rundown of the Forgotten Temple dimension and turn in memories. Somehow the portal is disabled so you can't return through it. The only way to leave the area is to die. And you leave into a completely newly generated world. Funniest part is that I encountered this in a friend's world. Says in a parallel world, While they were in the original. Yeah, you can actually create extra instances of the main world, which is probably what happened there. That makes the most sense. I know, right? Kilted Terror, it's true. Also, now you owe Rocket Pack 20 bucks. Can't you time out? Is that a permanent world? No, that's a permanent world. Yeah. You can just make extra copies of the world, right? Like if we go onto the server, we grab this, and we go into Blockgame Hightail, look at all the instances we have running, right? It's like a shitload of instances. And we can go through all of those and, like, delete them out, because the world that we're in is world. Which is funny. But these are all the instances, so every time I teleport to one of those instances, it creates another instance. Let me actually see how many instances are here. I'm gonna refresh this. Yeah, look how many instances there are. So every time I've teleported to Instance Zone 4 Volcanic 1, it's created a new copy of that world. Which is really funny. But, like, yeah. You post it in there if anyone would like to help a dev out. Not looking for wish list. Yeah, just put it in there, man. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, for this one, this is only because whenever we're doing the instance command, like if we go into here, and you go up here and you do creative tools and world and then instances, this is actually generating that world. So, like, if we go to flat and spawn this, right? You're not teleporting there. You're actually spawning a new flat world. Which is then going into here. And if we reload this, you can see there's now a second flat world. So, do keep that in mind. Yeah. You can test out updated world gen. Kinda. I don't think there's world gen mechanics in it. You can play around with world gen using Java. I've seen other people do that, but this is not that. You're creating a duplicate of I believe, a preset world. Yeah. Delete cache every time. It's not really a cache. It's actual worlds. So if we go into this and we look at it, it's a whole world. With the config, and the resources, and the chunks loaded, and everything. Which means that the server right now is running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 worlds at the same time. And it's only running on 8 gigs of RAM, and it's fine, right? It's quite funny. Yeah. What if the worlds are paused? Because no one is on them? I don't know. I don't know. I know Minecraft keeps them loaded, and you can only do it with third-party tooling. I don't know if Hightail keeps them loaded. I'm not sure. Let's actually try the world command. Can we regenerate a world? I don't know if we can. World gen type. World settings. World gen type. World gen type in world is currently Hightail. Set. Huh. Test? Hightail. I wonder what the other world gen types are. I wonder what they are. Oh. Glindsay, thank you. Glindsay, thank you very much. That's super nice of you. Adventure and Creator? No, it's the world generation type, so I don't really know, right? We could say world prune. Let me see world prune. What happens when we do that? Confirm. Oh, there we go. It just removes all the instances. Okay. So you don't need to do that. Yeah. That's perfect. I'm going to send that over to Jake, because I think he was manually deleting them off the server. There we go. Yeah. You okay over there, Mirror? Can you play through some of the story? There's no story. Yeah, if you're wondering about the actual, like, gameplay for this, you have to understand, like, I'm modding the shit out of it. It's very different. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a spell that does what I want it to, but right now, it looks like Raycast can't go into a projectile for some reason using their asset editor, which is a little bit weird. Give me just a minute. I need to get something to eat real quick. 1 sec. Also, Grim Cookie, don't worry about it. There's nothing wrong with that, dude. Alrighty, I'm back. I was looking at Jack the Ferret. He's very crunchy. Let's see. Okay, so we just need our Blockgame projectile. That's what we need. Hide the glue. What do you mean hide the glue? Don't you do it. Don't you do it. What food are we getting? Don't worry about it. Who's crunchy? Jack or you? Yes. Dude, I'm really crunchy today. Okay, so we can't do a projectile. Maybe we can do a parent onto it. That might actually work. The more that I think about this. Because we could do... not damage entity parent. But under spellbook... attacks... firebolt... spell firebolt instant. There's no valid projectile config. We'd have to give it a config. Okay, I have an idea. This is the weirdest way to implement this. So you could do type launch projectile, right? But the way that you launch the projectile, the way that you set which projectile isn't to set a projectile. It's to set the parent of a projectile casting spell. And then you have to set a config for projectile. But if you don't set a config, it just sets the projectile there. And then if we do this, it shoots as if it was the spell out of your character instead of out of where the ray trace hits. God damn it. So if the ray trace doesn't hit anything, I guess it just fires no matter what now. Ah! None of this works. None of this works the way that I want it to. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Raycasting is dead. I'm out. We're doing something else. This is stupid. I'm not using selectors. Selectors do not function the way that I want them to. I said remove it, man. Why are you doing this? There we go. We're going to swap this over to create embedded launch projectile. And I'm just going to make a really fast projectile, because that's exactly how they work in not Blockgame, in Hytale. This is going to be really stupid. Midnight Sumo is so dope. Dude, I love Midnight Sumo. Love Midnight Sumo. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to launch the projectile. We'll get the projectile ID and we're going to go make a new one. And we'll make that do a thing on impact. Where's my projectiles? There we go. Wobbly dog and hightail. You can make that. Bupe. What are your thoughts on Bosnia? I don't have any thoughts on Bosnia. I don't know anything about that place. Kind of a weird question, dude. My new favorite word is multiplicative. Why? Why is that your favorite word? Is it because it makes Ultralord upset? Is that the reason? Is Ultralord multiplicative? Why does it make his skin crawl? What else makes Ultralord's skin crawl? Let's think about it. Hearts, love, camaraderie in some way, job applications. Yeah. The word multiplicative. Maybe scalars for some reason. What else? Ooh, compliments of any kind. Yeah, that he hates that. Soap, water, just in general, even a glass of it. Yeah. I'm trying to think what else. It's quite a lot of stuff, really. Yeah. He has been consuming water? Bullshit. Mirror, I'm going to tell you something about Zulchlord. This guy's going to rules lawyer you. He'll be like, yeah, I'm drinking water. And it's like 1% water and 99% sugar. Don't listen to him. Don't do it. That's bullshit, dude. That's bullshit. Yeah, see, look, true. Look at him. That man's drinking syrup. Wait, what's up? You are a fake Serb then? I'm not Serbian. Is this like some new weird internet thing? You're a fake Serb then? Like I was never Serbian. I'm a white American that grew up in California, my dude. Like what? Oh, I'm so confused. Why is it every day I wake up to some new psyop from some random person on the internet? Let's think about this. Knockback. We're not going to do point knockback. That's fine. We won't do any knockback at all. Let's look at the source for this. Okay. Mist particles. We're going to get rid of mist particles. I don't know why that's on there. Death particles. Explosion config. Remove all of this. We just have a bullet. Can we do a thing when the bullet impacts? Oh, this guy's just insane. It's just an insane person. I'm just gonna get rid of him. Maybe I'll leave him there. We'll see how insane he becomes. Side attraction. Done. That's political and against your guidelines? No, saying that I'm Serbian? No, that's not political. What? Bro, what? Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Rogaldorn, over on YouTube, I need to be clear with you. This is a stream about making video games. I don't know about your, like, geopolitical Bosnian agenda, whatever the hell is going on over there, but I feel like it might be time for you to move on. Like, it's getting weird, bud. Yeah. I think you're arguing with yourself at this point. Yeah. I'm just gonna do that. We're just gonna I'm gonna usher him out of the door. Man's had a bit too many. It's getting weird. What have you woken up to? Just weird shit on the internet, as usual. Yeah, the fake Serbian agenda, apparently. The guy asked me if I had any opinions about Bosnia, and I was like, no, I don't. I don't know anything about it. And then he was like, you're fake Serbian. I was like, what? I'm constantly amazed by, like, how unhinged the internet is these days, dude. We're just like, alright, man. Yeah, it's getting strange, right?
TurboCat777 said, hi Thor, going through the India Semba playlist on YouTube and I realized it plays backwards. Newest or oldest. Is there a way you can let up reverse the order so it plays old to newest?
Yeah, scroll to the bottom and click it. I believe you can also self-sort on your end. Right? Pretty sure you can. And the reason I do newest to oldest is so that people see the new ones when they pop up and it's at the top. No, it's not a YouTube thing. I set it up specifically to be the newest ones at the top of the list, so that when one of them plays in, or when a new one comes up, it shows up there and people see it at the top of the timeline for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't find it, because they don't scroll to the bottom, which is what you're not doing right now. Case in point. Nobody does. Nobody scrolls. But I think you can change it on your end. I think there's a local change for it. I'm going to see if you can. I don't know if you can. Maybe you can't on your side. Nope, you can't on your side, I don't believe. But, that being said, if you want to see them, just scroll. Yeah. I wanted to be, you know, newest one at the top for that reason. So that people can actually see it. So that these games can actually get, you know, people looking at them. That is the whole idea for that. Can we sort to watch them alphabetically? I don't know. I don't know what YouTube allows you to do. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just waking up right now, dude. Scrolling's a lot of work, I swear to God. It's a setting to allow it? I accept there's a setting to allow it? Let me look at the setting then. If that's the case, maybe I can change it. Let me go to the details for this. Where is that setting in here? Because the only thing that... I don't even know why there's a hidden one. That's super weird. Which one is hidden? What? I have no idea. But if you look at this, can you change this? Do you have this option? One video is privated. I'll have to check to see which one it is. But yeah, can you actually do this? No? Why does YouTube not let you do that? What the hell is wrong with YouTube? That's freaking dumb, dude. Yeah, I wanted to do date published, date added newest, so that the newest one is always at the top, because people don't scroll, dude. That's dumb as hell. So you guys don't get that option. All right. Okay, this is even weirder. Hold up. If I go into this, I can make the privacy of this public or unlisted, and I can turn on voting? What do you mean voting? What does that even mean? Why would we have voting in a playlist? I don't know what voting is on that. Voting for what? I don't know. I don't know. But these are the only options I have. Manual, date added newest, date added oldest, most popular, date published newest, date published oldest. I don't have an option to let you sort it yourself. Basically what I'm saying is YouTube hates you. And I set it to date added newest so that the newest video goes at the top. And that's it. Yeah. Super weird. YouTube devs probably streaming on Twitch. Wait, what? It sounds about right for YouTube. Yeah, I don't actually have the ability to do anything here. And if you're wondering, oh wait, there's 3 dots and then playlist settings. Okay, this is gonna get even more unintuitive. All right, date added newest, 3 dots, playlist settings, add new videos to top of playlist. Don't those two things counteract each other? So if you do date added oldest, but then also add new videos to top of playlist, what happens? What is the official series for this playlist? What does that mean? Video uploaded to a different channel cannot be added to a series playlist. What do you mean videos uploaded to a different channel? What does that mean? Did somebody re-upload my videos? Is that what it's saying? Now I have to hunt them, don't I? Yeah. YouTube is garbage. Yeah, I don't understand at all. You can't add a video from another channel, maybe? There's no videos from another channel in here. This is all ours. Yeah, this is all our shit. Everything in here. So I have no idea. I mean, somebody probably re-uploaded one of the videos. And then YouTube's like, hey, did you know somebody re-uploaded your video? I won't tell you who. We're not going to say. It's going to be our secret. It's basically how that's going to go. Is what it looks like to me. Where is this video that is privated? I got no idea, man. I have no idea for this. Yeah. Huh. Weird, man. Yeah, really weird. YouTube used to be so awesome. Now it's just sad. I mean, it's the problem is it just keeps developing in weird directions, right? Like YouTube just develops very odd features in ways that nobody really asked for or nobody ever really wanted. Like, I don't understand the playlist system at all in this case. It doesn't make any sense. Like, whatsoever. Yeah, that makes no sense. And if we look at this, it's super weird. Like, if I go to the pants videos, they're like long shorts, and we look at videos that are on there, in December 2025, for some reason, is inside of that list. It's under 2 playlists. It's under pants in December 2025, right? But, like, nah. Also, I think the strangest thing that I've seen in terms of videos is I've got a bunch of videos out now for in December, and there's a shitload of comments that are like, December's over, December's over, December's over. Like, people are angry that there's still in December's videos coming out. We covered 85 games. There's a shitload of games, dude. There's like an absolute shitload of video games that we covered. We can't put out all 80 videos in a day, man. So, like, I think the thing that I'm most amazed about is YouTube has 0 information penetration at all. Like, 0. I could make a video every day explaining that, and there would still be people that are confused on YouTube. But on Twitch, everybody's like, oh yeah, in December. Yeah, it was an event that was like a short-time thing. I put out a video about it on YouTube. Doesn't matter. There's no information penetration. It's just a brick wall. Yeah. We're in control of the notification settings. Why does it matter? You're actually not in control of the notification settings. There's a shitload of people in our community that are not receiving notifications when new videos go out. And they haven't for months. So I had to make a channel on Discord to announce all the new videos. Let me go pull this up to show you. Like, this channel had to be made because people were not receiving notifications about new videos. Yeah, even Mirror's not receiving notifications for it. So I had to make this to announce new videos because people were like, dude, I'm not receiving your notification. I was like, okay, well, let's set this up. Because they're just not receiving it. The only reason you see new videos is because you post the links. Exactly. And I have to automate that because right now it's manual and I just keep forgetting to do it. YouTube likes to shadow rescind your subs, notifications, etc. It's years old lame sauce. Yeah, it's super weird. Your shorts still show for me all the time? Good. Hell yeah. For some people, they're like I'll get a short, I'll put a short up, and it gets the same amount of views as normal, like 50,000, somewhere in there, right? And someone will be like, oh man, it's so great to see you back making content again. And I'm like what do you mean again? And then they find out that I've been making videos and like releasing the videos, like releasing shorts, releasing like long form videos for the past several months, like the whole time. And then they're like, what's going on? I don't get your shorts anymore? We release one every 24 hours. Look, here. Let me pull up shorts. One sec. Dashboard. Please just go to my channel. I swear to God. Yeah, like if we go and look at this, look, dude. Like every single one of these is still going up. If we go to like shorts on this, I've been releasing a short every day like normal. Every single day. All of that is new every day. Yeah, it's never showing up in yours? Exactly. Like this is the problem we're having with YouTube is it's just not showing people shit that we're making. And then in videos, look at all the in December videos, dude. Look at them all. There's a shitload of them that we've released so far. We keep releasing one like every day or every 2 days. Something like that. Yeah. YouTube stopped showing me your shorts or anything like last year. They're still there. The only thing I can think of is you have to like unsubscribe and then resubscribe to the channel. Like that's all I can think of at this point. I get the shorts and pants every day. Yeah, some people just don't get them. You had to unsubscribe and then resubscribe. Let's see, because you got a bunch of drama videos, and you chose don't show this to me option, and it marked my channel as something you don't want to see. Okay. So you had to unsub and then resub. That was the only way you could do it. Great. Fantastic. Yep. Unsub, resub is the only way to do it. So if you're not getting notes, like if you're not getting notifications, unsub, resub. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Because some people believe that I just stopped making stuff, and I'm like, no, dude, like I'm still releasing content every day. Like, look at this. Shadelock works their ass off to make new stuff. And some of them are creepy. That one's creepy. That's a creepy short. It's freaking creepy. I hate it. The glue one worked. You guys liked glue. So, let's watch one. All right, let me watch this one. Let me grab this. This is a really creepy website, actually. This is thispersondoesnotexist.com. This was 2019, I believe. And every time you regenerate this, it's using a GAN network to make a new person's face. Completely different every time. Once this became a thing, I immediately started seeing these faces show up on social media as people. You'll see them in chat every once in a while, by the way, on Facebook. And you'll notice really quickly that there's kind of a style to it, but look how real those look. Every once in a while, there's like an error. Like you see that ear has a little bit of an error there, but it's rare. Like a lot of these just look like a person, but that person does not exist. Anytime you go on the internet, always take anything you see with a grain of salt. Everything on the internet should be seen as fake until proven otherwise. You don't know if those people are real. You don't know if what you're reading is true. You don't know if the statement that someone makes is accurate. You don't know if they have all the information. And if you enter every arena on the internet thinking that, you will find a better truth than just believing what you see and repeating it at face value. Are you real? Obviously 100%. See? Totally real. Totally real. There you go. Oh, did the server die? I think it did. Nope. Just this. Boop. Yeah, as you can see, definitely real. And keep releasing content on YouTube. And I'm never going to stop doing that. You're going to unsub, resub? Let people know to do that. Yeah. What is it called? Okay. I'm putting in an announcement that says we may have found a solution to this. Apparently, if you unsub and then resub, you get notifications of videos again. This may have been caused by marking drama videos as don't recommend this channel. At least we have a fix now. And I'm just going to put that out because, like, this has been an ongoing problem for people. And it just, it sucks for them because they're like, I don't know why I don't get your videos anymore. Yep. Yeah, it's super weird. What is this? We were so close to getting back to Hightail mod? The screen closed and then no Hightail mod? What do you think this is? What do you... What? You haven't touched the screen in 35 minutes? Because we were looking at a video. Who are you? Let me see who you are. What are you talking about? My man. Wild shit. We were looking at a video and talking about YouTube. That's why. I never understand, like, situations like that. You know? We're here hanging out, having a good time. Thor doesn't steal from orphans? No. And if you think I did, you'll never prove it. Yeah. You sound hoarse? Because I just woke up. And I'm kind of slimy, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, you need object permanence, my dude. Let's see. We don't need gravity on this. We don't need bounciness on this. We don't need impact slowdown. We don't need sticks vertically. We need none of this. We just need fast speed. I think the only thing we can do... Shit. Well, shit. So when a bullet impacts, it can't create another object. Oh yeah, no, here. Let me fix this. Here, I can fix this. Hey chat, pay attention. Hey chat. Pay attention. You say boo, but you're paying attention. I'm not wrong. Jingle jangle, dude. Is this game dev? Yeah, right now what we're trying to do is see if we can turn a projectile into something that explodes without doing just a particle effect inside of Hightail. So this right here is an example of a projectile exploding into a particle effect. So we can do this. At least that one's broken. I don't know why that one's broken. Now I'll find out why. Horrific. Great. Oh, okay. It's not broken. The server's just mad. So we do that. What? Uh-oh. What's going on there, man? Okay. Okay. Something is angry. And I don't know what it is. Anyway. Fireball. Fireball. Big fireball, right? Cool particle effects that go off. Problem. I want a bullet to go to a location and then make a thing happen. And it looks like we can't just make a thing happen. And the thing would be a model, because what I'd want to happen is to hit something and then have a spike go out of the ground. So... I have an idea. I have a stupid and weird idea. If I make it so that there's a projectile that looks like a bullet, right? A little stone projectile that shoots through the air. And if it hits the target, there's a root spell that's in the game that does a model override that adds a root to the target that like grabs them. But if instead I make that so that it's a spike that just spikes up through the character and then falls back down and disappears as an animation, then we can accomplish the same goal using the existing systems, but it won't be an AoE. That might work. That might actually work. We can't make the projectile perform an interaction, which is stupid. Yeah. Heavy type thing happen? Yeah. No. What I would want to happen is I'd want it to actually make it do a thing when it impacts. But it doesn't seem like that is possible on a projectile. A projectile itself cannot perform an interaction. You say keys and need to pay attention? Yes. Let's see. Just remember pledging for Heartbound some years ago. Didn't know if that would be ready. Oh yeah, go and look at go look at the Steam page. I update it every month, man. Animus now can be completed, though there is a bug that is soft-locking people on a very specific route with an interaction with Shelly only, and only if you go to the picnic with Shelly, and I'm trying to track down exactly what the players are doing for that. I've got 3 different save files from 3 different players who have experienced this, and all 3 of them have chosen completely different interactions. So I'm trying to figure out what it is that they're doing, because I can't reproduce it. Which is super weird. So the only thing I can think of is maybe they played the game long before I did the update, and their save file is in an old format, and they did actions that are not possible right now, but it doesn't appear to be that. Because there are so many interactions in that location. I'm just going to unit test it. Screw it. All different? Yeah, they're completely different interactions. And only 3 players have softlocked there. Like, other people don't seem to be softlocking. So we can pull it up. Yeah. They're not soft. Nobody else is softlocking there. Because it's supposed to be on the amount of darkness that was caused by the player's interaction during their walk, their stroll. And that can only happen if you choose to not abandon the moss bags. So I just don't understand why that would be set to nothing, because it's 0 and 1, 2 and 3, or 4. And then that should be fine, but I guess not. It's very weird. It's like really, really weird. I don't know. One sec. I have too many browsers open. One moment. Boop. Closing all this shit. AI slop? What's AI slop, my dude? Ain't nobody a slopperator here, bud. Alright, there we go. So I was looking through this. This is that documentation that the person actually vibe coded. It's completely done as... Can you guys play this game co-op? You can't join your friend's server? You have to have a multiplayer server. You have to go through a host. So, like, with this dude was able to put this together for interaction for Hightail. The problem is it's not quite right. So I've been trying to go through this and, like, see which stuff is real. What is it called? It's not ray tracing. Actually, let's look at totems. There's a bunch of stuff that, like, the variables exist, but they're named differently. Yeah, it's an AI thing. They used AI to document it all. Which is okay, but not perfect, and it all has to be tested, right? We're going to wait on ads. Some of the functions are too nested in the file system. It just needs to be reorganized. Interactions should be applicable to more functions. I agree with you on that. Like, the interactions are just not super well put together yet, because you should be able to put an interaction on basically anything, dude. And we're having to create our own custom stuff for that to make that possible. I'm waiting the ads, but I'll show you what I mean. The version of the documentation. Now, nah, it's a community-made one, and it's done by AI. So it's not, like, good. It's the best we have, but it's not good yet. you know. Yeah. Zeke gave a really good jumping off point. Exactly. And it's got to be tested. So, like, if we go through this and we look at ray tracing, let me go find the ray tracing stuff. I'll show you what I mean. Oh, did ray tracing get removed from this? What? I was looking at Raycast last night. Is it gone? Weird. Huh. Yeah, no idea. Just waiting on Bezos, yeah. All right, so like I'll look into some of these. There's a couple of them that were on this list that didn't quite work, and I was looking at raycasting on here last night. What is it actually called for the interaction? Let me go into here real fast. We're gonna go look at next, and we'll look at interactions 0, 1, and we'll do interactions type and not launch projectile. It's got to be selector, I believe is what it's called. So if we look up the selectors, interaction type selector, and we take a look at this, we pull this over here. That is not the right one. So we'll do selector, interaction selectors. There we go. And then under selectors, it has raycast, right? Raycast in this case, position, selector type position, selector interaction pattern. We may be able to use selector position and see if we can do that. But no, that's position not of a raycast. That's a selector position. Maybe we do a selector of a raycast into a selector of position. Maybe that works? Because we can target a blocker entity, but we can't do anything with that blocker entity's location because you can't do launch projectile. But if we do interaction type selector, there was another thing that was in here for raycasting, and it was wrong. And I was looking at it last night. I think it might have been rebuilt. Wait, look. Let's see. Yeah, hit entity, apply effect root. Hit block, send message, server.spells.hitblock. This is what I was looking for. How do you figure out what the key is supposed to be that's manually put in? Let's see what happens here. I'm going to do that. Okay, when I do this, it's going to crash. Guaranteed, this will crash. So we're going to do a selector. That's going to work. And then I'm going to change the selector type, ID, to raycast, and it will crash. But that's okay, because I know that crashes, and I've already bug reported that. We'll go back into the asset editor. We'll go back into Earth. Yeah, you can't select that. And then we go into here into type selector, and we have to manually put it in, which is going to be... Let me grab raycasting. I'm going to turn the in-game music. There we go. Interaction type selector. Selector. So the type is raycast. Would it be ID? Is it selector like this? ID. And then we can do, I guess, raycast like that. That's not valid. Do we not have the ability to do that in a way? Oh, it's got to be a block like this. Can we do that as a selector? Nope. So we can't do that. What is the way that you want us to do this, sir? What is the format for this shit? Because normally it would be like that. You'd encapsulate it, but I guess not. Low RAM's the issue? What are you talking about? You didn't crash because you missed a key? There's no interaction key for bullets. We're not working with bullets right now. If you try to choose type selector and then change the type of selector into a raycast, it will crash. You have to manually input it, and I don't remember what the format is right now. This is 100% one-of-one crash, do it yourself. You'll have the exact same behavior. It doesn't matter if it's a bullet or anything else. Nothing matters. Just do selector and then choose the type for it, and you'll see. So if we discard these changes, go down here to editor. We'll go into next. We'll go into our parallel right here, into this interaction. We'll go into the interaction of 0, which is a selector type. And if you go down here to the selector type under ID, if you choose any of these options, the editor crashes. It is a bug. It is just a bug with this, right? So like if we go and choose stab, crash. It says a critical error has occurred, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Because it tries to execute this before it sets up the structure, and then goes, oh no, it's not set to an object, because it wouldn't be yet. And then it crashes the editor, and you have to go reopen it. Yeah, it's just a bug, man. Early day shit. They'll get it fixed. Yeah, it's just a bug. It's just a bug. Normal. So we have to go and figure out what the format of it is. And it looks like it's set to ID. So we can go into here, we can do type selector. And I'll just do... Maybe we can just do ID like this. And then do raycast. And apply that. And go back to the editor. We go to interactions 1, interaction 0, type selector. I guess it'll have to be under selector and then ID. So maybe that's not it. So it can't be ID directly. It's got to be like a subsection of this. Yeah. It's super weird, though. We've seen this a number of times. I don't know if there's another thing that is using raycasts in the editor that we can pull from. Set to entity selector? What do you mean? Under type or under ID? If you choose any of these, it crashes, man. Like, you can't choose any of those. You don't want to. Yeah. If you're talking about in here, like a setting or like a camera or next or something like that, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you can't select any of those. So we got to figure out what it's supposed to be. So ID raycast is not correct in this. It will likely be selector, and then we're going to do... I guess... No, it'd be type selector, so it does actually have to be a comma there, because that's the type. Do we do... maybe selector... and then this? Because that's technically valid? No, it's not valid enough. All right. No. Maybe it'll be like that. Because it's a JSON blob. Are you happy now? That is technically correct. And we can go into editor. Nope. Doesn't like that. So that's not how we do it. Because it was showing a selector under ID. Do we have an example of this? We do not. Fantastic. And it is not set to this. Type selector. Selector and then this. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not this. Maybe it's not this at all. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's this. Got it. All right, cool. So now we got a raycast. Fantastic. There we go. There's no other way to do this, by the way. You have type selector as requested. So see where type selector? Go down to selector in here, choose the ID and set it to raycast. It'll blow up. And the offset here, by the way, a raycast is cast from your character's feet. So you have to set this to 1.6, which is the height of your character, so it comes out of your head, or your eyesight, technically, right out of your eyesight, because you're 2 blocks tall. You're exactly 2.0 tall. So if you set it to 1.6, it sets it to your iframe, which is directly in line with the reticle on your screen. If you leave it at 0, it comes out of your character's feet, which means you'll just hit the ground, no matter where you're standing. Kind of weird, right? All right, so now what I'm going to do is we're going to do on a hit block. We're going to say create embedded. We're going to do send message, not parent send message. Get out of here. Stop. Stop. We're going to do interaction plus, on this one, create embedded. Type is going to be send message. And what I'd like to do is under the actual message that is sent, I'm going to do a key. of server.spells.hit.block. And I don't know if that works, but I want to try it. Because this is... No, this is what the vibe-coded... the vibe-coded documentation says. Type send message key of server spells hit block. And that doesn't seem to be a real key. So server spells hit block doesn't seem to be like a real one. I don't know what a key would be for this. I've never seen a key on there. So I don't know. Insert key. No idea, right? No clue. What do you mean you're learning about hexadecimals? What? My dude, why are you doing this? Yeah, so I don't know what the keys are, or what a list of keys are in this, because there's no documentation, and it doesn't seem to go to anything. So what does that even go to? The message can be whatever you want. So we can set it to butts if we want to, and then you can see whenever I shoot something, it says butts, right? It says butts. But if I shoot the air, no butts, because the hit detection isn't going off. But if we hit a block, butts. My hope would be to return the exact X, Y, and Z location coordinates of where I'm impacting, which you would expect to be like the offset, but it's not. So, I don't know. And we can't get a position variable out of it. We can't get anything out of it. So, I don't know what to do at that point, right? I guess we could do next, create embedded, get rid of this message here. Instead of send message, this is the interaction on the hit block. So you would expect it to... I would expect this to do something like inherit the location, right? Can the projectile be the word butts? I mean, I guess, technically. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what's going on, dude? What? Is it just meme shit? Let me see. Are you using hightaildev.com? No, we're using a GitHub from another person that's actually put stuff out. There was... The only other sources that we've seen, because there's no official documentation yet, and I've seen a whole bunch of stuff of, like, Hightail dev work and things like this, and, like, the documentation that I have seen is all AI generated. There's a ton of it that is actually just Minecraft documentation saying that it's Hightail documentation. Because LLMs don't know what Hightail is yet. Because no one's written actual documentation for it yet. So since it doesn't exist, the LLM goes, oh, Hightail, yeah, here's some Minecraft documentation. And then people throw it up on websites. With this, they were actually going through all of the source and trying to do this. Like, Zeke was doing that. And it is mostly correct, and then they're going back through and manually editing it to make sure that it's 100% correct. So they're testing each and every page of all the documentation that the AI generated to use that as a jumping point, and then going from there, which is good. That's great. That's a really good use of that. And it's made it so that we at least have some form of documentation that is hand-curated. Good. Good. But the other ones that I've seen out there are literally just vibe code and walk away, so... Anyway, props to Zeke. Does Hightail use some MC scripts? No. No, it does not. You have to understand that Minecraft, when you're modding Minecraft, you're doing it on a framework that is created by other people. With Hightail, it's first party. You're just changing the game, because it has tools to do that. Sin, that was like a year ago, man. Better than nothing, but we're still guessing? Exactly. So there's still some stuff that also doesn't work, because, like, I'll give you an example. If I set Raycast and then I set the ID, you know, like or I've set the ID to Raycast on a selector, it'll just crash. If you do it, you know, inside of the source manually, it'll work. But you have to do that, right? Yeah. What language is that, Matthias? That's that's the partner, like, thank you partner message, or partner anniversary message, but I don't know what it is. Minecraft Bedrock has inbuilt scripting in JS and JSON? Yeah, but Minecraft Bedrock is dog shit. You know I'm right. It's upsetting, too. Yeah. Oh, it's Polish. Okay, cool. Rock on, man. Might be Polish. The language looks badass. It kind of does. What is Hytale's modding potential? Is it currently the best amongst all games? For modding potential, I would say that it's phenomenal, dude. There's so much shit that you can do in this, and people are already doing all kinds of crazy shit. What I'm trying to do is go through their asset editor to see what we can do with the asset editor alone and see where the drawbacks and fall-offs for it are. It's not there in a lot of areas. Stuff that just doesn't make sense, right? But we can do a lot of cool shit, so it's fine. I think some stuff that it does really, really well, though, are things like, it's odd stuff, like salvaging items. Phenomenal. Perfect. Already done. Changing models. Uploading your own block. Making your own liquid. Like, I'll give you an example, dude. Let's go in here and we're going to go liquid. We'll go into the server itself. We'll choose, actually, screw it. No, we're just going to go over here Blockgame. And we're going to say new, and we'll say new asset type. I think there's a liquid type. Is there a liquid type? Is there liquid? Not an asset type interaction. What kind of block type? Yeah, block type. We'll just do a new block type. And chat smells. We'll call it a unique asset ID of chat smells. We'll go into here. We'll go into this. We're going to go into show all properties. We'll say draw type cube. Can we change it? No. Can we change the block model? Yeah, we can change the block model. We do it into anything that we want to. So let's go and make... Can we make this into... Actually, better idea. Let's delete this. I'm going to go see if lava can be modified. Or water. Where is water? Water is a fluid type, so maybe it's not liquid, maybe it's fluid. Let's go over to Blockgame. We're going to say this and say asset type fluid. Oh, we can totally make it fluid. All right. Chat. Liquid. Oh, you know what? No? Glue. We're going to make it semi-transparent. We're going to make it so that it's going to require alpha blending, so it'll look cool through it. We're going to say the max fluid level is going to be 7, because chat loves that. We'll go into show all properties and look at everything. The interactions on this, we're not going to do any interactions. We're going to set the light to it. We're going to make it green, because chat smells. We're going to make the radius on that 1 for the light for that. We're going to then look at the block textures. I'm going to add a block texture to this. We're going to say all sides. We'll go into Hightail. I'm going to look for the word cheese. I want the texture on this to be cheese. Oh, it's got this bug. One sec. We're going to go to, actually, block textures. Let's go in there. What are we going to make this out of? Editor block, editor empty. Fluid slime. There we go. We'll make it slime. We're going to make it so that it looks like slime on all sides. We're going to give it an effect. What kind of an effect do we want on this? I want it to have a ripple effect across it. And then we're going to take that. We're going to look in game. Maybe I should have named it something different. I don't even know if it has an item ID yet. Maybe it doesn't have an item ID yet. We got to give it an item ID, I think. Boop. I think it's just a fluid right now. I think we actually have to make a block for it. I may be wrong about that. General in there, interactions on there. No, it may just be that. It may just do that. And we can do this. I'm going to rename it to Chat Snacks. Rename. And now we can see if it shows up in here. Chat. It's giving me chalk. Okay, so it doesn't have an item ID. I guess we have to make a block type now. Maybe? Is there a way to do water? Okay, so ID fluid water. So we can actually create a fluid this way. But it's not showing up in game yet. So there's got to be something that I've missed. So let me go look at the implementation of water real quick. Fluid water. And we'll go look at fluid water. This is an item. So I have to make an item that is that. Okay, I'm going to override this asset. Or we'll create a duplicate. Duplicate this asset. And and we're going to call it fluid chat snacks. And we're going to create that item. Then we're going to go back over to ours, and we're going to type in chat snacks. And we'll look at this icon. And the icon is going to be slime. Select. And then we'll go into here, and we'll say show all properties. And this is the group. We'll get rid of that group, because we don't need that group tag. No, that group tag's weird. Draw the item cube. Block particle set ID. We won't have that. That won't matter, because we're not going to have that. The effect is going to be ripple. The flags, we won't have any flags on it. I need to find the location where it says fluid water. Fluid to place, water source. Place fluid. Chat snacks. Ew. 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 But now we have our own custom, like, liquid in the video game. Gross, right? Why isn't it working? Oh, there we go. The server's, like, shitting itself right now, and I don't know why. But we have our own custom slime, and it looks like it's slowly disappearing for some reason. Maybe it's the rain. Why is the server mad? I need to go find out what's going on with the server. It seems to be very enraged today. What are you doing, man? Why are you mad? What's going on, server? Updating asset pack. Okay. For some reason, this is just going away. And I don't quite know why. But look, it glows. Right? So now we can go into here. We can go back to our chat snacks. And we could say editor. And we could say it's semi-transparent. Right? Let's change it over to none. Opacity to be a semi-transparent. We're going to change the texture. All properties. Where's our texture? Block textures. Let's change this to something else. Maybe I'll change it to red slime, right? And now it's red slime. So this is like kind of how we can play around with stuff and just add new shit. Editor block. Fluid lava. Lightstone. Here, we can make it into a stone. Now it's a stone that acts like liquid. Immediately. And like, look, it spreads all over the floor. Like, look how ridiculous that is, dude. Right? It is a cool effect, but it's also, like, kind of insane, to be honest. Let's see if we can set it to fire. I don't know what's going to happen when I do this. It might crash. Looks so stupid. Oh, the server's not having it. The server's very upset. I think I might restart the server. It's very angry. Although that's quite funny. Set it to piglets? Alright. I don't know why the server's mad. It's acting weird today. Piglet. The piglet fur texture. Oh, that's haunted. Alright. Now we have a liquid that is piglet skin. And it glows green! Does water just seep into the ground? I haven't given it any ability to, like, stick around for this liquid, so it's just acting weird. Also, the server is shitting itself violently, and I don't really know why. So we're going to say world... prune and confirm. No world's to prune. All right, I'm going to restart the server because it seems like it's very angry for some reason. It's just like lagging out. I don't know why. That's teal, you're teal. Horrifying, maybe a little bit. But this is what I'm talking about, is like you can just make a liquid. You know, like imagine making a liquid in Minecraft. Like just think about that for a moment. Can we go back to the root spike? We will. I was just showing off the liquid. You're placing the fluid itself and not the source block? That may be it. That may be true. I probably should have made it into a source block. And then we could have a weird source liquid, right? Yeah. The huge amount of time you're saving and everything, it's crazy, right? PC Tech? And the thing is I can make that into a liquid, and then I can make it so you can pick it up in buckets. I can make it so that you can pick it up in bottles. I can do my full alchemy system by allowing you to generate liquids, right? That's the whole point with that. And I think that's incredibly interesting. Go in here, chat, snacks. We'll go grab this, the fluid chat snacks, and we're going to go grab this. And I need to find out if this item actually generates the block type. Am I just placing the fluid? Is this a source block? Fluid to place. It may not be placing a source. Maybe not. Maybe it's not working. Weird. I don't know. I don't know. That's weird. Stream Deck, why do you never work with Spotify? It works to stop Spotify, but it never works to start it back up again. Interaction camera settings is busted. Okay, severe. Let's see. Oh. Spawn marker object task asset. Okay, so it looks like it's shitting itself over something unrelated. That's fine. We've got it set to automatically update, so there's going to be weirdness for this, and I think that's fine. Get back to collapsing Earth instant for the projectile for this. So, what I'm thinking about doing is we do the raycast, we do a particle effect to that location. Ugh. I think I might be able to do an AoE from there, too. So let's go into this. Interactions, this. Interactions, selector. Selector is ID raycast. We don't care about a block tag. We don't care about it. We can ignore fluids. Ignore empty collision. Offset off of the player's eyeballs. We hit the block and then do an interaction at the hit. The cooldown on this is already set from the original interaction. We'll do an interaction here of... Is there an AoE interaction type? I guess it's just going to have to be simple, yeah? Interaction type is going to have to be simple. That's the only thing I can think of, is we do a simple interaction at location. Cancel an item change? No, we're not going to do that. Because the only thing I can think of at this point is if we do a raycast, it's not letting us do an offset from that location. What's up? Why do games that keep using JSON? Wasn't that meant to be browser communication? JSON's just it's a way of transferring information really fast, or storing it in a really easy to format, like easy format. You can do stuff like JSON, you can do stuff like YAML, like, it's kind of whatever, dude. It's just like a format rule. So, like, if we look at this, and we go back into, I think it's in here. No, that's a crash. That, this, that. There we go. This is more like YAML, right? Oh, thanks, Bezos. Bezos has arrived. One moment. Whoa. Gotta hide this anyway. Get out of there. Get out of that. Get out of this. This is fine. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. That's a bug report. Alright, that's all fixed. But yeah, you can do it as YAML, you can do it as JSON. It doesn't really matter. You can do it as an XML file. Like, any of this, it's just whatever you want to store it as, man. Yeah, Bezos is like, I'm excited. Just stash it as raw bytes. I mean, then it's not human readable, but yeah. I know, right, Cryptic? Some weird shit, dude. Plus TOML, YAML, XML, and JSON into data structures. Exactly. It's a way of storing it so that it's human interactable. That's it, you know. What if you apply a totem interaction to the entity? Would that produce an AoE? So I tried that. I'll show you what I was doing for it. Oh, you mean to the entity itself? Yeah, but I want to do it on the hit block, right? We want it to go in a location. I'm gonna wait on this. All right. Bezos is gone. So I'll give you a really interesting example. We have selector into ID of raycast. When the raycast hits a block, we're creating an interaction. There is a cool one in here called spawn deployable from raycast, right? You're like, oh, wow. So I can spawn a deployable object. So we go into here. There's no option to define which deployable it is. So I was like, all right, man, well, that's cool. The only thing I can think of is that we can make a configuration, and then maybe if we make a config, maybe that can define the deployable, but we don't have the format for that. So I'm just like, all right, dude. Via next. So what next does is it allows you to create another action inside of that. It doesn't let you define things. So it should be defined within this action, but it's not. So I don't know how that function works. I have literally no idea. We could also do spawn deployable from impact. At hit location. This has the exact same issue. The only other thing that's different between the two is if you go to Raycast, it adds preview stat conditions and max placement distance. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea what that means. Create new? On what? There's no option to put it in, is what I'm saying. Since we don't have any entry point for this, there's nowhere to create a new at. Something not yet implemented? That's what it looks like to me. But this is all the stuff you normally get from launch projectile. Yeah, you can't put an object in there. It's either an editor bug or not a finished function. My guess is editor bug. So if we go in here, we just need to know what to put this as. And if we look at spawn deployable from Raycast, and we go pull it up in our old vibe-coded whatever, right? Unfortunately, the vibe-coded documentation doesn't include spawn deployable from Raycast. Shit. Maybe next would work. The spawn deployable becomes the source. Maybe. That could be it. Maybe. We could try that. Let's go and do this, then. We'll do next, and we'll say reference existing, and we're going to say projectile, so we'll do firebolt. Actually, we can't do reference to interaction. We have to do create embedded, and we'll say launch projectile, and the projectile that we will choose, the projectile ID is going to be firebolt. We'll do firebolt instant from that. So launch projectile firebolt. Now the weird part about this is that's not a projectile ID, which is funny. I mean, it's close, but it's not the same, right? So with this in mind, we've got launch projectile, we've got firebolt instant. That's the actual project. Actually, no, it is a projectile ID. It is. So it is pulling the projectile ID. It's not pulling the spell because I forgot I changed that system. Now it's spell firebolt when it's the caster. Okay, so this is actually the ID. If we launch a projectile from this, saying it's spawn deployable from Raycast, inside of a Raycast, if it's pulling the location and it's inheriting it down to the projectile, this will work. If it is not, it will shoot a fireball out of my face. It does nothing. Instant next iteration, interactions 1. Interaction 0, hit block interaction 0. Interactions, hit block interactions, spawn deployable from Raycast does nothing. It doesn't function. So that type doesn't work. It causes an error. However, we've seen this in the past, and sometimes I have to restart the server to get it to work. So I'm going to restart the server just to check. Just to check to see if that works. Because every once in a while, it goes, I can't do that, and you restart the server, and it goes, I can totally do that. So maybe it'll work. Oh yeah, I should probably start doing TTS.
Marbell Madness with 500 bits said Yar cheer 500 ahoy Captain, Nautical. Never thought I'd write this kind of TTS. Last Saturday I hit a deep emotional crisis, called a suicide prevention hotline, booked an emergency psych appointment. A friend's betrayal pushed me there. For me time would move on, for my loved ones it would have stopped. Your words of not taking a permanent solution to a temporary problem didn't give me courage, but they gave me an important reminder. Dearest chat, always reach out, always seek help first. Yar love.
You got this, dude. I'm glad you're still around. Seriously. World is better with you in it, even if you don't realize it at the time. What is this? Yeah, Tank, I do. Every day but Thursday, bud. Live in the windshield, not the rearview mirror. I don't know if I want to live in either of those places. I think I'm going to stay in the driver's seat. All right. Still broken. All right, so that hit block interaction does not function. Is there another location that we can find this, where this is working? So we go next, in parallel, both of these interactions. We do the interaction of selector. The selector type is a raycast. When the raycast hits a block, we do the interaction of spawn deployable from raycast, and this crashes. This doesn't actually work. F. So that doesn't work. We can't do spawn deployable from raycast. Even though it's a raycast. We can do simple. Let's try simple. The simple interaction that we're going to do is... what? Right? Unimpacted thing? Nope. You want it to do fireball? Simple doesn't quite work that way. We'd have to do something like a launch projectile. Launch projectile will summon a projectile, and we can say the projectile ID at that point is going to be firebolt, and we'll do our firebolt instant. But now here's the problem. Launch projectile doesn't inherit an offset from raycast. So because of this, you get that. Whenever the raycast succeeds, it shoots the fireball out of my character's face. See the problem now. You want it to be on collision? We can do block condition. There's no on collision. There's no collision. Recoil? Recoil would be knockback when you go to shoot something. I watch you for ashes, then end up watching you code. Lol, what? Still enjoyable? Most of my content is primarily game development, my dude. Ashes is kind of like a stint while they're doing development stuff. I'm not too happy with that game right now, to be honest with you. I'm hoping they improve, but they have a track record of not doing so. So it's like... just gotta wait. So I'm trying to think now. What is this? Bioflame, what are you talking about? Oh, that dude's just, like, really weird. I'm just getting rid of him. What's wrong with AOC? So the biggest problem that I have with AOC right now is their lack of moderation within the game. There have been people in global chat inside of the game. Going back about a year now, they've had this problem where people are just, like, praising Hitler and saying insane shit and, like, just, like, doxing each other and going wild. We've seen it in real time, and we've reported the accounts. And I reported a guy... and it took them 8 days to respond, and they said they wouldn't tell me what the response was going to be, and then they didn't ban him. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? So they didn't do that. Yeah, it's you have to buy it to play it. And I was like, okay, man, well, I'm just not going to play this for a while because it's really bad. The other thing that I was noticing is I'm wondering if they just don't have any good logs for everything. Like, tooling may suck. And the reason why is last phase, we were the first guild in the world to get a relic. And what a relic is it's a rare spawn drop that alerts the entire server, right? The entire server gets alerted that the item drops. And then it's a mad PvP dash to get that item back to a town. And we got it. It alerted the whole server. You put it into a caravan, and we had to get the caravan to town. We got to the edge of a server worker border, and it crashed. And the item disappeared, and the caravan disappeared. So we contacted the devs, and they go, that never happened. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, we don't have any logs of that. And I'm like, we have video. So we gave them, like, hours of video from different people's perspective, seeing this across tons of different, like, live streams and, like, other, and they're like, okay, well, I guess it did happen. And I'm like, how do you not have logging for all of the people who were there, the server-wide announcement, and this thing dropping that triggered the server? Like, where is the logging that you think this didn't happen, man? So, like, we got them to do that, right? And then there was another case where we had a player that is the mount trader, Keladar. Keladar is like the mount trader for the entire server last phase. And what he was doing is he was the guy that would go and make everyone's Ferraris, right? That's what he did. He would just go and train everybody's mounts. He was the best mount seller in the entire game. And he got banned one day. And he got banned after they did a ban wave for RMT and for it was for gold duping in this one. And he got banned because people were using duped gold to buy his mounts. And he didn't know that. There's no way you could. So he got banned for that, and they're like, oh yeah, no, he was just trading a lot of duped gold. And I was like, have you looked into why he was trading a lot of duped gold? And they're like, yeah, he was like one of the people. And I'm like, no, he's the primary mount salesman for the whole server. Like, that's why people were using duped gold to buy from him. You should unban him. This makes no sense. And then they unbanned him. And I was like, dude, like, none of this tooling makes sense to me. This is super weird. And now we're seeing in this phase, I report this dude. A lot of people reported him for saying absolutely heinous shit. Like, really just crazy wild shit that would get you banned on Twitch to say. And they just waited 8 full days and then didn't ban him. And the only reason that they even got to my ticket is because I went to the community director, the community manager, and to the game director and said, why is this taking so long? This doesn't make any sense. So they answered my ticket, and other people's tickets are now at 12 days and still haven't been answered for the same guy. And he's still playing the game. Which is like, what is going on, dude? So I looked at that and I'm just like, dude, this is just, this is the same problem you had a year ago, and it still hasn't been improved. So I'm like, you know, like, that's the problem I have with it right now. I'm just like, what are you doing? This doesn't make any sense. It's become obvious. No, I mean, I wouldn't even say they're a bunch of clowns. I'd just say that the logging doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, another good example of this. They nerfed all of the elixirs in the game the other day. Right? Which is kind of a weird thing to do, but whatever, right? It took them 3 hours to push out that patch, which made sense because they were doing server performance upgrades at the same time. Generally, when you're going to push out a patch and you do server performance upgrades, that's going to take hours. And I get it. I super get that part. But what I don't get is what happened afterwards. So they pushed out this server update patch, right? And it had the 2 components. You had the items component, which is the item statistics, and then you had the server performance component. These are 2 separate things. So this took 3 hours. And then players got pissed about this one. So then they did downtime. They had it up for like 30 minutes. Players got pissed about it, and then they had another 2-hour downtime to revert this one. Not this one. That one. Why is that 2 hours of downtime? That should be a hotfix. That doesn't make any sense to me. These are individual statistics on items. They changed them from 40% down to like 10%. Why is that 2 hours of downtime? So when I see these things, I go, the way that this is going on doesn't really make sense to me. And I don't understand why the tooling is lacking to such a degree that that was required. And I see this in almost every interaction. I see it in maintaining the servers. I see it in when they're doing updates on stuff. I see it when they're doing logging for anything. All of this is like this, right? And it's wild to watch, legitimately so. Like, it's completely wild. So I just don't understand why they're like that. And I don't understand what the hell they're doing. Yeah. Did you see similar problems at companies like Blizzard? No, absolutely not. And that's why I'm really confused by this, because I'm like, you are on Steam now, it's years later, and the tooling is still just as deficient. And there's another thing that's missing in this in terms of QA process, right? So as they release new areas of the map, these are called nodes or settlements. These areas get released. There should generally be a checklist when you're testing these things. And that checklist should be things like buy orders on there. The buy orders, do those work? Is the mount assigned? Does the town actually appear visually at different layers? Is it using local resources? Well, they added all these new areas. There's no checklist going off. And the reason I know that is because in our zone of the Turquoise Sea, both Brine Barrel and Corin don't have a mount, but the rest of them do. Bro, you're at 26 settlements at this point. Where is the basic QA checklist for these things? None of these have buy orders that use local materials. The visuals on them are different for every single one of them, and some of them have objects that are placed inside of walls everywhere. This is super weird to me, because I'm like, it just looks like there's no... It looks like it's lacking tooling and organization. Does that make sense? That's the issue that... Yeah, the buy orders are not correct at all. Even down to, like, commissions. And the thing is like, I would understand if it's new, fresh content. We bugged the commissions not being able to be used for gathering a year ago. Right? So, like, if that's like this, what's going on, man? Like, this isn't normal. This isn't like a normal part of the development process. Maybe understand if it's a 20-man team. It's a 250-person team. So I'm like something feels wrong to me. And the thing that feels wrong to me is it looks like they're not developing tooling, even over a long period of time. And it looks like they don't have proper checklists for new content. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's super weird with a team of 250. Incredibly weird, right? So that's the issue I'm having with it right now. And I don't get it, man. Yeah, what's tooling? Stuff like being able to see your own logs on your server, right? Like that's... Yeah. Growing too quick and don't have their organization down? The problem is they've never had their organization down. Like, it's been over a year, man. Like, this shit should be ironed out by now. Especially on a live service game, man. Like, that's just not... It just ain't it. What's the bare minimum of devs you think should be able to complete a game like this successfully? You mean for Ashes? I don't know. Because that's going to be super variable based on, again, your tooling and organization. But it seems like their tooling and organization is just very bad, right? Yeah. Lack of competent leadership structure? I wouldn't even say that. We don't even know what the problem is. The only thing I can say is it appears that tooling isn't up to snuff, and it appears that organization isn't up to snuff. Like, I'll give you an example of tooling, of it being wrong. Our town doesn't have a mount assigned to it. They couldn't give me a new mount, right? No, we're not talking about Hytale. We're talking about Ashes of Creation. Our town doesn't have a mount assigned to it in Ashes of Creation. And they gave me a temporary mount. They couldn't give me a mount with statistics on it because all the mounts with stats are hard-coded to be licensed to mayors. And since our town didn't have a mount assigned, there's no mount that has a license that can be assigned to me. And they don't have any tools to be able to just give me a mount because my character wouldn't be able to use it. And they don't have any tools to just hotfix in a mount. It's now been half a month this way. Actually, it's been about a month this way. No fix on the horizon for that. No ETA for a fix for that. So they gave me a mount that has no stats on it. It's actually a cosmetic mount with 0% movement speed. There's no tooling for this at all. It's incredibly weird, right? Like, really, really, really weird. Yeah. It has parade speed. It does. You spawned in the other day, Noah. What are you talking about? But didn't they give you multiple flying mounts last phase? They did. Which means that their tools have actually regressed. Because last phase, they were able to just hand them out, and it was fine. And this phase, they no longer can do that. So, like, it shows me, like, a QA process fail. And the QA process fail is that there's no checklist for new settlements, even settlements that have been around for a while, which is weird. There should be, like, a basic checklist. Like, did you put these things on the town? Basic, right? Basic shit. Normal stuff. Organization. And then the tooling is insufficient because they don't appear to be able to look at player logs or don't have a good tool for searching through them. And then also can't tell what's going on in the world state for things like dropping relics. And also can't assign an item to a player. All of it's quite weird, right? These are all very strange things to have happen in the game. And it's in Ashes. This is not Hytale at all. Feels like the guy could use the tooling left and they don't know how to use it anymore. Maybe, I guess, right? You know? I that's the only thing I can think of. I'm just going to get rid of you. There we go. Play the game. Streamer, play the game! No, watch a different stream. Bye. I have some insight into some adjacent experiences with Ashes. One of my coworkers plays Ashes inside a guild of an expert PvP a-holes. As far as I understand, that's funny. If you have people swearing at you in chat, you would get DKP, in-guild reputation currency, that's tracked outside of the game. And the coworker is telling me that the Ashes Discord had a play nice side and a swear and do whatever you want side. This makes me feel as Ashes or devs are allowing this kind of behavior. I feel like Ashes devs are 100% allowing this kind of behavior. Like, straight up. And the reason why I know that now is because I showed the game director and the community manager directly what was said by that other player, and they did nothing. They are in full awareness of what was said. Which I'm going to tell you right now, that ain't it, dude. TJs, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, man. I'm thinking the game devs haven't hit their second puberty yet. I know, right? Hilarious, dude. You've been on the internet a long time? Is it really a big deal? When somebody's sending you, like, your own house in a social sandbox video game, yeah, dude. That's a big deal. Like, 100%. People doxing each other in the game and not getting banned for it? Yeah, it's a big deal. This ain't the late 90s, dude. You're not on an image board on the internet, right? This is a live service video game that is paid to be able to be played. The idea that you think that that's okay is wild to me. You couldn't do it on here either. So, like... Max Morbid, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That is incredibly nice of you, dude. If they're really just allowing that, then think of all the handy shit that could be spoken about the game that could lead to horrendous legal issues. Yeah, dude, exactly. I think it's really funny because there's kind of like two camps in this. People go like, wow, that's messed up. And then there's the other camp that's like, oh no, I'm a free speech absolutist. You should be able to say whatever the hell you want in the video game. It's like, no, dude, you can't do that. You can't make terroristic threats in the video game. You can't go and, like, you know, show someone their own home in the video game. You can't tell them their own address. Like that's, no, dude. Like, not everything is Twitter, my dude, you know? I think some of the people are just taking the sandbox part too far. 100%. Are there EU servers in AOC? Yeah, there are. Yeah. You mean X? Jesus Christ. The people claiming free speech do not understand what it's about. No, they don't understand that freedom of speech means freedom of speech stopping the government from silencing you, not private corporations. You should play the European ones then. Are they different? Twitter also has restrictions? Dude, Twitter restrictions are a meme. Like, they're actually a meme. 100% this is an American thing? Is it really? We'll just play on European servers from now on. Maybe we'll just do that. Twitter has restrictions? Kind of. It's a mixed bag. Yeah. Grok is really wild. Grok is something else. Twitter doesn't reinforce its restrictions. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Twitter vibe codes its restrictions. And what I mean by that is I have put in reports for accounts that just like spam the N-word at me. And I'll have two of them that have the exact same tweet. One of them will get banned. And one of them returns that that behavior is completely fine on Twitter. It's just a coin flip, my dude. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, are you using AI to determine if this is okay today? Is it just like the way that you feel for a moment? Because it's weird. It's like super weird. Yeah. A dice roll to decide on ban. That's what it feels like, man. Like 100%. If the company thinks they own the customer, won them over, with the current status quo, they only want new ones, hence the update deferring. What are you talking about, Zim? You're going to have to be more verbose with that. The Claude AI commits are done by Claude itself. Wait, what? It committed to its own codebase is what you're saying? The enshittification begins. Same as YouTube mods, you mean the report system? Kinda, yeah. Lack of moderation is always a big deal. Yeah. How's your day going? Going good. We're talking about moderation in Ashes of Creation. And people are crashing out because they can't handle the idea of getting banned for saying the N-word to another person in a video game. It's just like, okay, buddy. You know, like, maybe the internet is not for you. Yeah. Copilot was bored? No. Do not use Copilot to write Copilot. Self-modifying AI? I mean, self-shitting AI, really, at that point. Anthropic is speedrunning to see if LLM can write LLM plus 1. Okay, I could see that. I could see that being a thing. LLM trying to write LLM plus 1 would be really interesting, because if it can, we're cooked. But if it can't, and it just shits itself down into the bottom of the barrel, then that's funny. Have you noticed this golden kappa train? I have noticed this golden kappa. And the UI did, too, so it worked. Dead internet theory? I have something to show you for that. I made a tweet about this. Ah. You going to Dream? What do you mean, like DreamHack? No. If that's the question, then no. I wasn't planning on it. 30 seconds remain in the golden kappa train. It lives. Will you show your poor goblin subjects now? I would, but ads start in 10 seconds. So I'm gonna wait. Because I don't like you missing shit due to ads. Lord Zarfax, with the 5 gifted subs, you've saved the train. Reality DM, it seems like you've gotten a bunch of information from SlopTubers. You may want to stick around and know that that hype train that we got had 50,000 viewers at the time, my dude. And if my moderators had enough money to fund that hype train, I'm paying them far too much. That's some insane shit, dude. Thank you for the bits. And Lightcloud, thank you for the gifted subs. It's incredibly nice of you, dude. If it hits level 10, that's when the music starts, for the person who's asking about the music. Yeah. Half the people crying for free speech would saying GG. I don't even know what you're trying to say there, bud. Why does the hype train start at 6 minutes and your UI at 5? It doesn't. My UI says 5 minutes. The API directly is what is being called for that. For the UI. I build it through StreamerBot, and StreamerBot directly gets the information from Twitch itself. The UI on the stream has weird errors sometimes, which is why I built that thing in the corner. Oh, look, it's Bezos. The Twitch chat thing started at 6 minutes. It's actually showing 5 for me, so that means that it's probably displaying incorrectly, like usual. Yeah. Dial, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, dude. Tomorrow and Lightcloud, you guys as well. Thank you. Seriously. Golden Kappa again. I know, it's like a 1% chance. For me, there's a 3-second difference. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference between the two. Sometimes it won't display the hype train in the chat. Sometimes the hype train will actually crash. All kinds of shit. Which is why I built that. Golomancer, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hype train is Kappa train. What's a kappa? A kappa on Twitch is the symbol that is used for sarcasm. So if you're making a joke, sarcasm doesn't go through the text very well, so people put a kappa. Which is capital K. There you go. It's that face. You see that face? Oh. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the bits. I'm going to keep doing this.
Rymaxolotl with 500 bits said, "'Tis I, your arch-ferret nemesis thorium." Wait, that's you. 'Tis I, your arch-axolotl nemesis, whom just like penguins have a gland that collects salt and turns it into fresh water, except mine collects LOL players' tears and converts it into fresh water. I really like the elemental magic system you've started implementing and hope there's a lot of different elemental spells for the mages. Though ultimately it won't matter for me because I'm an axolotl shaman. Praise the Axo.
Weapon, stick, fire, spawn, trap. So, weapon, stick, fire, spawn, trap. What? Okay. I understand now. I understand. Chat, I understand. Spawn deployable from Raycast. I think we can do this. I think I can get this to work. I think I can do this. It's weird, but I think I understand now. We need to go back into this. We need to make this back into a Raycast. Under Earth. Did I remove it? I did not, thank God. Type parallel. Interactions. 1. Interactions. 0. Selector. Selector. Raycast. Hit block. On hit block. Interactions. Launch projectile is now going to be spawn deployable from Raycast. Yeah, don't care. And then in configuration, we can set type to AO. Son of a bitch! Alright. Understood. I understand. I understand what I know the mission. I know the mission. Earth. We got the mission. We got the mission. I know what to do. Earth instant. Back into this. I got the mission. The golden Caputrain's at level 9. If it hits one more level, it will start the music. Config. Under config. Let me find this. We're going to do type config under source and do this. Aha! Holy shit. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs from Abysses. Jance, thank you for the 1 gifted sub. Thank you very much. Revo Saint, are you okay, dude? If you're having a bad time, just go have a Snickers, man. Thank you very much. The Golden Kappa train is now at level 10. The fully automated luxury hype train has begun. A distraction train to derailment? Maybe. Okay, so the way that you define which deployable spawns from a Raycast is through configuration, but config can't be set manually because it crashes the asset editor, so you have to go into source and put it in there. We have a way to do this now. So, now, if I do this correctly, which I'm probably not, it's crashing. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way. Max placement distance 500. What else can we do? Preview stat conditions. Deployable preview. Set to 1. Why is that mad? Why is it mad? There's got to be a reason, dude. There's got to be a reason. Why is it angry? What is Thor working on? Slowly losing my mind. Okay. Spell Collapsing Earth. Instant next interactions 1. Interaction 0. Hit block interaction 0. Hit block interactions. Hit block interaction 0. Spawn deployable from Raycast. Okay. Okay. No. Weapon staff, crystal, fire, torque. Interactions. Interaction vars. No. 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 Damn it. Maybe use some of Chat's 7 brain cells? Dude, maybe. Is a totem a deployable? Not in the same way. A totem is a thrown object that creates a thing on impact, which is not what we want. Is it Flame Crystal Staff? That's what it's called? Flame Crystal Staff. Staff Crystal Flame. Interactions. Interactions. Ability 1. Root Weapon Stick Fire Ability. No. 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 What the hell is this thing called, dude? Fire Trap Config. Interactions. 0. Weapon Stick Fire Spawn Trap. Maybe we don't do a selector? Wait. Wait. Maybe we don't do a selector. What is root weapon stick fire ability 1? So if we don't do the raycast, maybe the idea of spawn deployable from raycast is casting its own raycast. Is that what it's doing? Maybe, yeah, maybe spawn deployable from Raycast has the Raycast built in, is what I'm saying. And that's why this isn't functioning. Oh, the hype train has ended. You got to level 10, 58 gifted subs, and 6,064 bits. Thank you very much. That is a wild amount of bits. That is super nice of you, and that's a lot of subs, man. You guys rock. That sounds plausible? That's my guess right now. Because if we look at source on this... This is why I hate the config system. It's just stuff within stuff within stuff. Okay. You've got inheritance there. When is the next game jam? It's running right now. It started yesterday. Enjoy your golden kappas, by the way, gentlemen.
Blair's the Greyish has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
It has begun. Blair's the Greyish. Blair's. Okay, so if this is using that configuration to go and spawn this, and spawn deployable from Raycast in this instance is not being called from a Raycast selector, that may actually be the problem. Because if it's not being spawned from a selector, that means that this doesn't need the selector. It just needs the interaction. So if we get rid of selector raycast, and we make that into the thing that we
Chat has cursed Blair's the Greyish with music.
Holy shit. With music, huh? Blair's, you there? You there, dude? Huh? 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 More unga, less bunga? They tried to split it again, fail. Did you guys try to split it? You really did. You tried to do art. Oh, it was one away from art and music at the same time. Blair's, you gotta at me. Blair's, you gotta at me. If you use a golden kappa, you're more sarcastic than me. That's true. That means you're golden sarcasm. They don't seem to be in chat anymore. F. That happened yesterday, too.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said scientists recently combined the DNA of a cheetah with the DNA of a crab. Things went sideways real fast.
You're so dumb. That's so stupid. Why? God damn it, dude. Okay, we're going to get rid of all of this. We're going to say spawn deployable from raycast. We're going to guess that the deployable in this case is actually, or the raycast is actually caused by the deployable from this. I'm going to take all of this configuration. We're going to just pop it into here because that's going to crash otherwise. We'll go back into the editor. We can look at this. Spawn deployable from raycast is now in there. We'll go into config. We can go to next from this, and I'll create another system under next, in which we'll grab this, go into editor here, and I will look at simple, and we will do comma on this, and then dump that in there to do a serial for this. Apply that. Are you mad? Wait, did you seriously just crash on me? You son of a bitch. Why? Why are you crashing now? Why do you always just crash on every little thing? And raging, truly. Earth, back into our code base, back into here, back into source, back into this, comma, crashes. An item with the same key has been added, next parameter key. Oh, it's got to be inside of that. Okay, that's why. Just don't crash about it. Why you crash about it? You're always crashing. Always crashing. It does hate me. It does. It's full of hate, dude. We'll go into, not Hightail, we'll go to Blockgame, we'll go back to Earth, Instant in there, and we'll go to this. This is inside of Next. So we have to do it there. There we go. Now apply that. Now we're cool. Now under Editor, you can see that inside of the simple, for this, we have spawn deployable from Raycast. I don't even know why we have it as simple. Maybe that doesn't work this way. We'll find out. We'll find out. Maybe actually make that type as spawn deployable from Raycast. And now, we swap over to this, swap back, and it does not work. It does not function. So spawn deployable from Raycast is not doing what we hoped it would. Let me look at the flame crystal staff. Okay, that does nothing. Is it using flame, fire, essence in some way? Is there fire essence? We're using essence of fire? Okay, that's using essence of fire. And it has like a weird flamethrower animation that's using essence of fire as well. So we have to take all this essence of fire and then maybe get it to do a thing. Maybe that works? Yeah, it's the signature attack. That's the thing. Signature attacks the Raycast, so I needed to get signature energy. Which there's no enemies, so... How does one get signature energy? What does this thing do? Signature energy is plus 10. Magic charges plus 4. Which magic charges don't seem to do anything. So we'll swap to this, and then go... That gave it signature energy, so that's good. The animation of this is whack, dude. Sir! Come back! Okay, signature energy. So now when we hit Q... Nothing happens. So their own implementation of it doesn't actually... Oh, wait. You can do it, you just have to be very, very close. Okay. I mean, that's cool. But it's on a Q ability. So we have to go back to this. Let's go back into here. This isn't going to be a simple flame crystal under read only. Flame crystal. Can you work, please? Flame crystal. Staff. Flame crystal staff. This is on its special ability under interactions. So ability 1. Let's go grab this. Root weapon stick fire ability 1. Root weapon stick fire ability 1. Entry. Interactions. Weapon stick fire trap activate. So it's just the straight up, we can't have this inside of a simple, is what it comes down to. We need this to be spawn deployable from Raycast. And then we need to go into that. Yeah, it can't be null. I know, it's pissed. Then we can do this under spawn deployable from Raycast. Take that, put that in there. Apply that. Look at this. It's exactly the same interaction. And now we can go back into our Earth instant. And under Weapon Collapsing Earth, we can go into categories. No, not categories. Interactions on this. Interactions, primary. Interactions, 0. Blockgame broken item check. And then cooldown. Is our parent now removed? Let me go to secondary. Interactions there. Next is what it is. So in this case, our primary is now gone? Wait, what? Next. Okay, spell Collapsing Earth. There we go. Interaction 0. Next is going to be Collapsing Earth instant. We're going to make sure that that's the same. Collapsing Earth instant. And now when we grab this spell, it does nothing. Does it have to be like an energy-based thing? Does it... It doesn't make any sense, man. This is what I'm talking about. Like, the tooling in place looks like it's, like, incredibly fragile, if that makes sense. It just looks incredibly, incredibly fragile, because this is a spawn deployable from Raycast. That one's a spawn deployable from Raycast. I've copied over the exact same system. Exactly the same. It's just so fragile. Why? Bro, why? Okay, let's make this even less different. Even less different. We're going to go back into Earth for Weapon Collapsing Earth. I'm going to go into the interaction of this. I'm going to get rid of the Blockgame broken item check. I'm getting rid of that. And we're just making this interaction directly our spawn deployable. Reference existing. Earth instant cast. Nothing else. Just 1-to-1. Direct. Doesn't work. Why? Why? Restart it? Alright, we're going to try and restart the server. It's so weird, dude. What if we crashed into the Hightail creative mode? What do you mean we crashed? There's no crash. Yeah, but the server's still saying that we're connected and the server's still rendering. But there's been things in the past where we have to do a full restart of the server for it to take in the changes to the asset editor. Yeah, modding is super buggy right now. But I'm trying to figure out, like, why is this not functional? How friendly is the modding on Hytale? It's incredibly friendly, but there's a lot of scuff right now. Like, shit's just not working. What is this? No, we're not doing a projectile. We're not putting in a projectile upstream monitor. We're doing this as a raycast specifically. Yeah. No, the grimoires do not require mana. We've removed that. That's not the issue. The issue is not that at all. Well beyond that. Yeah, we're creating a trap using specifically spawn deployable from Raycast in the exact same way that another object does this. And we've seen in the past that you have to restart the server to take some of the changes up from the asset editor. It is not working with that. Also, it's still applying the cooldown, which it shouldn't be, which means that the asset editor is broken and is using the wrong version of this item. So let's go into Earth Weapon. Under Blockgame, we'll go back to our Earth Weapon. We'll go look at interactions, and we'll take a look to make sure that the primary interaction is not doing what I thought it did. Okay, we'll get rid of cooldown. There we go. This is just doing spell collapsing Earth. So I'm going to remove the reference to that. We're going to do a straight-up create embed. I'm going to say spawn deployable from Raycast. This is going to crash if I try to do it in any other way, so I have to do it manually and take the config like this, go from spawn deployable from Raycast, put it in myself so that the asset editor doesn't crash, go back into this, and now we have the full set for this. That is then doing an interaction for triggering the cooldown, and everything there is set up correctly. Now, we'll go back over to here, and it doesn't work. But the Flame Crystal Staff does work with that. But only when it has enough power for it. Why? That works. This does not. Next check. Tags on the weapon itself. It's Flame Crystal Staff. Does the tag on the weapon itself, under categories, change anything? No. The spell effect is not a hard-coded one. It's not. We have all the code for it. That's what I just put in that. So interactions, ability, reference to root interaction. So we have the root interaction, which is root, weapon, stick, fire ability 1 entry. We go look at this root interaction. All that's doing is weapon, stick, fire, activate, trap. With the tags of attack ranged. Require new click is true. That might be why. That right there might actually be the reason. Hold up. I think I understand what's going wrong. I think I get it. I think I completely understand what's going on here now. We will leave this collapsing Earth targeter, and we're going to change that to spell collapsing Earth instant. Apply that change there. Go back into weapon collapsing Earth. We'll go into the editor for this. I will remove spawn deployable from Raycast. Get rid of that completely. And instead do reference existing and go to Earth. Where's our root interaction? Are you going to be annoying? Where's our reference to root interaction? I need a root interaction. Primary. Ah, that's why. We got to go to primary and then do reference to root interaction there. Yeah, you're mad. There we go. And we can go to secondary, which is the cooldown for spell earth and all this shit, and I can remove that. We're only going to have the primary on this. Then... Why does that not work now? Okay, let's go to the next one. So in this case, what it's doing is... Collapsing earth instant. We don't care about that one. We're going to get rid of that. Delete that spell. We don't need that. Collapsing Earth Targeter does an interaction of referenced interaction spell Collapsing Earth instant. Our Weapon Staff Crystal Flame has a reference to root interaction of Root Weapon Stick Fire Ability 1 entry. Root Weapon Stick Fire Ability entry, if we look at the source, is an attack that is ranged that is requiring a new click. Weapon Stick Fire Activate Trap. And if we go to Weapon Stick Fire Activate Trap, it is using signature energy for the cost and changing a stat with Deployable Preview set stat modifier 1. So what I have to do now is I have to go back to the staff and find out where it is doing the actual interaction here beyond just the ability. And the answer is I have no idea. Let's go into the source for this. I'm starting to get this. I'm starting to understand what it's doing. But basically what it's doing is it's going, hey, I need a new click. And then after it goes, hey, I need a new click, it goes, cool. Once you've satisfied that click condition, then behavior set, which is interesting. I need to find out what behavior set means. Change stat. Behavior is now set. Value type is now absolute. Entity is now user. That is starting to make sense. It's a whole area I've never seen before. Okay, so when does this get the trap? Because that doesn't get the trap. Weapon Stick Fire Activate Trap does not get the trap. This doesn't set the trap. Explosion big. Weapon Stick Fire secondary damage. Fire Trap config. So in this, we actually have a config for Fire Trap config. Where is that? It's not under the ability. It's in there, though. And that means we have to configure the Fire Trap directly on this? What is that under? Is this just interactions? What the hell is this under? It's under interaction vars. No shit. Okay, hold up. Translation properties, no. Player ID, don't care, don't care, don't care. Where's our interactions? Under interaction, or this, under root interaction. Is that where this is going? Under ability 1? Interactions is primary, secondary ability 1. Interaction vars. I think this is inheriting it. I think that's why it's not displaying. Or, here we go. Interaction vars. Okay. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on. Weapon Stick Fire Spawn Trap. That's the next one. Weapon Stick Fire Spawn Trap. And that is the spawn deployable. So we have to go back into our Collapsing Earth weapon. I have to go to Interaction Vars. I have to create a new one. What are we going to call it? I guess nothing. I guess Fire Trap config. We just name it whatever we want. That's not right. No. All right. So we create a fire trap config, and then we create an interaction in there that's actually spawned the fire trap. That's what we do. All right. So we have reference to root interaction, collapsing earth targeter. The targeter then has to do something else, because this all we're doing here is we're targeting the location. So this goes weapon crystal flame. It goes to entry, which our targeter is going to have to be that. And then after it goes entry, it's going to go to the next ability inside of that, which is going to be activate trap. This is not going to be the right one. So we're going to say collapsing earth activate. We'll apply that. There won't be an activate. And then this is going to be activate. And the type of thing that this is an interaction. It's not a root interaction. It's just interaction. So we'll have to go back over here to Blockgame. We'll create a new interaction. And that interaction is now going to be spell collapsing earth activate. And create that. And then make it this. Stats condition. And apply that. And then we'll go back over to here for the targeter. Spell collapsing earth activate. So now what's happening is we cast the targeter. The targeter says required new click is true. We go into here. We don't have a cost associated. So we'll remove that cost. Apply this. Cost can't be null? What do you mean cost can't be null? Costs. Seriously? We can't have zero cost to this? For a stats condition? It's kind of weird, right? That's a little bit odd. I guess we'll just copy pasta this back over and maybe set the signature energy cost to 0. Right? Yeah. I guess that's fine. What if we add a different... Oh, I have an idea. What if we make it cost health? Cool. Yeah, no such thing as a free lunch is now. Time to invent magical energy? No, we don't want that. I'm just going to make it cost 0 health. Okay, so now... It still doesn't work. Let's go over the whole chain. Okay, weapon collapsing earth. This is doing collapsing earth targeter. Crystal flame. Crystal flame is doing root weapon stick ability entry. Targeter is this. Crystal flame is that. This goes to spell collapsing earth activate. Spell collapsing earth activate. This goes to fire activate trap. There's activate trap. Behavior is now set. Inside of both of these, we have a section called fire trap config, or in this case, deployable config. Spell collapsing earth instant. Why is it in the wrong spot? This one is weapon stick fire spawn trap, which is this on this side, or earth on this one. Instant. So, between these two, there is a difference. We're just going to add one more thing to that and do that. Now it's exactly the same. What? Wait, what? Wait. What? So now the spellbook casts it, but it can't complete it, and then the fire staff can complete it, so it's assigned to the... That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I'm one step away from victory. Model preview is deployable fire trap preview. Model is deployable fire trap. Spawn deployable from Raycast. ID is fire trap. Type is AoE. Shape is cylinder. Damage causes fire. Flame staff burn. Why is this happening? Why is that happening? There's no casting time. Watch. This weapon can only cast this if we have signature energy. So what I've done is really weird. We're going to put those in 2 different spots on my bar. I'm going to show you real quick what I'm doing. Let me do this. So we've got this book, and we've got this staff. This staff can't use that ability. It gets fireballs around it. Oh, it crashed. Okay. The server just crashed. We're going to try this again. Oh. Okay, so, with that in mind, we've got the collapsing earth, we've got the flame crystal staff. We go over to here, I cast this, it doesn't do anything. When I mouse back over to this one, now it has this thing ability enabled, which doesn't actually make sense. So that means that there's something on the staff that is enabling this cast that is not on the book. But we're almost there. Now, technically. So let's look at the weapon. We're going to look at the editor for the weapon. We've got an interaction. Spell collapsing earth instant. That might be why. This may be the reason. I think that's the problem. No, wait, no. Let's look at the crystal staff. Fire trap config. There's the spawn trap. Spawn trap is actually the spawn deployable. Okay. Spell collapsing earth. Why is this the one that can cast it and the other one can't? Render deployable preview. That might be it. That is not it. Son of a bitch. There's got to be a flag on one of these that's not on the other. Okay, the interaction var for not flamethrower, we don't care about that. Fire trap config. And the ability 1. Is there anything else I'm missing in here? Item appearance conditions. Magic charges. That's freaking sick, by the way, is being able to get magic charges over this. I like that. I actually really think that was cool. Doing the particle effect to the around it, torch fire, where it's gaining charges, and then you can use those charges to do stuff. I think that's rad. Is there a requirement of a magic charge on the spell? So if we look at this, we can eat those and then cast it. No, that is not the requirement. So that's not it. Also, thank you very much for the partner anniversary well wishes. You're awesome. Thank you very, very much. The staff cooldown UI appears active and stuck. Yes. But the staff UI only appears once we use the book. So there's something in here that is set that I'm not seeing. Could be stat modifiers, magic charges, and signature energy. Additive, that's not it. Magic charges, max additive, no. Entity stats to clear, signature energy, and magic charges. Okay, so that's fine. Recipe, that's not the issue. Light is not the issue. Dropped item animation, don't care. Player animation ID, don't care. Reference the item reticle config. Translation properties, that's just going to be the name of it. Default melee. Quality is rare. Neither of those matter. Let's look in the tags. It's under the family of magic and type of weapon. Neither of those work or matter. Durability loss on hit doesn't matter. Item appearance conditions don't matter. So this is completely inside of the implementation. Let's go down the chain. We've got our interactions, and we've got our interaction vars. Interactions under fire trap config. Interactions under deployable config. So interaction vars, deployable config, parent, spell collapsing earth instant. Spell collapsing earth instant is our spawn deployable from Raycast. Does it have an item on this somewhere? Maybe the fire trap itself is the problem. Maybe I'm not looking deep enough. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the issue. Yeah, exactly, Wernick. There's just a lot of people that just don't know. My whole thing is that I try to let people know how this actually works, you know. Game development is a lot of trying to get stuff to work in a way that makes sense. And less so about programming absolutely everything. Apply effects, I don't know if that's what it is. Let's go look through this, right? We're going to look back into the editor. We've got our fire trap config. So this is under interaction vars, fire trap config, parent of this, under interactions. So, interaction vars, deployable config, parent, spell collapsing earth instant. So if we want to look at this, weapon stick fire spawn trap. Weapon stick fire spawn trap is a direct one-to-one copy between this one and this one. So there's activate trap. Oh, sorry. No. There's spawn trap, and there's this. Those are directly one-to-one. Between those two, they're exactly the same. The only thing I could even remove would be like a cooldown, but I'm not touching anything yet. So that's the same. We know that one's the same. We're going to go back into this. So we have fire trap config. Interaction vars is set correctly. Item appearance conditions. That's magic charges. We don't care about that. So we'll go back into interactions and ability. Interactions on this one is different. Reference to root interaction. So interactions primary reference to root interaction. And in this case, it's interactions ability reference to root interaction. And that goes to root weapon stick fire ability 1. Root weapon stick fire ability 1. And the other one is to collapsing earth targeter. So if we look at these two, ability 1 entry, I believe that one is called. So let's make sure. Ability 1 entry. So ability 1 entry is the same as targeter. Attack ranged. Spell collapsing earth activate. And this one goes to weapon stick fire activate trap. Weapon stick fire activate trap is exactly the same. Collapsing earth instant. Sorry, activate. There's our activate. There's our activate. The only difference is I made this one cost 0 health and this one costs 10 energy. Which it does work. It just doesn't display on our spellbook. What is the reason for that? Maybe we have to set it to ability 1. Maybe that's the problem, because I set it as the primary, right? Maybe this is stupid. Let's set it to primary. And we'll set it to secondary. And we'll set it to ability 1. Just set it to everything. And then we'll go back in game. Nope. The staff can cast it. But the spellbook can initiate. Why? Why is that not displaying? It doesn't make any sense, man. Why is that not working on that? It's the exact same implementation. You know what? Screw it. Let's try something even more dumb. We're going to go to interaction vars. We're just going to set it up exactly the same way. We're going to say weapon stick fire spawn trap and root weapon stick ability 1 entry. We're just getting rid of all this. I'm going to make it exactly the same. Root, weapon, stick. Ability 1 entry. Done. And then we're going to go into interaction vars. We're going to go down here to the interactions, and we're going to name this the same as the other one, which is weapon, weapon, stick, fire, spawn, trap. Now it's exactly the same between these two items. And if it's not working now, then something is really weird. It is not working now. It's the exact same implementation between these. It's not even working the other way now. Book doesn't have charges. You're right. You're 100% right. Oh, disconnect from server. The key is not the same, you're correct, but the key is irrelevant. It seems to just have a name for the key. What I need now is I need the book to have signature energy. That's basically the idea there. Well... Shit. The key didn't seem to actually matter in any way, because it wasn't written into anything, if that makes sense. We could try it. I don't know why that would be different. Fire trap config, right? So we'll change this from deployable config to fire trap config. There we go. If we look at the crystal flame fire trap config, we'll set that to weapon, stick, fire, spawn, fire trap. Weapon. Where's this? Hightail. Come on, hightail. Stick. Spawn. What? No? Oh, that's why. Hold up. This has to be different. Fire, trap, config. Insert, create embedded. And then that has an interaction. And the interaction is then a create embedded of a parent of weapon, stick, fire. Is it spawn? What the hell is the name of it? Weapon, stick, fire, spawn, trap. Under hightail, please, God. There we go. Okay. Now it's named the same thing. This isn't going to work, though, because the ability entry, if we go look at this, requires, if we look in the source, we'll go to weapon, stick, fire, activate, trap, and this requires signature energy. So we're going to override this asset, create the exact same asset, and change that signature energy to 0, and then apply the changes. Why? Why? It doesn't make any sense, dude. There's gotta be a reason. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this. This is stupid. This is getting stupid. Why is this like this? Let's go look in the source of the actual staff itself. Don't care about the recipe. It's using the exact same abilities now. Take a shot every time it doesn't make sense? Yeah. I don't care about any of this. Is it because it doesn't have family magic on it? Is that the reason? Because our collapsing earth doesn't have family magic? I swear to God, if that's it, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's under family, weapon tags, so tags, type, weapon, family magic. Let's try it. Weapon. Wait, is that where that goes? Let me go make sure. Hold up. Where's our tags? Where's me tags? Nothing under tags. Okay, where actually is it on this? Stat modifiers is irrelevant. Because this isn't even using magic charges. Categories, items, weapons. I believe we already have that as a category, but I'll check anyway. Items, weapons, and items utility. Let's get rid of items utility. Keep them in parity with each other. Crystal Flame. Reference to item reticle config. Default melee. The hell is that? Reticle? Oh, now it has a melee, like the reticle on screen. That's actually cool. I didn't know we could change that. So it's a melee reticle, and it's a ranged reticle. Okay. Cool. Still doesn't work. But neat to know. I didn't know you could change the reticle config. Okay. Staff Crystal Flame. Player Animations ID. Irrelevant. Where does this live? It's not in interactions. Item appearance conditions? No. Where does that live? In the source? It's just under tags, weapon magic. Is that in... Item appearance conditions? Condition 4. It's not in there. Where does that shit live? It doesn't exist in there. So let's go to magic. Family? Buh. I got nothing, dude. It's there above icon? Is it? There it is. Why doesn't that come up when I type the word family? Alright. We'll go to tags. Weapon magic. Weapon magic. No. What is special about this goddamn staff? There has to be something special. There has to be something special here. What is it? Does it allow you to blow yourself up? Not yet. Okay, let's take a look at these. Interaction. Root interaction. Targeter. Root interaction. Entry. Root interaction. Require new click. Require new click. Is there anything different between these two? There is not. Interaction. Spawn deployable from Raycast. Interaction. Spawn deployable from Raycast. There's not a single difference between these two goddamn objects. I don't understand. Okay, here's what I'm doing. I'm overwriting this goddamn asset. We're creating a new one. And I'm going to go into this damn thing. I'm going to start ripping things out of it. We're going to cast this, and it works on that. This is the new and updated fancy bullshit version. I'm going to rename it to something ridiculous. Because this makes no sense at this point. Translation properties. Butts. We're just naming it butts. Butts. Staff. Where's the flame? Where is it? I know it's in here. It's named Butts. I'll find you. I'll find you. Your name Butts. There they are. Butts. All right. We cast this. We go over to that. It works. Wait, what? Okay, only that thing can do it. All right, now, inside of this, I'm just going to start deleting things. Let's remove the types. Can you still cast it? You can. Next. Item level. Gone. You can still cast it. All right. I'm just going to start deleting things. Just delete everything. Rarity. Default melee. Gone. Why am I on fire? Still cast it. It's going to be in here, dude. Remove the category. Remove the icon. Remove the translation properties. Still cast it. Remove player animation ID. And the sound. And the model. And the item texture. And the item animation. And this. Still doing it. Remove the light and the recipe. Still doesn't. I'm gonna break it till it works, man. Remove the durability and durability loss on hit. Remove all the other fireball interactions. Remove the primary and secondary abilities. Why is it the primary and secondary abilities on this? Why is the primary ability allowing for this? Root weapon stick fire ability 1 entry. Let me try something stupid. Primary. Let's try that. No. Okay. Okay. So the primary and secondary abilities might be the thing. We're going to go through this. That's really goddamn weird. Primary entry. Oh my god, that's why. This is so stupid. Okay. I understand now. I understand what it's doing. And it's really, really goddamn dumb. I understand. Oh no, it is. It definitely is. It's big stupid, is what it is. I hate this. We're gonna wait on the ads. Okay. So the reason that this isn't castable is because, for whatever reason, casting that isn't enough. They had to put it into each and every other interaction on the staff as a replace action. With the config for the fire trap again, and make it so that it would default to that instead of casting the other abilities when clicked. That is why this is happening. That's why it's so goddamn confusing. Because the primary and secondary attacks are replaced with the interaction of laying the trap when that variable is set. It's completely duplicated. No sane person would build it that way. That makes no sense. Yes. Yep. So if we go look at this, and we look at the default value, and we look at the interactions in here, weapon stick fire spawn trap with the variable of fire trap config is in the primary action as well as type replace. And if that fails, if it fails, then it uses the basic attack. So it checks to see if it's supposed to be laying a trap and does that. And if it fails, it does the basic attack. And it does this on every click interaction for the weapon among all interactions. We can build this now, but it's very stupid. No, it's not a serial action. Basically, here's what's happening, right? You have the staff. The staff has a primary, a secondary, and an ability. We're going to say primary, secondary, ability. When you use the ability, it sets a value. If that value is set here, then it uses the trap. If the value is not set, it uses the secondary ability. And then they did the same thing on primary. If the value is set, it uses the trap. And if the value is not set, it uses the primary ability. The reason why this is ridiculous is because they had to take the entire config for this and put it into each and every one of these to make that work. That's just excessive, is what it is. That I find that to be excessive and ridiculous. This is why it's confusing, because it just doesn't make sense. There's no reason you would want to do it that way. You should just inherit it over and be like, I am doing this action, can't perform other actions. Right? Can you ask Simon to unstupid this? Definitely. I'm going to be putting together a whole bunch of feedback on this and be like, do not do this. Please, God, don't do this. Because it's really weird. What should happen, ideally, is that your character should drop into a state. So, like, instead of doing all of this shit and duplicating all of that work across these, when you do this, and you say, I'm dropping into deployable, it should be like, this is a state. And then you should be able to check the state on this. And is the state something else? If there's no state being done, if we're in the state of rest, for instance, then we can go forward and do the secondary interaction. If we're in the state of active, meaning that we're doing something else, then we say, oh, we can't do this action. Instead, we're doing something else based on the state. Like, there's no state machine in this. There's a, I'm going to cancel this interaction and do this other thing. It's very weird. It's yeah. There's no setting for a state of rest or a state of active cast is the problem with that. Not a stake machine. No, there's no stake. You're assuming any Java mod development? Yeah, I will be. With the assets somewhat broken? Yes. So I will be doing Java mod development eventually. I don't have all my stuff set up for it right now, and that's fine. I'm trying to go through the asset editor right now and find how this works and what stuff doesn't make sense, right? And also trying to build some cool shit. Which I built some cool shit with it already. Now that I understand this, and I can replicate it, I just need to replicate it real fast, and then we'll go do that. But the idea is to create on this primary. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to make another sheet over here. We're going to make that the primary weapon. And then I'm going to go back over and fix that now. This is super weird, though. Legitimately. Like, it's such a strange-ass thing. So now we're going to go back into our weapon. We're going to get rid of the crystal staff flame shit and all this other stuff. We don't need any of this. The targeter is correct. That's fine. This is fine. Collapsing Earth is fine. And we're going to make that go over its targeter. So when we have this go for its primary interaction, under interactions here, reference to root interaction for that entry, we need to now do a different ability over it. And this is going to be cost deployable preview 1. So basically what we've done is deployable preview is a stat that we've applied to the character as a variable, as a value. The reason why this was working, but not in the way that we thought, where I would cast it on my spellbook and then move over to the staff, then use it, is because it's applying a value of deployable preview 1 to my character. And then I switched to the staff, and then the staff consumed it from my character. Does that make sense now? It's like I added a currency to myself with the book, and then used the currency with the staff. Which is really, really weird, right? Yeah. Not cool. So, with that in mind, what we'll do is we'll add the currency, like we already are, and we're going to do primary root interaction. We're going to change this over to Earth, and we'll go to Hightail. We'll change it over to Blockgame. Collapsing Earth Targeter, which will add our currency to our character. And then we'll do Fire Trap Config. And this is fine. We'll leave this the way that it is. Actually, we'll do this to our own. We're going to say Spell Collapsing. Can I not type, apparently? Whatever. We'll go into there. We'll do it as instant. Collapsing Earth instant. So now the targeter is going to go on this. Now under the primary, under the targeter, we have this. The targeter is a root interaction right now. And that's going to go to Spell Collapse Interactive. And we're going to say stats condition, not on this root interaction, but on this interaction. Let me see the root interaction real fast. We'll go to source. Require new click is true. I think we actually need to do a wrapper around this in order for this to work now. I think it needs to be a wrapper around it. Let me make sure. Let me think. Spell Collapsing Earth activate for the interaction. This activates it. That's the stats condition, and it gives us the deployable preview. So this needs to be if we don't have the resource, we cast this. So if we go back into Collapsing Earth, we need to do a wrapper for this. And the way that we'll wrap that up is we'll go and remove this as primary. We'll instead add a new primary ability. We'll see Create Embedded. And we'll say that the parent, I believe in this case, is going to be a stats condition. No? Are you not able to do that? Bro, what? Ah, interactions, that's why. And do a create embedded there. And we'll say stats condition. And we'll check for the stats condition, in this case, of deployable preview. And we'll do effects. Where is the stat? That will be under costs. Costs, deployable preview, Hightail, deployable preview, and the cost will be 1. So if that is there, then we'll say next, and next is going to be create embedded, type replace. We will replace the interaction with... This is gonna get so dumb, dude. We'll replace the interaction with the variable of fire trap config typed in, which is great. And then the default OK is true. And the default value... Can we not set default value? I have to do that in source. There's no way to do that in the editor. Okay, we'll do that in source. We'll grab that one there. Cool. Just apply it. Whatever, man. Yep, default value just... Oh, no, it's right there. Okay, we're good. Interactions, 0. Weapon stick fire strap... Or fire spawn trap. We're going to change this to Earth. And we'll go to Blockgame. And we'll say instant, because that's the actual spell itself. All right, now it makes sense. I was confused for a moment. That's fine. It was showing below, but it's actually above in this. I don't want to talk about it. And then fail. If we fail, then on failed, we're going to do reference existing, Earth, Spell collapsing earth interaction. No. It's supposed to be the targeter. Why is that not displaying the targeter? Let me check something. What does this do? It's supposed to be the targeter, which is root interaction, and it's not showing that one. Reference to interaction. Shouldn't that be referencing a root interaction? Is it not able to happen? Earth. We can't do it as a root interaction. That's annoying. That's annoying. Is your stream UI broken? No, I just have it turned off. Yeah. I have it turned off right now because I was showing the UI below in the game. This is probably not going to work. But I'm going to try it anyway. Oh, it's almost working. It's almost working. I understand. All right, we have the currency on us. I get it. I get what's happening. Collapsing Earth targeter needs to be changed. I have to change that to a different thing. Or in Blockgame, does a communal farm still replant automatically? I don't remember if it does. It might. Okay. So let's go back through this. I think I understand what we're doing now. First, we're doing an interaction. We check a stats condition. We check to see if Spell Collapsing Earth Activate is there for referenced interaction. Activate is going to go off. It'll do a stats condition here. Checks to see if health is 0. If its health is 0, it sets deployable preview to 1. We could probably change this back. We could just change that, right? And that'll be fine. Actually, better idea. Let's do something even weirder. No, that's a cost. That's not going to work. Yeah, all right. So if the stats condition fails, then we set it to 1. If it succeeds, we replace the interaction with an interaction called Spell Collapsing Earth Instant, which is Spell Collapsing Earth Instant. That is our actual fire traps as an AoE. We're not putting a base miscast chance in. I think miscast sucks. I think misses, I think miscasts, all that stuff just feels like shit, to be honest with you. I have never been a fan of that. Here's the configuration. Go back into this. Fire trap config. Default okay. The only thing that is different now is that root interaction. That is the only thing. This is all the same. That's it. So, under our next, this works. We replace that with a default value of fire trap config. If it's failing, it goes to activate. I'm going to remove the fail. Weapon, collapsing earth 1, interaction vars, fire trap config, interaction 0. So that's under weapon, collapsing earth 1, interactions. So first interaction. It's under interaction vars. Fire trap config. Interaction 0 is failing. Spell collapsing earth instant. Why is that failing? That's the config. Why is that failing? What? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. That doesn't actually make any sense at all. I'm going to remove that. Because it's breaking for some reason. Oh my god, it cached. Okay. Oh. Idea. I may have fixed this. It works! I don't know why it was failing in that. Okay, I have a better way of doing this now. Okay. Basically what we're doing is this. We're setting a resource on the character. The resource on the character is then set, which activates the reticle. And then after we activate the reticle, we can cast the ability, and there's an innate cooldown that we can set on it. So the first click activates the reticle. The second click consumes the resource that activated the reticle and casts the ability. Which is kind of sick, to be honest with you. Now, the visualization of said reticle is too short, so I need to fix this. Whoop. Also, it's a little bit weird on the placement. And then if I click it again, it fails. So it is working. I got it working. And I understand how this functions now. That took a bit. The reason why this took a bit is because I genuinely would not have built it this way. This is very weird. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this, we're going to refine it down into something that makes more sense, right? That's what we're going to do. All right, so we'll go from there. Peanut butter and avocado? Are you all right, dude? I get the banter, but like, the last time you were here was in January of last year saying the same thing. Like, you gotta like move on for you, man. Legitimately. Like, that's kind of sad. Like, the last time you were here was January, let me see, I'm gonna go look. You were here January 14th, 2025, saying the exact same thing, dude. Like, come on, man. That's getting weird. How are you? Good. And I just figured out how this works. Just thought about you? That's fair. That's fair. But it's just like, it's been a year and 3 days. Here, I'll give you something you can do, man. Instead of that shit, go to the game jam. It's up right now. You can go make stuff. Go interact with some other people and try to make something. And it doesn't matter if it's good or not. It can be shitty. Like, who cares, right? You just go learn a thing, and it's free. Invest in yourself. Do something cool, man. There you go. It's HIO/jam/pirate. Have fun. You only got limited time on this earth, dude. Use it to do something cool. All right. So, the way that this works now that we know, is that we create a resource on the book. Actually, no, it creates it on the character. So we create a temporary resource on the character saying we're going to cast this ability. So I can make that into a unique resource now, is basically how this is going to go. We have an activate, we have a targeter, and we have the actual spell itself. I think this is going to work really well. Yeah. I think this is going to work really, really well. Happy partner anniversary. Thank you all very much. There. What are you doing? I just figured out how to do this. So now, I'm going to make it into a unique spell with a very long distance range and do rocks that explode out of the ground. Because now I can do a deployable in a location, which is not something I could do before. But they had an example of this in there, and I had to dissect it completely because it was extremely complicated and weird. But now we've got it. Now it works. Now I can actually do the thing, right? Which is cool. It's actually really sick. Love the swirly effect of the fire. Just made... Oh, yeah, no, we can modify that. Like, if you look at this for the frostbolt that I made, like, all those little particle effects, they're really easy to make, and it's quite fun to do. So, like, I've got other spells that have worked out really well. Or, like, stuff like this. You know? But, like, this is new and weird. I've never done a deployable, and there's no documentation still, so... It also looks like it breaks on, like... grass, which is sort of weird, so we'll have to work on maybe the targeting reticle for that and make sure that it doesn't do that, because that's stupid. That shouldn't be that way. It should work even on, like, weird terrain, is basically what I'm saying. Because that's, a dandelion should not block this. Yeah. The effects look laggy? I don't know what you mean by laggy. No? What do you... Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know what you mean by laggy for that. We need a weapon that shoots bees? I can make a bee gun, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Like they are moving at a constant speed? No, they're definitely moving at a constant speed. Oh, do you mean for the ring that's circling? That one I can see what you're talking about. Yeah. Like if we put that out, that little fireball thing around the edge that's kind of like stuttering as it goes, yeah, that one is definitely looking weird. The rest of it looks perfect. Like, look at the fires in the middle. Those are fine. But that, whatever that thing's doing is going like, whir, 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 which is a little bit weird, right? I love heart mine filled with bees called Bee Mine. Nice. Dr. Bees. All right. Okay, so now we know how this works. It's great. And now we can compress it into something that's less shit. As an example of this, let's go back into here. This is a root interaction. This one over here, which is stupid. And I hate root interactions. I think they suck. So, I don't think I want that to be a thing. I always try to stay away from root interactions the whole time. Document it, write it down, write it down. I am creating documentation through the form of items, and then I will be writing it down later. Let's go grab this. Editor. Let's go see if I ever even use the targeter. Do I use the targeter? I don't think I do. I think targeter isn't even used now, yeah? No, it's not. Because this doesn't call the targeter. That calls itself. Okay. You watch my YouTube stuff too? Nice, dude. Thanks. I'm glad, man. All the videos that are coming out right now on YouTube are all in December videos. So all that stuff is from December, but we actually reviewed 85 games and interviewed the devs and did a bunch of cool shit. I'm going to do it again in June. Should be a lot of fun. What is this? Take notes, but no point fully fleshing out documentation. A lot of this shit's going to change. It's going to change a ton of stuff before 1.0. Yeah. Yep. You bought Heartbound? Nice, dude. Rock on. I hope you like it. I put out monthly updates. The next one will be out before the end of this month. Sometime. Next 12 days. Breaking apart the puzzle and reassembling it without a manual. Yes! That's exactly it. You'll understand almost nothing he's doing except he's modifying the game. Sure. Okay, so I'll explain this. Let's do it on the old blackboard, right? Basically what I'm doing, right, is I'm saying, hey, I want to cast a circle on the ground. But you can't just cast a circle on the ground, because how does the game know that you're allowed to cast the circle? So what you do is you set a value to 1, and when that value is 1, it goes like this. It goes, hey, what is the value? If the value is 0, or the value is 1, right? We'll get rid of that, and we'll say, what's the value right now? If it's 1, we can cast a circle. If it's not... if it's not 1, if it's 0, then set it to 1. So the first click checks to see what the value is, and sets it to 1. If it is 1, we can see a circle. So let's go and look at this. When we're in game, can't see a circle, click, show the circle. If there is a circle, because that value is set to 1 and we're displaying this visual, then the next click creates the effect. That's it. So it's creating a value of 1 and then consuming the value and saying when the value is 1, consume it and make the thing on the ground. Simple. A little bit weird. Kind of a weird way to do it. Normally you would have this handled by a different kind of a wrapper in like any other engine, but this is how they do it in this. And now we know how it works. Can you cancel the spell after the first click? I could make it so that if I right-clicked, it would cancel. We don't have that ability in right now, so I'm probably going to add that. And if I mouse over an area that it can't cast on, like this red area, and I click there, it will fail and fizzle out. So what I'll do is I'll left-click, and I'll make it so right-click gets rid of that. Let's do that right now. And we can do this now in a very easy-to-do way. So we're going to go into interactions on this actual thing. You can see 0, this is stats condition, right? That's under primary. So we're going to make a secondary interaction. And under secondary, we will now do a... No, don't do that. What the hell? We're going to say create embedded. We'll go into this, and we'll do an interaction. Set that there. Make that into a stats condition. Stats condition. And then under stats condition, under this, like this, we've got next, type replace, effects, default value, interactions there, spell collapsing earth instant. So that's that one there. We've got the variable fire trap config. That replaces. So where is the stats condition effect that it is doing? Let me grab this. Costs. There we go. Deployable preview. So what we'll do is we'll say on the right click, the cost is deployable preview. So we'll take that key, deployable preview, and we're going to go down to this one. We're going to say costs, add this, deployable preview, and we'll go into hightail, deployable preview, and we'll set the cost to that to be 1. And when we right-click this on that interaction, we'll say next, create embedded, stats. Why? Why are you like this? Type stats. It's got to be like stat modify. No. Stats condition with modifier. Maybe change stat. Stat. Change stat. There we go. And the stat that we're going to change on the user, stat modifiers, is going to be deployable, hightail, deployable preview, and we'll set the modifier to absolute value of 0. So now, it didn't work. Okay. Weapon collapsing earth 1, interaction, secondary interaction 0. Let's go find out why that broke. Secondary interaction 0, stat condition, cost is deployable preview 1, cost is deployable preview 1. If that is the case, then next. If failed, it does nothing. So if next, then we change the stat of deployable preview back down to 0. Ah, set instead of add. Why is that still mad? Interaction, secondary interaction 0? Is there a reason you're angry? Secondary interaction 0, stats condition. What is the issue? Missing interaction. That's not a missing interaction, bud. What? That doesn't make any sense. That's really weird. Okay, we're gonna wait on the ads. Next. Change that. Yeah, type change stat. Cancel on item change? No. Yeah, cancel on item change. That's fine. Oh, we don't need to do that because it's an instant. Deployable preview, the cost is 1. Tags. Does it need a settings? That would be a little bit weird, I think. Huh. Ah. Waiting on the ads. All right, ads are gone. So this is kind of weird. My anticipation was that on a secondary ability, the interaction is type stats conditions. So we're checking to see if a stat exists and what that stat is set to. The cost would be deployable preview 1, meaning we're taking deployable preview 1 and we're adding to this, right? And then after that, we go to next, where we would change the stat. So if this is true, if deployable preview is 1, we have that stat, we change that stat back to 0, and then we set it. I'm wondering if that's not setting in the source correctly. It is setting it correctly. So stat modifier deployable preview 1. Maybe we do -1 and say value type absolute and then add -1 to it on the user. Let me see if that does it on the user as well up here. So if we add that value inside of activate, value type cost health. We don't have to care about this, actually. We can remove the cost. I think it's stats condition. We just do stats modify. Type change stat, absolute set. We set deployable preview to 1. So I guess setting it is completely correct. We don't really want to do -1. That's a little bit weird, right? Yeah, we'll set that back to 0 and say set this to 0. That should be working, but it says that that doesn't exist. I'm going to restart the server because that may be the problem. We've seen that in the past with a couple of things, so we'll restart the server and see if that's what's wrong. Why are we even checking the stat first? If it's secondary, it's always cancel. Can't we just set the stat? We could. You're right. We could not check the stat. That's probably cleaner. I'm going to wait on it. By the way, I'm going to change the name of these stats. I'm going to change the name of these spells. We're going to be re-implementing all of this to be a lot cleaner. This is the scuffed version of this weapon, basically. But I want it to be an AoE, like, Earth Elemental spell, effectively. Should there be ground damage? There will be, yeah. Maybe JSON code reveals that the 0 is actually there, and not just placeholder value in the editor. That's exactly why I went to go to the JSON. The 0 is actually there. And it's not just a placeholder value in the editor. That's what I was worried about at first, because it was like, is this just not doing anything? And it actually is doing things. Thoughts on Custodes Warhammer 40k? Most random comment ever? I like Warhammer 40k a lot, dude. But, like, I don't know a whole lot of the lore. Kronos is the lore master that's been teaching me things about that. I don't know much about the Custodes, personally. I know some things about some of the chapters, and I know a lot about Tzeentch. Definitely just to fight Tzeentch on the battlefield. Not for any other reason. Don't worry about it. The Banana Boys look cool? Who's the Banana Boys? Who are the Banana Boys? What is a Banana Boy? Love your Warhammer opinion? I just like Warhammer a lot. I think it's cool. I think the reason why I like Warhammer 40k so much, man, like, I didn't really get into it until the games, and it was because I was poor, and I couldn't afford the minis, right? So with that in mind, I was like, all right, man, I'm just going to play these video games, because the video games were actually accessible, like, monetary-wise, and I was like, let me, and I think the first one I played was probably Vermintide. The first one was Vermintide. I was like, Vermintide's cool as shit. Like, I really enjoyed it. And then there's Vermintide 2, and I really enjoyed that. And then there's Darktide. I really enjoyed that. And then Space Marine 2, and I really enjoyed that. And Rogue Trader, I really enjoyed that. So, like, every time that there's a Warhammer game, I'm like, yeah. And all I want is a Warhammer MMO. That's all I want. The Banana Boys are the Custodes because they look like bananas. Do they actually? I'll tell you one thing, and maybe this will ruin them for you. But if we go pull these guys up, I'm going to show you something. Let me grab one where it actually shows their icon on them. One moment. As an outsider to Warhammer 40K that has gained a love of it through the video games, I think the Ultramarines are the lamest. And the reason why I think that is because that looks like a toilet seat. And they're blue, like the blue puck you put in a toilet. And Marine, in this case, rhymes with latrine. They're ultra latrines with a toilet seat symbol, and they're blue like the water. And that's it. And that's it. And I'm definitely not sponsored by Zinch in any way. That's definitely not the case. Don't worry about it. No, dude. You could say it's Omega. I'm telling you that's a toilet seat, and that's Coke. Oh, it works. Okay, so there was no issue. There was absolutely no issue. Look, left click, we see it. Left click, we see it. Right click, it cancels. It was literally just we had to restart the server. My implementation was correct. That's why I was like, this doesn't really make any sense, right? Okay. This is one of the problems that I keep seeing too, is like, if we go back in interactions now in secondary, nothing has changed with this. Stats condition, we check the stat, right? The cost is this. Then we do next and we change the stat. That's it. And that's it. Are you guys going to add magics? We already have it. Yeah. So, if we look at this. Big fireball. Little fireball. Frostbolt. And now this, which is kind of weird. But I'm working on it. And we can left click and then right click to cancel it. Yeah, the gold turning off and on again solution. There are some problems with the asset editor where they are not uptaking to the server correctly. And because of that, you do have to restart the server once in a while. Yeah. What is this? You ask about custodians, you get a 1-minute answer. Big dub. Oh no, dude, I love just talking about shit. Like one of the things that you'll find really quickly here is I just talk to the community the whole time. You can derail the shit out of me, dude. No dual. Now do dual wield. All right, bet. This is the stupidest thing on the planet, though. You ready for this? It's gonna be so dumb. Where is it? There's a way to do this. I think it's under weapon. Render dual wielded. My man. Where is it? Where's the book? Wait, which book was that? Why is that not working? Hold up. Hold up. Dual wielded books. It's in both hands now. Yeah, you could just do that. It's really silly, actually. You can do that with any weapon. You can just dual wield them. Yeah, it's very funny. The librarian. All you have to do is check that box, too, which is kind of nice. The original Custodians wore no armor and walked around with gloriously oiled up abs. Are you... Dude, Warhammer is a trip. That is wild, man. That is absolutely wild. Dual wield quivers? I mean, technically you can. Yeah. You can dual wield shields? Visually, yeah. Yeah. That's not a joke, by the way. God, it's so weird. Okay, hold up. I have to ask something. If psychers are evil and corrupted and close to the warp, then why do we feed 10,000 of them a day to the Emperor? Why do we do that? Because he's special? Okay. It's not heresy. It's not heresy. That question is heresy. It's not heresy. Okay, it's a little bit of heresy. Look, I was asking as if I was a follower of Zinch, which I'm not. That was a test, and you passed. Good job. For the Emperor. Questions are heresy? Then why are you asking them? What's up, old Nintendo dude? We're talking about Warhammer 40k while I implement weird spells in the video game. A teeny weeny bit of heresy. Just a tad of heresy. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of heresy. As a treat for you. So you can kill it, right? I'm just giving you content for the day, right? Your content for the day is to find and destroy the heresy. Zinch is winning in the current timeline. Dude, Zinch is 100% winning right now. Like, being the chaos god of, like, knowledge and information, dude, like, the internet is a mess. Zinch is reigning supreme, my dude. It's not a treat. It's kind of a treat. Wait. Arthur. If heresy existing for you to destroy is not a treat, then how do you define duty? If no heresy existed, you would have no duty. If you have no duty, then what are you? Clearly, heresy must exist for you to serve the Emperor. Without heresy, how would you serve him? Now what? Definitely not a follower of Zinch. Definitely not. It's not a thing. No, that would be that'd be heretical. Yeah, how could you honor the Emperor if you can't destroy heretics? If there are no heretics to destroy, there can be no honor to the Emperor. You can serve the Master of Mankind without heresy being involved? That sounds like heresy. That guy right there? That one right there? Heretic. Yeah. After the heresy is gone, the Emperor and his children will remain. How do you know? How would you know this? That sounds like heresy. If you have knowledge of things, where did you get that knowledge? That's heresy. Stop or don't stop. Yeah. There's still the Xenos. I really like the idea. There's a storyline beat that I've heard about, and I'd like to know more about this. Of the what are they called? The ones made out of meat. They look like Zerg. You know what I'm talking about? The hell are they called? Tyranids. That's the one. I always forget the name. The Tyranids are running from something, from another galaxy. Like they're running from a thing, which is like. For me, my headcanon to this is two things, right? This is my headcanon for this. Either in another galaxy, there was a race of beings that, like, created them, and then they destroyed everything here, and they've just been expanding outwards from that. They're not actually running, they're looking for resources, and they're running out of resources. Or there's something horrifying over here, and they fear it, and they're running away. Either of those seems cool to me. Right? They could just be like a shockwave. Like the Tyranids are actually a shockwave that leave nothing in their wake, you know? They're running from the flood. 40k is now Halo. Okay, fair. I agree with that. That could be real. Sounds accurate to the Tyranids. All of it is, maybe it could be both. Maybe it could be. What is that paint? It's a visual representation of the conversation we're having. Some people learn visually much better. Tyranids are running from a race of Orcan men. Of Orcan men? Just spray them down, dude. It's good. Yeah, Tyranids are locusts or have a great fear. Exactly. Exactly, dude. I don't know if they're a locust or if they have, like, a deep ingrained... Like, are they... Is the Tyranid hive mind like the brain bug? Or are they just, like, a mindless swarm of locusts? They can be both. Does that mean that eventually someone, like some psyker, gets to take their hand and put it on the Tyranid brain bug and say it's afraid? Like, does that get to happen finally? If there is a brain bug, do we know what it is? Is that a thing? Because technically, if you cut off their connection to the brain bug, right, there are, like, local leaders. Like, with Tyranids, the interesting part is if you kill the big one, the other ones, like, disable, right? They just go feral or implode or whatever the hell happens there. If they're weak-minded, they just die because they're like puppets. It was a great movie? Yeah, it was. That already happened, but it wasn't afraid? What? So there is a brain bug. Are there many brain bugs? Or is there one brain bug? Brain bugs are called Norn Queens. Is there something above the Norn Queen? Is there a higher calling than this? What do you mean the hive mind hates that one librarian? What does that mean? Many, each fleet has it. Okay, Is there a master one? Is there like the Overmind? Right, yeah, is there like a Zerg Overmind? Yeah, but we haven't seen it yet. I've heard that they retconned something about the Emperor, of him like waking up. Was that true, or was that just hearsay? That's just hearsay? Alright. They retcon everything? I've heard that, yeah. People get like really butt-mad about retconning in Warhammer 40k. Which kind of makes me laugh. I'm just gonna be honest. The retconning for stuff like that is like always gonna happen in any fan base. And then it, like anytime you retcon something, it creates a rift. And then there's like the purists that are like, how dare you? How dare you turn his color from blue to off blue? And then there's the other side that's just like, whatever, man. Space Marines. You know, that's basically what happens anytime you do a retcon, and I've watched it over and over again with Warhammer, which is quite funny. In Warhammer, everything is canon. Nothing is... Yeah, the way that I feel about it is the universe is infinite, so, like, what could be true over here could not be true over there, so, like, every time they do a retcon, maybe it's just the telephone game of different people throughout the universe getting information wrong. And then it resolves in my brain as who gives a shit, right? The main point is Gilliman is now the new emperor and now understands why his father was terrible at it. What? Yeah, a whole universe of unreliable narrators, exactly. Here, I'll give you a good example of this, actually. Do you want to know my favorite unreliable narrator story? There is one that is very famous that a lot of people don't realize is an unreliable narrator story, and it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Every time that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is told, it is told completely differently. There are many details that are changed across all of it. In the radio series, in the TV show, in the movie, in the book, all of this is different. And the reason why is because the starship Heart of Gold changes reality. Which is why you can have a whale turned into petunias, right? So on and so forth. And by doing so, it changes the entirety of the story. Little details all over the place. It's a meta-narrative. Yeah, the continuity drive, the Starship Heart of Gold. It's a meta-narrative on the series, and I love that because it makes every medium about said story an unreliable narrator. So if you have a universe like Warhammer 40k and everyone's dying all the time, unreliable narration throughout it would actually be kind of cool. And it does make sense, because you have local stories that then telephone game out across the galaxy and are now turned into legends that never happened. There's a time-traveling chapter. All of it is weird. And those changes for each version were vetted by the original author. That is correct. Even the movie. Even though he died in the middle of the filming, which was sad. I believe his brother carried the torch from there, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. So, the creator had that as an intentional meta-narrative, which a lot of people didn't realize. And they hated the movie. They're like, the movie's not like the book. And I was like, good! Just leave the Necrons to sleep, or they will murder. There are only two options. I think, when I think about Warhammer 40k, and I think that there's no good guys in Warhammer 40k, I think the Necrons might be the closest to the good guys that I know about. And I think the reason why is, and correct me if I'm wrong here on this, as far as I understand their story, they formed a pact, they had like a deal, and then the guys that they formed the deal with stole and ate their souls. They got double-crossed. And now they are robots with technically no soul. Was that the case? The Catan, yeah. It was like they got screwed over by the Catan, so they're actually just victims of that bad deal. Yes, that basically. Okay. Yeah, they got taken for one. Exactly. They stole their bodies. Oh, was it the body? Was that what it was? Was it the body or was it the soul that the Catan ate? Both? So, if you take both the body and soul of a being, how can it still... being? Yeah, they had an incurable disease, and then they had to do something, and they formed a pact, and then they got double-crossed, basically. It was their son. That's what it was. Okay, their son was giving them cancer, and they swapped their bodies for metal. But in doing so, their minds got imprinted with metal bodies, but their souls and bodies were eaten by the Catan as a result of this. And now they can't get them back. So they're basically just perpetual victims. Like, if their bodies were completely... they couldn't live, so they formed a deal. They got double-crossed in the deal, and now they're in this horrific, infinite existence, and they just want to be left alone, which is why they only cause problems when you wake them up. Leave them alone. Let them be silent in peace. That is actually the closest to, like, an actual victim that is not a bad guy that I have seen. Right? In Warhammer 40k. They want to conquer everything? Do they actually want to conquer everything, or do they just want to be left alone? Some of them still have their mind, though. Can you ask your opinion about your... Can I ask you a opinion about game dev career? Yeah, dude, ask whatever you like. They serve the greater good of the Tau. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. The Tau feels like a cult, bud. Like, I've read a lot of stuff about the Tau. I think they mind wash people. Like, straight up. Like, I'm pretty sure that they're a mind control cult, man. Yeah. There's some bullshit happening there. No one is that happy and that content and cool in Warhammer 40k. Those guys are... No. They have a Chaos God? Yep. Tau is a brutally rigid caste system. I think the Tau is a brutally rigid cult of mind-controlled followers. I think that's what that is. There is no cult? Sounds like a Tau. Yeah, no, that's pretty victim-y. Well, I mean, like... Do you ever watch Rick and Morty? And you know, like, that collective, that hive mind that, like, Rick was dating for a while? And then she just, like, takes over people's minds and then, like, talks to Rick through those people? Unity? Yeah. I feel like Tau is Unity. I feel like Tau is Unity, man. Like, straight up. That's what it feels like to me. And I'm like, It's like a soft form of Unity. And I'm like, that's not... I don't want to deal with that. That freaks me out. He was dating the planet itself. He's dating all the things living on it. We're sorry if we upset you, Carol. Yeah, exactly. It's not a cult. It's just a hive mind. It's fine. Orc boys are the best boys. Okay, I like orcs. I like orcs for a couple of reasons. I have grand designs within my head of collecting mini orcs together inside of a general area and then making those orcs believe that their god is talking to them and then forming a wish machine, a localized wish machine. The thing that I want to know is how effective is an orc's mental process, and is it based on the mass of the orc? Can I create a small compartment of orc cells and convince them through different stimulus that something is happening, put that into a weapon, and have an infinite power generator, or make the weapon faster, or whatever? How small of an orc do you need to do localized distortion? And is it per orc, or is it massive orc? How much orc do you need? That's the question there. You have to paint the weapon red? Yes, you would. Or you just have to get them to believe that it's red. Right? The inside of the box can change colors based on LEDs. Right? It'd be like, it is red now. The amount of orcs, yeah. Ersu, what are you talking about, dude? I'm reminded of the orcs that got taken out by finger guns. Yes. Yes, the finger guns orc incident. There's such a thing as a prime orc. Do they taste better than a normal orc? Yeah, I want an orc terrarium. I need to understand more about orcs. You might also blow up the galaxy. You know, that's a risk I'm willing to take. The finger guns incident? Yeah, the orcs believed that the Space Marines still had arms, or maybe it was guardsmen, and they were out of weapons, so they said bang, 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 and the orcs died from it because they believed that it was happening. There's a story of this. It's very funny. Orcs, man. Canon, by the way, yes. It's because you're a mushroom man? Look, orcs are mushrooms. Mushrooms are cool. Look up quirks. What the hell is a quirk, dude? Quirks. What is a quirk and how do they become orcs? Quirks are the colossal, super intelligent ancestors of modern orcs in Warhammer 40k. Created by the ancient Old Ones as powerful bioweapons to fight the Necrons during the War in Heaven. Standing over 12 meters tall, possessing advanced tech, immense strength, and potent energy. Far surpassing current orcs, and even Primarchs in power, before devolving into smaller, less formidable descendants. Does that mean orcs are devolving? Wait. Could we just outlast the orcs, then? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, they're devolving. It's like a copy of a copy of a copy. It's like a shitty copy machine. Like if you photocopy a picture of your butt, and then you photocopy a picture of that over and over again, eventually it's not going to look like a butt anymore, and that's what's happening to the orcs. That's wild. The Curse of Flesh, yeah. They kind of reach their natural low by now? I don't think that's true. Squigs exist, which means they can go lower. Like, imagine if it were no more orcs and it just became squigs, right? Right? What happens if orcs have conflicting beliefs? Paradox? You crump them. Conflicting beliefs? Crump. That I learned. And then when you lose teeth, you use them as currency because they grow back anyway. It's fine. Yeah. Orcs are JPEG memes from the 2000s. Just copy-paste them. Wait. Does that mean that the current generation orc is just a deep-fried version of a Krork? That's all that is. Orcs are just deep-fried, dude. Okay. I've learned a lot about Warhammer 40k today. That's fine. The War in Heaven happened nearly 60 million years ago, so it'll take a long time. So if we wait another 60 million years, orcs will basically select themselves out of the gene pool. They're done. They're just going to turn into puddles of ooze. Orcs are a mushroom, yes. Highest Hail Software. What's up, dude? Go back to being mushrooms? I'm fine with that. They become Mortobello. Incredible. They're getting smarter, though? No, that's not very orky. You can't say that. I've heard that you can't gene steal orcs, because if you do, they just beat up the gene stealers, because the gene stealers are seen as nerds. Which I thought was funny. Yeah. Who yelled squirrel and distracted Pirate Software? You guys did. You yelled Warhammer 40k and distracted me. But I've got a spell working now, so I'm cool with that. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay, so we're going to change some stuff. Stat modifiers is cool. Speaking of 40k, where's Kronos? I don't know, man. Around, doing a thing. You invited the distraction? I always do. That's the whole point. You ever play Overwatch? Dude, I haven't played Overwatch in years. I didn't like when they changed it to Overwatch 2. I thought it felt like shit. And I was like, well, not playing this anymore. I just haven't touched it since. He needed a distraction for a bit? Yeah. Any chance of new commissions for Brine Barrel and Ashes? I can sign on and do that. I've been doing them every day, so. Did you guys already beat those ones? There's a limited number of them that I can do, and it randomizes which ones I'm allowed to do, which is really annoying. Sam never touched that game again? Yeah, just, they shit the bed on it. Do you know that a VTuber voices Deadpool in Marvel Rivals? I didn't know that. That's cool. There's an orc weapon that fires a goblin through the warp, corrupts it, then teleports it X amount of feet, or blows up the orc. What? Thank you. It's down to 1 now, so Brine Barrel is very dead right now. That's fine. I'll fix it. That means you guys destroyed it. I will tell you one thing. Brine Barrel is making more gold than God. We have unlimited gold in Brine Barrel now because all of the bots have decided to use our location for the transport of crates because it's the farthest location on the map. So we get a lot of gold every day from all of the bots teleporting over because they're not using Easy Anti-Cheat correctly. And then just moving everything. So, thanks bots, I think. Yeah. Give me a second, I'll add your guys' stuff up. I'll go throw this on the other monitor. Huzzah. Yeah. So we're directly profiting off of bots, which is shit. And there's nothing I can do about it. At least profit? Yeah, I guess. It's just kind of lame, dude. Hope they don't randomly ban us for that? Dude, I can't wait. We can't take the gold out, so it's whatever. Brine Barrel progress has been reset? No. When did... Blade, I want you to go back through the last, 2 minutes of conversation and tell me where you got that idea. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Any prerequisite for joining? Joining what? Check the buildings? They look worn out? What do you mean they look worn out? What does that even mean? No? Everything's set up. No? We have resources. Everything's cool. Yeah, you guys completed all the commissions. I'll go make more. I can't. I've got really shitty ones. Let me show you the shitty options that I got. Kill living geodes, you know, those exploding horrible things. Ravens that don't exist in our zone. Sladeborn birdmen, which I don't believe are in the game. The Jash that are level 29 elites. Sea giants that are level 30 elites. Sea-spirited pirates we could do. That's fine. The undead is doable, I guess. And then these ones all cost 50 gold each, which, you know what, screw it. Because it doesn't matter, we have unlimited gold now. Because of the bots. Yeah. But no, there's no damage to the buildings. They're all fine. Everything's cool. And if we go to Treasury and we look at maintenance costs, we have all the resources, even though they reset one of our resources to 0 the other day randomly. Yeah, we're cool. We're cool on resources. I've got everything managed. And let's see if this is a thing. Nope. Still no amount. And if we go into here... Buy orders are still set up. Cool. I guess we'll go and do something weird like that. Buy some bricks, I guess. Have fun. Boop. Chat and global, whatever. I just closed it. Done. Deleted. Any buy orders we should focus on to maintain building? Not right now. I mean, I guess books and wine. Those are the only two big ones. Yeah. Are you making your island the main city? No, we can't. It can't turn into a town. Who's RMTing in the alpha that will reset? A lot of people. A lot of people are RMTing, dude. It's an insane amount, actually. Those bots are there constantly. It is awful. Any advice for Ashes for a solo player that is shy to speak with anyone? Just go be solo. There's a lot of people that play that game solo. Focus on professions such as gathering and trade things in the auction house. Well, I guess marketplace, whatever the hell it's called. What is RMTing? Real money transaction. So this is generally banned inside of games because of a number of different things. But RMT means real money trade or transaction. You can do it either way. It's interchangeable. So either of those. Basically, you take an in-game item and you give it to another person for a PayPal or some other shit. That's it. That's all it is. So when you get people that do this, you get banned because it's against TOS. Can't have it happen. You don't want that happening because it leads to crime and other weird bullshit. And it directly monetarily incentivizes things like duping and gold duping and all kinds of shit. And theft of accounts and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. All right.
Aurelius Dio said good morning Mr. 7. Just wanted to say thanks for reinforcing the idea of learning to cooking all of your meals instead of DoorDash because I was down bad paying $30 at Chipotle for their quesadillas every other week just for 2 of them.
Jesus.
Now that I know recipe from scratch, I can make a week's worth of the same chicken they use for that same price, including all the seasonings.
Boss.
It's been a great step for my wallet, but this newfound freedom has been terrible to my bowels. So out of gratitude, every time I'm hugging the toilet, I won't forget what you've done for me. I will never forget.
Fine. Great. You know, honestly, that's a win. I'll take it. I'll take that win. That's fine with me. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. I'm glad that you're cooking. I'm glad. Now you have to learn how to cook in moderation, I guess. What'd you do to this man? I taught a man to fish, all right? It was a mistake. Ugh. RMT seems strange when everything is going to get wiped. Yes, but people take social sandboxes way too seriously. As an example of this, our Blockgame server in Minecraft, we actually banned a player for doing RMT. We banned 2 players for doing an RMT transaction, and the reason that we knew about it is they coordinated it over whispers in-game. He was buying items from another player for real money. Yeah. Yep. That's so funny. Yep. I reported that bug, but Ray Cleric gifted me the shiniest of cloaks. Wait, what? What bug? What bug did you report? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there a lot of bots in Ashes? Dude, there's a shitload. It's such a big problem. Like, one of the ones that we were seeing is, dude, they have easy anti-cheat, too. Like, they have EAC, so they should be able to log this one. But basically, they get onto a mule. They load the mule with 2 crates. They load their character with 1 crate. And then they do this into the sky and then teleport away through the sky and then land in the next location and then turn the crates in for money, for in-game gold. And it's just like, easy anti-cheat will actually do a detection saying that the player is not moving correctly, that they're teleporting this. Because all they're doing is injecting their X, Y, and Z location directly from the client into the server, and the server's like, yeah, sure, whatever, man, cool. Which means they have no constraints on this, or no detection on this. Because the idea that they have to wait for a player to report each individual bot that is doing this is crazy, dude. Like, easy anti-cheat is set up to detect that. Why are they waiting for reports on this? This should be more automated. And it's been that way this whole phase. Is EAC even running then? This comes back to the same problem, where I don't think that their logging behavior is working correctly. A good example of this is last phase. We talked about this earlier in the stream. But last phase, we had the first relic in the world drop. Our guild did. And the relic, the way that it works is it does a call out to the entire server saying, hey, everybody, this thing dropped over here. Go over there and get it, right? And we had to get a caravan out there. We had to fight in PvP. We had to protect it, and the caravan got to the world server border. And when we got to the server worker border, it crashed. The caravan didn't work anymore, and it got deleted. So we told the devs about this, and they said, we don't have any logs of that. That didn't happen. And I was like, okay. So we showed them hours of video from everyone involved. Every single person, everything that was going on. We proved it to them through video from stream, from off-stream from people, from like random YouTube videos. Everybody knew. Even our enemies had videos of this. And we showed them that, and they were like, oh, well, okay then. But this showed me that they didn't have logs showing a server-wide alert and the first relic drop in the world, and nothing's gotten better since then. Like, we've gotten the same problems with logs that can't be followed up on. If you want to ban one of the bots in-game, you have to report it with a screenshot. Why is easy anti-cheat not detecting movement injection in the game? That, to me, screams misconfigured easy anti-cheat. It, to me, screams bad logging. Like, and I just don't understand what's happening there. You know? They're turning into orcs, aka regressing, maybe a little bit. Yeah. What is this? There was a bug found with the game. What are you trying to... I don't know what that value is, dude. I don't know what that means. Too esoteric. There's probably zero logging. That's what I can think about. The other thing is when you When you report a player for in-game interaction, you actually have to screenshot what they said in chat. Otherwise, they don't do anything about it. And even when you do screenshot something in chat, they still don't do anything about it a lot of the times. Which is, like, insane. Like, completely wild, dude. Maybe they have anti-cheat service active, but no log to store its findings. Maybe. Or maybe they just don't have tooling to search through the logging. Maybe it's actually logging, but they don't have a way to search through it. Like, I'll give you an example, dude. Little Ham is the moderator on staff right now. There are currently 3,155 people in chat over on Twitch side, and another 384 over on YouTube. There's also a Ferret stream that's 494 viewers, and another Ferret YouTube video that's only got 5 viewers, right? Little Ham alone is moderating all of those chats and handling Discord tickets. How is Global in Ashes of Creation, with less current players per server than this stream, and about at the same speed of chat, not moderated by a person live? This is the big question to me. Why is there not tooling to facilitate that? What is going on? And I just don't have an answer for you. And it freaks me out. You provided this feedback to them? Not only have I provided this feedback to them, I reported a player that was saying absolutely insane, heinous shit in the video game. Horrible shit. And I reported it to them, and I took a screenshot of that report, and I took all the information and I sent it directly to the director of the video game, Steven Sharif, and Margaret, who is the community manager for the game, put it right in the channel with them, and waited 8 days for a response, and then that person didn't get banned. They are very well aware of what's going on in the game, and have not done anything to it. Like, I don't know what else to do at that point. I'm like, all right, bud, like, cool. And that was with the privilege of having a chat like that. 8 days is how long it took. For the other people that reported, those same people, they're up to, like, I think 12 days now, and they still haven't received a response. The people that reported that person for all those interactions that they did, they've quit the game for, like, half of them now. Because they're like, I didn't even get a response on this, and you got a response that says no. So they're just out. Like, those people left. They're like, I don't want to do this anymore. This seems ridiculous. Stuff like that will kill the game? Yes. Yes, it will. And I just don't understand why they're doing this. It's an easy fix, man. And by the way, it's not a new fix. It's not it's an alpha. This was a problem a year ago. They had the exact same problem with moderation before. Players reported this exact same issue a year ago, and it has not improved. So it's not a new problem, oh, give them time, let them cook. They've had time to cook. They've decided to DoorDash instead. I don't know what to do about that. Do you think they went into Phase 3 too soon? Yes. I don't think it should be on Steam yet. I think that's a problem. Yeah. They're not even using regex. No, they're not using regex. Do you want to know how they're doing automatic moderation for that? It's going to make you upset. You ready for this? If you write the word simple in Ashes of Creation, it turns it into this. That's what they do. They have the Scunthorpe problem, yeah. Yep. So if you do that in any word, you can't say basement, for instance. Because there's a word in the middle of basement. You can't say spicy. It'll cut off the first 4 letters. Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's actually really, really dumb. And they don't do it in guild chat or in citizen chat either. Citizen chat is a public channel, so there's no filter on that. That shit never works. No, and it's been that way a year, dude. Why is it like that? I don't know. It's like the bar minimum that you could do. Yeah. It's not even regex. It's literally just like... by the way, if you put a space in it, it still goes through. You didn't even know about spicy? Do it. Go do it right now in global chat. Do it in say. Do it in shout. It'll filter it every time. Do it in citizen. Doesn't filter. Do it in guild. Doesn't filter. Reported all these a year ago. Yeah. Salt water is getting censored? What is in salt water? Oh, yeah, no, it is. Yeah, salt water would get censored. Censored, yeah. Yep. Is spicy a bad word? The first 4 letters of spicy are a slur, which is why it cuts it out. But spicy itself is not a bad word. Spicy is a good word. It doesn't make any sense to cut off that, right? They're just doing direct replacement of a list of strings. That's all they're doing. Yeah. So if you do spicy, but you put a space in the middle, it actually shows the word. Yep. Pi-rate software. I don't even rate pies, dude. It's a scam. I said 4 letters, not 3. Zark. Come on. Engage it. The brain. Pirates of Tware. I swear to God. What is Tware, dude? You're a scam. Pies are perfect food. What about cobbler? A peach cobbler clears pie, dude. Pie ain't shit. Cobbler is king. You don't rate meat pies? May I suggest meat cobbler? I'd eat a meat cobbler. I don't even care. That sounds delicious, dude. What's a cobbler? Delicious. That's what it is. Please just make an AOC clip and link it? No, we have conversations here. If you don't like having conversations, you're probably not going to like it here. And that's fine. There are a million other streamers you can watch. Cobbler's just pie without crust? Okay. Yeah, fair. I can see that. I see it as... Yeah, pie without crust is fine. That makes sense. Pie without a top? No, cobbler has a top on it. You put a top on a cobbler. That's delicious. Yeah. Pie is a... Wait, that means pie is the container. You're right. You gonna make AOC chat an elite? Yeah, elite speak. Why does this live have 21 dislikes? I don't know. People don't like it. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not worried about that, to be honest with you. What I'm worried about is the community having fun and enjoying themselves. And right now there's... Between the two channels, about 3,700 people who are. And I'm fine with that. Pie is what? Super Wellington. Pie is a sandwich. Because it's ordered, structured, and layered. Cobbler is also a sandwich because it has 2 layers. Generally, you put a crust on it. With no crust in the cobbler, it's a soup. Cobbler has no bottom. It is both pantsless and going commando. Fair. Crumble and cobbler? What's the difference between a crumble and a cobbler? Crumble versus cobbler. I actually don't know the difference. Main difference of the topping is the topping. Crumble has a streusel-like topping, flour, sugar, and butter, that's crumbly, while cobbler features a thick biscuit or cake-shaped, cake-like topping, often dropped in dollops, resembling cobblestones. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Crumble is a British dessert in the UK. Interesting. I'm down with that. What is this? Doot. Oh yeah, did you guys see the thing that I tweeted about dead internet theory as a service? This freaks me out, actually. Have you guys seen this yet? So this, they're releasing Claude code for marketing. I don't like that. No, it's not even a conspiracy. This is a product that you can buy. Basically, the idea is that you use Claude to replace your marketing team, and it goes out and does posts for you and everything. And, that's just dead internet theory as a service. That's what that is. That's 100% what that is. You pay money to produce shit on the internet. That's not gonna work? Yeah, but someone will buy it. Here, you guys gonna watch the video. It's freaking gross, dude. Yeah. Like posting automation? No. Imagine if there's a person that's automating their posts. Now take the person out. Yeah. Isn't that what many YouTube shorts are? No. No, because a person made those YouTube shorts. Imagine for a moment it was fully automated and that the streamer in the short is also AI. Right? So the streamer's AI The subject matter is harvested from the internet and used by AI. The imagery, the text, all of that's AI, and then the thing posting it on the internet is AI. That would never happen here because I'm a real person, but you get the idea. Terrifying, isn't it? Pirate Software Shorts fits all of this? No. No, Shadelock crafts those with love. Where's the middleware? You're the middleware. What's your opinion on AI in games? So I came from a time when AI meant a very different thing. So if we're talking about AI, are you talking about generative AI? Or are you talking about actions performed by a robot? Because if we're talking about AI, you can mean NPCs. That's AI, which is generally what it means. If you mean generative AI, then I think that's dog shit and shouldn't be in your video game. If you think NPC-based AI interactions, then yeah, that's fine. Good, normal. This is stupid. Yeah. The reason why I think it's insane to me for generative AI for this stuff is a large amount of the time, the generative system that is being used has stolen content from an artist somewhere, or from a voice actor, or from a writer, and because of that, the content is not actually theirs, and they are profiting off of the labor of another person without compensating them in some way, which I think is ass. That's very bad. And it's not like inspiration with a human. It's not the same. It's actually, the AI cannot produce any value unless it has consumed that work. Same with code, yes. Yep. What about coding using AI? So, if you want to code or document using AI, you get stuff like this. This entire thing was written by a member of the community named Zeke, using AI to document all of the stuff in Hightail, and it gets it wrong all the time, which means it has to be gone through manually. As an example of this, there's a number of these in here that get the naming for these incorrect, and because it gets those incorrect, it doesn't work. And you have no idea what it's supposed to be, and you have to go through and manually test everything. So they use this as a baseline for that, and now they have to do the manual work of stopping the AI from hallucinating literally everything, which is a mess. So, it's worked, kind of, but you have to test it all. Gen AI is a guessing machine? Yes, and the interesting part about it is nobody has Hightail documentation. Do you know why? Because the devs haven't put it out yet. And because they haven't put it out yet, the LLMs have no idea what they're talking about, and they just produce gibberish, which is hilarious. Yeah. Are you dev on Hightail? No, I'm porting our game Blockgame into Hightail from Minecraft, which has been great. And I got a new spell working today where you can go like this and then that. And then it does the thing. Or this and then right click and it breaks because I messed it up and now I got to go fix it. Value type absolute add set is what we're going to be doing. And the stat modifier we're going to be setting to this is under Hightail and deploy. Deployable preview. And we'll do that there. And we'll set that back to 0, and then that'll be saved out. And now we'll do... And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it probably doesn't work because it needs a server restart. Because that's what happened last time. Yeah, it looks like when you do change stat, that doesn't uptake into the server until you restart the server. So I'm going to restart the server, and then we're going to try it, and I bet this is going to work. Are you modding in-game? How does that work? Yeah, you can actually use the asset editor and mod live. There's a couple of things that are broken, like the one that we're doing now, such as change stat. If you were using change stat in some way, it doesn't seem to function correctly, which sucks. Is the code for this open source? No, but a lot of it is in Java, which means it might as well be. So, is there a timer for when things usually start breaking? Everything is always breaking. Pixel had it up on GitHub, but it has been taken down. As in no longer an open project. Pixel? Who is Pixel? Gen AI gibberish? But with confidence. Yes. Yeah. Finally reporting over. Good afternoon. Yeah, I've been doing that for the last week or so. I've got some spells moved over. We've got the town creation system set up. Trying to think what else. Jake is working on projectiles. He's got to be re-implementing projectiles. I'm actually waiting for Jake to wake up. Wait, there he is. Oh, I'm going to yell at Jake. I'm going to yell at him. One moment. Hey, Ham. I don't know the schedule. Was Jake on vacation? Waiting. He was, but also the schedule had him scheduled, so it was weird. Have you talked to Kronos about that? That doesn't make it. How can you be scheduled? That's why I'm confused, because he's like, yeah, I was on vacation the last week, and I was like, bro, you were working all this last week. What are you talking about? He used his vacation to work on a hightail because he wanted to. And he banned one guy who said the N-word. Okay. That's fine. God damn it. I just said, you absolute goblin ass. That's funny. Supposed to take vacations. He worked on his vacation? Yes, he did. Against all indication that he was supposed to do. He was never told to do that. That's funny as shit. Bread for Jake? No bread for Jake. Jake cannot have bread. It's bad for Jake. There is intent in LLM lies. It confidently lies to you to sell you a product. Yeah, and the product is itself. Hey, look, it works. So yeah, it was just a server restart that was required. So it looks like change stat does not implement correctly at all. All right, let's work on this from there. Okay. So, Earth. Collapsing Earth activate. This is going to be the Collapsing Earth setup. This is the Collapsing Earth. What is this? We'll go into the charged version of this. I'll need to make a next on this for the charged, for type spawn deployable from Raycast, and then we'll do that. I'll need to make this into 2 different versions. And I think what I'll do is I'll do an interaction for that, because we'll need to save that as a spawn deployable from Raycast interaction. Interaction. And we'll call it spell. Yeah, we'll just do weapons, spellbook, collapsing earth. And we're going to call this one spell collapsing earth. And then instant effect, I guess. Or effect instant. Hey Thor, don't forget to eat and hydrate. I've been hydrating. Yeah. Every 6 months worth of streaming. But Thor doesn't stream 7 days a week, so that's a long time. Yeah, I stream 6 days a week. You're running into very some strict limitations with coding a custom cam. Do you know how to get in touch with the devs? You'll have to do it through their Discord. It's the best way to do it. The thing that I'm seeing right now with this is I know how to create an AoE now, and I know how to create a targeting reticle. I'm going to show Jake. I'm going to see if he can see it. We'll do TTS in a moment, yeah. Sounds like you weren't eating, though? Nah. I'm not hungry right now. How's Hightail studying going? Good. I can do a new thing. Waiting for Jake so I can show it off. He totally didn't need a viewer. I mean, not yet. Today. All right, Jake, let me know when you're here, man. Can you see things, Mr. Jake? Oh, go ahead. Okay, so what I've done is I found out how we can do reticles for targeting. So when I left-click, it does a reticle for targeting. And then when I left-click again, it casts the effect. If I left-click and then I right-click, it will go away. And the way that this works is by changing a stat on the player and then displaying an effect when that stat is on the player. And when I right-click, it removes that stat from the player. So if we go into this, we cancel this real quick. We go on to Weapon Collapsing Earth, and we go look inside of the editor for this. You can go look at instances or interactions here. And the interaction on primary is to do an interaction that is stats condition, checks to see if this statistic, deployable preview, is set to 1. If it is set to 1, then we go forward to the effect. If it is not set to 1, right, then it goes and activates it adds the actual stat to it. And that's it. That's all it does. So the first click is, I'm going to do the thing. And the second click, the right click, is to remove that stat. The first click adds the stat. And then when the stat is already there, it casts the spell. Really weird. But it's actually, like, kind of cool. And now we can actually change the targeting reticle for this, because it's a little bit wonky, and it does shit like getting stuck on plants and whatever. But, like, we have this now. We can just do it. And I can do deployables this way, doing create deployable via raycast by doing this. So it is only able to do it into areas. So spawn deployable from raycast is what this is doing. And it's only going to do it in a place where we have line of sight for the player. And we can actually put whatever we want on this. By the way, all of these interactions, if you try to do them in the editor crashes. So you have to do it through source. Could you not reuse the logic for blocking and aiming with the bow? Why would you want to? I think that's the biggest thing with that. 2 clicks to cast 1 spell sounds awful. You want one to be a reticle. Now what I could do, and this is the interesting part, is what if we made it so that I hold shift and that activates this? So when you're holding shift, it just does it. You can do 1 click and then 1 click like most games do, or hold shift and just instacast. Does that make sense? Ah. How about on hold of a mouse button? We can do that. I can do anything I want with it. You can actually just sit there and on hold it. See? That works. That totally is fine. Boop, boop, boop. It won't cast on itself, though. For whatever reason. Now you get it, right? Click, hold, release the cast. We could do that. We could hold it down and then release it. I could rebuild it that way. Any damage level? There's no damage on this. Doesn't matter. This is about getting the interaction. Like, basically what I'm doing is I'm building a framework. Once I have this framework done for this spell, we have a framework for casting AoE spells with reticles anywhere in the game. Right? Like, once this one works, we're good to go, and we can do this for any spell we want to, but we have to get this framework down so we have it as a tool set for any other spell that I want to implement. Whoop. Does it need the reticle? If you don't have a reticle, it's going to be really annoying. Reticle looks lame? Whatever. We'll change it later. That shit doesn't matter. Can you make a spell that summons mobs? Yeah, you can. The only thing that we need is we need an indicator for where the spell is going to cast. Also, I need to find out why the spell won't let me cast beyond a certain distance. So we'll figure that out, too. Cut your hippie-ass hair? No. But thanks, though. Let's be useful, though. Like, in-game, you won't be flying. You won't be flying as the targeting will be difficult? What do you mean you won't be flying? Yeah, no, if you're on the ground, it's fine. Here, see? And the idea is that I want you to be able to cast it very far away. Right now, it only works, like, close, right? Like, I want you to be like, you know, whoop. You know, things like that. We'll play around with it. But I like it this way. How does he know your ass hair is hippie? I don't know, dude. What are your opinions on LMs for coding? Do you use them personally? No, I think LMs for coding is a really bad idea, generally, because it's going to create slop that you don't know how to maintain or manage. And I do not use them personally. No. Not whatsoever. I think that it is a trap that is going to stop you from gaining understanding. It is bait. Do not fail the test. How about shaving your legs? Why would I shave my legs, dude? That's weird. That would just be like a waste of time. I'm not like a... I don't know, like, I guess like a speed cyclist would do that kind of a thing, or maybe a swimmer would do that for, like, less resistance aerodynamics, but I wouldn't do it. There's no reason. I sit at my desk, right? Does everyone see the circle or just the caster? I think it's just the caster in this case. I need to test it, though. Although Jake is off on vacation, so I can't. Can we assist you with your sock change and get feet for free? Hell no. Boop. It does no damage, but it lights him on fire. Burn him! Burn the rabbit! Burn him! Ow. Burn the rabbit. Wow, that is not very good at all, is it? Oh, there we go. Cook him. Alright, there will be a better way. Gotta shave hand hair for maximum coding velocity? Dude, there's so little hair on my hands. They're like on those knuckles, like right there. Like on the front of those. And then like a C shape, right? Magic show for the kids? Pretty much, dude. Cook. Cook him! It doesn't actually do damage to the end, so there's a big wind-up on this. We'll fix all that shit. I don't care about it. Old man knuckle hair? No, I don't have knuckle hair. Not like that. Boop. Real coders have knuckle hair from all the typing. No. I'll tell you one thing. My fingernails grow too long and they break on my keyboard, which is funny. That's nasty, top tea drinker. That's gross. You're 25 and you have knuckle hair? I'm condolences or congratulations. I'm not... You know, whichever applies to you, right? Find you by chance again? What's up? Wild conversation. It's pretty weird, right? Also, thank you guys so much for all the, you know, congratulations for the partner anniversary. It's the 8th year of being a partner on Twitch, man. Oh, okay. So I need to rebuild this now as our custom system. Less shitty. I also don't want this to be under just basic interactions, because that's dumb. Cast it, damn it, can be deleted. Very nice. Be gone, cast it, damn it. And now this one, let's go into the source for this. All this is doing deployable set preview. Deployable preview, right? It's doing a cost. And it's doing deployable set preview. I don't think we need that. I think we do something else. Not a stats condition. We do something else in this. So, when we want to set the preview for this, we can do that. You know... Idea. Get rid of the wand. We don't care about that. Only empty folders can be deleted at the moment. What is in the wand? Okay, there's a folder in the folder. Delete that one too. Stick, magic, trap. Stick, fire, activate, trap. Okay, don't care. We'll go into collapsing earth. Collapsing Earth is in the wrong folder. Of course it is. It's supposed to be in attacks. So I'll move these around. I'll probably go into the server and then move them around manually. With this one, we've got the instant cast. And this is going to be spawn deployable from Raycast. And we need to take a look at this. So deployable is going to be fire trap. The model will be deployable fire trap. Do we have a radius? Let's do start radius, end radius. 1 to 2. Apply those changes. Just to see what happens here. That is not working correctly. Spell Collapsing Earth instant. Let's go and look inside of our Collapsing Earth spell, and we'll see if the configuration on this is correct. Change that. Whatever. That's fine. Stat modifiers. This is fine. So our secondary doesn't matter. Render deployable preview. That's fine. Deployable preview is fine. We need to look at all properties, not just some of them. Not secondary. We don't care about that. Not primary. We don't care about that. There's a variable that I need in here. Stat modifiers, damage earth. Dropped item animation. Maybe we get rid of the deployable. Maybe I do that. We're getting rid of default melee. We'll have a default ranged. Translation properties. Collapsing earth. Collapsing earth. Categories, weapons, that's fine. I think I had another category for the other spellbooks. I'll have to go and check that real fast. Yeah. Items, utility, and items, weapons. What another one in there? Items dot utility. Oh, okay, that's cool. Nice. Items dot utility is what we'll do there. Okay. Very nice. Now it's in. 240 stream streak is impressive, dude. It's wild. Yeah, you'll never touch Minecraft again after playing this game, dude. Same. Like 100% same. It's just, if this is their not even 1.0 offering, dude, I don't have a reason to mod Minecraft anymore. I just don't have a reason to. There's nothing that I need in Minecraft that I can't just rebuild easily in Hytale by comparison. Bedrock really killed Minecraft IMO? No. Do you want to know what I feel like kills Minecraft? It's the fact that 10 years ago, Mojang said they would put in a modding API. And they never did. That's it. Like, that's it. If they would have done that, Hytale probably wouldn't exist. Because Hypixel wouldn't want to have more in terms of the ability to modify the game. So they never would have made this. They would have just kept going on with Minecraft, which would be better. Would probably be to the state of Hytale. Or better. That and keeping it single-threaded is kind of a mess, but there you go. Microsoft kills any game company they buy. Fair. But I honestly believe that the misstep in all of this is the over-monetization and over-commercialization of Minecraft and not focusing on what mattered to the longevity of the game, which is the modding community. You don't need a Minecraft movie. You don't need Minecraft merch. You don't need different variant versions of Minecraft to buy as separate products. You just need the Minecraft community to be able to mod Minecraft. They will carry you. It's a Microsoft problem and a Mojang problem. Yeah. And I think that's sad, man. Because, like, Minecraft is cool. But it's just, this is just better. So. Microsoft doesn't buy game companies to make games. They buy them to print money. They do. I agree. I've been loving posts on Twitter from Minecraft players showing mods with, but can Hytale do this? And then Hytale players showing that, yes, indeed it can. Yeah, there's pretty much everything. Anything you want to do. Like, we made a liquid earlier today that looked like stone and just put it in the game, and other players can see it instantly. The only model format is blocky model? Yeah, but that's Blockbench, and that's fine. I don't know what other kind of... Would you want, like... Are you looking for, like, full meshes instead of block models? Yeah, no, Vintage Story and Hytale are the future, man. Straight up. There are 3 future games that I find. One is Vintage Story. Let me grab the other ones. Let me grab this. I'm going to show you. One sec. Yeah, one is Vintage Story, one is Hytale, and one is Bitcraft. And if you haven't seen Bitcraft, Bitcraft is amazing. Bitcraft uses a new technology called Spacetime DB that allows you to have tens of thousands of players on a rudimentary server. It is insane, dude. Their tech is crazy. I've never seen anything like Bitcraft. Ever. Yeah, no, it's wild. Yeah, in real time, too. It just blows me away. Storycrafter is another one? I haven't seen Storycrafter. Is Spacetime DB open source? I think they're taking it open source. Yeah, Spacetime prevents duping entirely. Yes. Yeah, it's their open sourcing plans for it, for Bitcraft. Just now hearing of Hytale, it's a new game? Yeah, so we've been waiting for this to come out since 2022. I used to interact with the devs quite a lot, you know, when we were working on Blockgame back then, and they gave me a shirt and a cool mug and all kinds of stuff from a while back. So these are like cool vintage merch, man. But with that in mind, like, they got bought by Riot, and then Riot canceled the game in 2025. And then Simon Hypixel bought it back from Riot and re-released it 5 days ago? It's only been 5 days. And now I'm trying to learn all of this because the documentation is not out yet. And everything is broken. Yeah. Yeah. Any reason Hytale isn't on Steam? It's not ready. It's not ready at all. I'm going to be honest with you. There is a lot of people that are very negative about Hytale on social media. They're shitting on it because they think of it as like a threat to Minecraft. And they're also seeing it as a finished game, which it is not. This is a 4-year-old build that they had a couple of months to barely polish and then throw up here for us to interact with. Yeah, they see it as a threat to Minecraft. There are a lot of people that have, like, my favorite game. No one can threaten my favorite game, right? Bro, your game needs a threat. Your game needs a threat. If you love Minecraft, you need competition for Minecraft, because if you don't have that, Mojang will continue to sit on their ass and produce one mob a year for you. That's what they'll do. If that's what you want, then continue on. I've seen so many people reviewing Hytale as a completed game. It's not. It's a selection of tools and ideas right now. And it's mostly functional, but we can do some cool shit. It's like sports fans hating a new underdog team rising up with a huge crowd. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And do you want to know the biggest thing about this? I think Hytale will win. And the reason that I think Hytale will win is a couple of reasons. The tools are better. I can edit things in real time on a live server in a multiplayer environment. Phenomenal, right out of the box. All of the things that you see in modded Minecraft for being able to do world manipulation or drawing or anything like this, you can just do natively inside of Hytale. It is faster. It is better unmodded, meaning you don't actually have to do anything with that. You can change more things and features. The skybox, the clouds, the sun, the moon. You can add new blocks. You can add new liquids. Anything that you want to. And a new model. Any of that. And it is using tooling that is accessible. Meaning Blockbench, which is free. That anyone can use. So the entire system, the whole ecosystem of Hytale is faster, more accessible, and easier than Minecraft. And that's it. Are you limited to those tools for Blockbench, for the models? Yeah. I guess you could do it in Blender, too, technically, if you want to. So you don't have to use Blockbench, but it's like wanting to do pixel art in Photoshop. Just use a sprite, man. It's a game made for creating in every way. Yes. Yes. Aside from that, the initial offering... Let me show you how many character models are in the initial offering, dude. Let's go to Spawn Entity. If we go down each and every one of these... I don't even know if I could use arrow keys. There are hundreds of models in the game already. Like, there are hundreds of models in the game, dude. There are hundreds of models in the game, and they're not just a reskin of a zombie. They're all very different from each other, and they get still going. Look at that one. What's a snapdragon? A snapjaw. A spark living. A sparrow. Temple finch. An owl. Like, there's so many models in this, dude. And the cool thing is, you can take that model, you can pull it out of the game, you can put it in a block bench, you can change the textures on it, and you can put it back in the game, do whatever you want. Or make a totally new one. Test deal friendly damage. Test culling wander. Test culling no wander. Oh, yeah, the dude with no face. Faceless guy. I remember this dude. Jake turned himself into that guy earlier. But yeah, you can just create whatever you want, dude. Oh yeah, look at this dude. I love that. Can you apply new textures? Yes. Yes, you can. Here, watch this. We're going to go into here. We're going to go into this. We'll say new. We'll go into here. We'll say new block. Not a block set. Not a block set. We're going to say new item. I think new item block is what it's called. Actually, do we need to do that? Is it block up here? It might be block set. I think it's just item. We'll go over here first. We're going to go look at soil under this. We're going to go look at read only. Soil, clay, brick. So we can look at these, show all properties on this, right? You can see the item set, sound ID, and the set for this, so it's part of that set. Let's see if we can find the actual blocks themselves. So, under item categories, you've got block set, block. So, item, block, block breaking decal. Why is there no item block when I go to make a thing? Why is that not in there? Categories, blocks, rocks. I made this the other day. So, we're going to do, on my side, we'll create a new one on Blockgame. We'll make a new block. And it looks like you can't do item block. I guess that's fine. Weird. So we'll say block test. Create. Now we'll go over here and we'll say block test. So make a new block. And we'll go up into this and we'll say that the category, maybe we can add a category to it. We'll say item. Is there an item block? Tool, builder tool. Oh, we can make our own builder tool. We're going to make a blocks rocks. We'll do that. And we'll say the item model is going to be block. I think there's one for blocks. There is. And then the model can be stone. And we'll use medium rubble or just block. I'll use the stalactite block, right? And now I'm going to use the texture in here, and we'll look for cheese. So items, consumables is where that exists. We'll go to items, consumables, food, bread texture. We'll make it bread. And now, if we do under this, translation properties, we name it bread block, right? I don't know if this is going to work on this, but we'll find out. We'll go into here. Bread. It's not in the game yet. We'll play around with this some more. So that block test is now bread block for the name. Bread for the bread mods, subs to the subthrone. All right. I need to figure out where we can set this as an item, because I think there is a block that you can set for, and I don't remember how to do it. We did it as a fluid before. Let me go to block in this. Create embedded block type. There we go. Material, solid. Opacity, semi-transparent. We're going to require the alpha blending for this. We're going to set the block model to hightail, blocks, and stone. stalactite, sharp, large, right? And the block breaking decal ID. So we can change the, when it explodes, what decal is used, which is kind of interesting. So we can go into that and we say breaking decals, we'll make it breaking decals rock. So it looks like rock when you break it, right? And then, actually I don't want to use that model. I'm just going to remove that. We're just going to have it like that. And then we'll do the texture. Block light. I want it to glow green. I want my block to glow green with a radius of 1. The custom model scale, we'll set it to 2. It's going to be big. The block model animation, I don't even know you can set an animation. That's sick. Animations. Chest open. Blocky anim. Alright. I don't know what happens when I do that if it's set to like a random block model. It's kind of weird, right? Dungeons. Bone spine. I would like to see trash object. I don't know what happens if we do that. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. Block. There's our bread block. It doesn't work yet. Oh, it's in my hand. Oh, that's funny. Alright, we're gonna keep playing with it. I think we actually have to create a different kind of asset. It's not a block group. Block type. I think that might be what it is. Test. Yeah, I think we actually have to create a block type. Show all properties. Draw type cube. Oh, can we change that? It can be a model? Cube with model. Gizmo cube. Empty. I haven't tried this yet. Take the textures. There we go. Cheese. Now I know where I'm at. Give me the cheese, chat. Actually, what texture do you guys want to put on this? We could put something stupid on it. Like an NPC skin. Human. Nope. We gotta look for textures. Bread? Let's look for bread. Items, consumables, food, bread. We can't click it from there for whatever reason. Consumables, food, bread texture. Alright. On all sides. And the name of this is nothing. So we don't have an item for that. That's fine. What do we name this thing? What do we name it? Is it in general? I don't remember how to do this. Comment, parent, no. Why is this not showing the actual name? Block texture side mask. I think it was block test and we have to sign it. The block model. Root. In here. Test. No. This is weird because this is an item. And we can't set what block it goes to, right? Maybe there's supposed to be an interaction there. I'm going to delete this block test. I'm going to keep the test item. Keep it on that. And we'll do block basis, and right? Bloxos. I wonder if I could just go and put my own picture up there and play around with that. Thank you very much for the partner anniversary. Thank you. That is super nice of you. Require alpha blending, semi-transparent. Material is going to be solid. It's a solid material. The block model. This is where we set this. Why is there an item type for that? That's very strange. All right. This might work. Test. That is not correct. Material, opacity, requires alpha blending. Block light, green. Radius of 1. Where is the name? Block particles. There we go. Okay. Where do I actually set this? So it's not under group. It doesn't have a tag. It doesn't have a comment. Where do we set the name of this damn thing? If it's a block type, can we set up... Do we have to set up an item then? So once we set up an item, do we tie it to the block type? And then we say, show all properties. We go down here to block. Where is block? Block. And then block type reference existing. Test. There we go. So now we reference the existing block type, right? Because we've made it now. And now we can go into here. We can search for test. And that has a block in my hand, but it won't place it on the ground just yet. But it causes an explosion. The visual of it is that it blows up constantly, is the idea. And now I need to find out why I can't place that on the ground yet. Why is that not doing that? That's quite weird, right? And it's made out of bread. This doesn't seem easy. It's because I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm trying to find out why we can't make that placeable. We did it before, too. The block type is now set. Is it an interaction? Use. I feel like we didn't do this last time. There was something that we did with this where it placed it on the goddamn ground. And I don't remember if it was an item or not. I'm going to go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go look up soil on here. We're going to go look for the item. Let me see, soil. We're going to look at soil needles. That's what we're going to do. So that way we can find out how this even works. So for block for this, block type is not set to anything. Particle color, blah, 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 blah. This is not what we care about. When we set this, there is a property that should be displaying the block. I set this up before and I should have just kept the damn thing. Gathering? Breaking? Flags? No. Stale data. What? What is... Or no, state data. Never mind. There's no interactions on this either? So how do we set this? Player animation ID. Reference to item player animations. Block. Block soft. Recipe. Quantity output. Block type. Group cover. Draw type cube. Standard. Material solid solid. Transition soil needles for the texture. Transition to groups. Block particle set ID is set to dirt. The flag. So this right here is supposed to be the item for this, but I don't know how it's tied to the block itself. That's why this is confusing. And it might be in the source. That's for farming. That's for crafting it. Can't have a stale bread block? No, we can. We've done it before. Weird. Does this not actually have the interaction on it? Where does that exist? Go look at soil. Block type list asset. Soils. Let's do soil underscore dirt. Right? So we have an item called soil dirt. And we go look at this in the editor. And it's just an item. With block data. Maybe I just make it into an item. Maybe I just do that. Maybe block type is not the right way to do this. Block type looks like it replaced that, which is interesting. Oh, wait. Maybe set soil is how this works. Right? I mean, that's part of the set of soil. You enjoy this game without mods? Yes, 100%. Categories. Block soils. There has to be a way to do this. This is why we need docs, man. This is why we need the documentation. The only thing I can think of is ID state data. Gathering breaking gives gather type soils. Flags. There's no flag, but this is lit up as white. Why? Okay. What? Okay. There's nothing in there. There's no reason for this. Oh, dogs are cool? Dogs are cool. Flip type is symmetric. Random rotation. Where is the placement? There is no placement for this. How does this shit work? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to override this goddamn asset. We're going to go over here and we're going to take a look at it. And I'm going to change the draw type on cube. We're going to look at this. We'll look for the actual transition texture on this. Blocks dirt. That's fine. That's transition edge around it. We're going to make it so that the transition texture on this now is sandstone, right? We'll change that to sandstone white. Done. Select. Finished. And we'll go over here and we're going to rename this inside of this instead of the item of that. We're going to rename it to soil dirt test. And we'll grab that, rename this up here from soil dirt for the icon. We'll leave that alone. We'll go into the block information. And I want to change out the material to be solid. Change this to be semi-transparent. Requires alpha blending for that. Custom model size will be 2. The block model animation is going to be chest, which is under blocks animation chest. Animation, come on. Animation, chest, open. We'll just do that for funsies. I don't know if that'll actually work on it because it doesn't have a hinge, which is kind of fun. And then we can go into particle colors. I want it to be green for reasons. Particle set ID will be there. Flags is whatever. Gathering is whatever. Maybe we don't actually need a block. Maybe that's really what it comes down to. Maybe the texture is fine. Right? Maybe we just set it up in the item. And items can inherently be blocks. Right? You mean cyan? No. That would be cyan. I'll make it cyan. There you go. Can we set up the texture? Where's my texture? That's a transition texture, so that's along the edge. Where is the block textures? There we go. Let's change that. I want to change that to something stupid. Items. Consumables. Food. Bread. Alright. Now we can look at soil dirt test. Which I don't think even has a name. There we go. Bread block. Where is it? Where's my goddamn bread block? You son of a bitch, where are you? Where are you? Why are you not here? I guess we could do soil dirt test. There we go. There we go. So it looks like items just are inherently blocks. Which is really weird, and not really what you expect. But when I break it, and when I put it in the ground, right? So that's kind of the interesting part with that, is you can kind of do all kinds of weird shit with the game. You can just add your own blocks. I didn't know that they were inherently items. Get out of here. Is that bread? Yeah. As a block. And you can just put your own textures in there if you want to. But here's the really interesting part, right? Watch this. Now that we have it as a block, let's go down into... There's a section. I think it's under functionality. There's a section in here called Gather. It might be in categories. It might be under block. It might be under block for this. Block textures. Block light. Let's give it some light. We're going to make it glow green, right? Now watch this. It immediately is glowing green. I'll change it to red. It immediately is glowing red. And that's for everybody on the server all at the same time. So, like, if you want to mod shit in this game, you do it in real time instantly. Which is the part that's awesome here. Right? And we could just remove that. We don't want it to have light at all. So we're going to say, nope, get rid of that. And the transition texture is there. We'll do particle color. Let's do block particle set ID. Get rid of that. We're going to set the block particle set to nothing. We don't want to have particles when they blow up. So now when they blow up, they don't have a particle. And now we can go into interactions or functionality. I think we should set a particle on it, which I think we can. Item particles. Let's try that. I don't know if that's going to work when it's placed, but we'll see. So I'm going to make one of the ones that I did, which is explosion big on self. And now we'll do this. And now it's in my hand. It explodes. That's kind of funny, actually. Neat. I like it. It's got wabi-sabi. I mean, it's just like one of those things where you can just change what the hell you want, right? We just play around with this. And if you want to add your own stuff, you just can. And if here's the other thing, too, right? Let's remove that texture from it. And now it's just like a bunch of broken blocks. We can set it to the up texture in here, in Hightail. We can go to items. We can say creative tools. And I want that to be a mouse cursor, only on the top side, and then only on the north side of the face, right? We'll go into here. We go to Hightail, and we'll say block textures, and I want it to be bone on that side. And now look what we have in the game, instantly. It's bone on this side, and it's the mouse cursor on the top. Every time you place it, it'll look like that. And, like, you could just do whatever you want, dude. Like... That's the part that's crazy to me, is the fact that you can just do these things, and the game is like, sure, man, done. Whatever you want. I would like a stone bread mixed block, aka dwarf bread. You could just do that, right? You could just do that, if you want to. What's that texture? Yeah. Boop. There you go. And it's like covered by this other stuff, too. The amount of trolling is insane in Hightail? What do you mean the amount of trolling? What trolling's going on? You could play in a whole D&D game in Hightail? Yes. And now look. When we have something that doesn't cover over it, it's using that edge that we wanted there. You can also change that texture out and make that whatever you wanted. Yeah. I wonder if you're still taking people for actual pirates? I have a bunch of guild stuff for you. Yes, but I'm not playing it right now. Not currently. I'll play it after stream. How long will Blockgame implementation porting take? Weeks, months? I'd say months. I would not say years. I'd say months. Yeah. What the heck is that? Whatever you want it to be. I don't think it actually has the interaction, though. Yeah, it doesn't have the interaction. Yeah. So I can't open it. But look at it. It's doing whatever I want it to. Boop. Blocktail tomorrow? I know, right? Blocktail. We should call it Blocktail. Oh. You can troll by changing a custom item for in real time. Make a block out of nowhere. Spawn an enemy, probably. Oh, you could do whatever you want. But this is, again, only the server admins can do this, right? But this is kind of what I wanted to show you, is like, this is the ridiculousness of this. It looks like you can set up a block type and then assign that too, which is kind of cool, which I didn't know you could do. So we'll get rid of this now. Boop. And now it's going away. And we'll make that one go away. And now we've got block. No. In Blockgame, thank you. Debug block. What is debug block? I think that was the one that Jake made. Yeah, that's the debug block. And then, bread. No. Test. Did the item actually get removed? I think I removed it. I did. I did. Now it doesn't exist in data, and it doesn't know what to do. Nice. There we go. At least now I remember how we do that. We do it as an item. Items are inherently blocks. You don't need to make another type for it. Like, having the property rotate is property every 100 ms. What are you talking about? I suppose my tiny modder brain up. I know, right? Like, here's another one. Let me give you another one that's really weird, right? We're just going to go and say this item type, right? And we'll say... I don't remember if we have to do it this way. Let me see item type. There's supposed to be a fluid. There we go. We're going to do a fluid. Create. Chat slime, dude. And now we can go into this. And we can do show all properties on our fluid, the chat slime. And we can make it so that the effect is semi-transparent. We can make it so that there is a block texture. We do whatever texture we want. And we can do all on this. And then go back into Hightail. And you can just make a fluid. Works the same way. Yo, I know you mean MS is milliseconds. Can you have a block property rotate every 100 milliseconds through a series of properties? You wouldn't need to do it through properties. You do it through an animation sequence in Blockbench. So, like, here, I'll give you an example of that. We'll go into Salvager. These are not static objects. Like, see this object here? Watch this. Ta-da! Yeah, so you could do all of that, dude. And that's all done, like, inside of the system with Blockbench. And you just save the animations. And the animations are assigned to that. So if we go pull up the Salvager, let me actually do this for you. I'll show you this real quick. We'll delete this, because we've shown that before anyway. We'll go into here, we'll go into Hightail Read Only, and we'll say Salvager. Salvage. And the item is the bench salvage right there. And we can go into this and look for, it might be rendering. There we go. That's the place block. Is it interactions? No, is it block? It may be behavior under block. Gathering, bench, processing type bench, salvage bench, output slots count. We can actually change all of that. So it'd be like, oh no, I want to change this. We're going to override this asset, man. I'm going to create that. And I'd be like, I want 10 output slots, man. Now watch this. I don't even know if the UI supports that. We're going to find out. Look at that. You could just change anything you want. Be like, oh yeah, you know what? Actually, I only want 8 of those. That's too many. That's too many of those. There you go. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, is you can just change anything, dude. And that's the thing, is you don't even need to edit this one. You could change it to whatever you want. The basic one only has 4. Now we have 6. And then you can go back in there and change it to whatever the way you want. You could change it so it needs fuel. You could change it so that the input is actually not just one. Filter valid ingredients. Or maybe not filter valid ingredients. You can do whatever you want. That's it. I'm buying it. Mine made up. Hell yeah, dude. Use my code. It's very nice if you do. And when we break it, we can actually give it the bench back, right? Hightail is to Minecraft is what Gmod is to the source games. Yes! Yes! You see that Gary from Gary's Mod is making a new thing called Sandbox? I did hear about that, yeah. Increase basic inventory size? I think we can do that. Let's say input. Maybe we'll do another one. What happens? Oh, there we go. Now you can put 2 in it. So, like, if I want to make a bench, like a workbench, that allows you to craft stuff, we can just add stuff, you know? This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, it's crazy. Oh, in the player inventory? You can already add stuff to the player inventory. Watch this. Go in here. You have a backpack. You can actually add backpack slots to this or remove them from the player if you want to at any time. Remember mine packs from Minecraft? You don't need that anymore. It's part of the game. You mean the basic inventory? You mean putting stuff in the basic inventory? I don't know if you can modify the basic inventory. I think that one is actually protected class. As is this, which I've been asking them, like, expose this so we can put stats on this screen. Because the tab menu is not through these systems, which is upsetting. So. I know about the backpacks? Hell yeah. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, we've tried to modify the tab menu because what I wanted to do was this and put the player stats over here on its own custom UI, and I can't do that because this tab menu is protected in some way. Which is kind of annoying. But this, great. Now I can just go back out, delete this one, delete this local one. Oh. If you delete it while you're interacting with it, the game crashes. Whoops. Didn't like that. Note to self. Never do that again. I mean, fair, true. I'm going to make some recipes, I think. That might be a cool use today. Looking forward to create mods in Hytale. I'm looking forward to other people doing stuff. Uh-oh. Oh, we have a problem. Okay, I got to restart the server. My character is still interacting with the object that's no longer in world. My character is no longer in world, but it crashed doing that. So I had to reset the server, which will stop my interaction with that object. Yeah. Whoops. I broke it. I broke the video game. Yeah. They have ground that breaks when you run across it? Yes. And you can actually set that up. They're, I believe, grass trap is what it was called. Yeah, grass traps. Anyone got any recommendations for an SMP server to join? We were going to set one up, but the game is in too... it's too difficult of a state right now, I think. It's kind of busted, currently. We got to get our baseline shit together first. Lily Pads do it too, really? Oh, that's cool. We'll check that out, because I haven't seen that. Yeah, I want to set up the crafting stations, probably today. We'll start doing that. Because I think that is easier and better. Excuse me? Discard changes. Servers. Fine. Also, ice traps that break when you run on it. That's sick. There we... Let's not look at that again. There we go. Now I can look at this. All right. I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so since we're kind of roadblocked on some of the spells, I think I'm going to start making some salvaging related shit. Let's go get rid of this. We're going to make our own station, our own crafting station. Which I think would be kind of fun, because I haven't tried that yet. It's new. You know the fifth column and fourth row are misaligned? Uh. Wait. It's only that one. Wait, no. It's the second one And the fourth one. Come here with cursed knowledge. The second and fourth row separators in the inventory are 1 pixel taller than the first and third. And then Skeletor running away meme. And now I've sent this to Buddhacat. Yeah, I said the until we meet again. Okay. So, let's make a new station. I would like to learn how to do this standard. So we're going to go look at the salvager. And we're going to use the salvage edge as a way to do this. And it looks like it's item, bench salvage is the name of this. Also, block bounding boxes, bench salvage. And it looks like the box itself, oh, you can just define the actual collision boxes. So if it's taller, we can just set a taller collision box. That's great, dude. No, that's really good. That's like Pixels, what the shit, people? It's funny. Calm down. It's not that deep. Oh, what the shit? Did someone notice it? Oh, yeah, no, we didn't notice that shit all the time. It's been a long-standing meme in the community. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. Would you say that biocomputing could be the future of CS? Asking because it seems to be much more efficient than 1,000 GPU clusters. I've seen a lot of stuff with biocomputing, yeah, where they're using rat brain cells, and also, I believe there was a test with human brain cells. It really comes down to efficiency and ethics. You're going to get a lot of ethical questions that come down to that, right? Of like, is it ethical to use animal brain tissue to play Pong? You know, like, it's going to get real weird when that happens, but they're already having those problems. The other thing is, what happens if your laptop overheats and it cooks the brain? What happens? What happens if it's in there and it grows in a way you didn't expect? We're getting Warhammer 40K. Yeah, I don't like the idea. I don't like the speedrunning of Warhammer 40K tech. That's not ethical. When does it become ethical? When we trick sand into computing, or when we trick an individual cell into computing? Which one is more ethical? Yeah, how long do you... What happens if you forget to feed your computer? That's the big one. Like, if I forget to feed my computer, it's delicious feed juice. It's nutrient supplement. What happens? Change the computer fluid? It's grim. Sanity computing is the highest grade magic in real life. What we do every day is magic. I can talk to you from the other side of the planet in nearly real time. In fact, the version of me that you see now is in the past. From seconds. You are time traveling. It's weird. That shit's wild. Stop? No. Look at everything with existential glee, right? Don't do this to my brain. You're looking at the past. Some of you are looking at different versions of the past, too. Some of you 3 seconds, some of you up to 30 seconds. You're looking at the past. You're not looking at now, you're looking at the past. And even then, no matter what you're looking at the past because light had to travel to that thing, bounce off, and then go to you, into your eyes. Everything you see is an illusion. It's an echo of what once was. Just nearly in real time, but not actually in real time. Slightly old time. Or all of it. Anyway.
Thaxoran with 500 bits said, "Hey Thor, just
Hey.
Thax.
What's
Nothing
up?
fancy this time. Hoping all is okay for you today. When I came into the channel you seemed a bit down or just really thinking.
No, just waking
It's
up.
okay, I got your back, Jack. You inspired me to like others to get a hobby. I made a theatrical performance about puns. It's only a play on words. Well, have a good one, eh?"
Why are you like this? No, I was fine. I'm just, when I wake up in the morning, like, and I haven't, like, done a bunch of stuff yet, like, I haven't woken up, like, my brain is slug mode. Oh, by the way, how if you guys have not seen this, I'm going to show you something. Do you guys want to see something that Minecrafters will get upset about? You ready? We all know the slab, right? You could just do whatever you want. Is that even legal? Yes. Any player can hit R, and it rotates it any way that you want to. Any block. You don't have to, like, aim yourself anymore for that shit. Yeah. Like, here, even look, with Salvager, I'll actually show you how this gets implemented. It's quite easy. Like, we'll go down here. See that? The way that gets implemented is inside of the editor here. You say variant rotation, north, east, southwest. That's it. That's the variant rotations for it. And flip type is symmetric. You can just change these things to whatever you want. But this is the way that you do it. And you say no random rotation. And if you want to have random rotation on it, you can actually go to Cactus. Cactus actually has random rotation on it. So every time you place it, it uses a seed from that one specific block to do random rotation every single time. You can even make it so that some of these blocks actually have modifications on them where they are different. So if we go to Cactus Topper, I believe that one has random modification on it. No, this one doesn't have it. Some of them will actually have like flowers and shit on them. But yeah, each and every individual spot, like if we grab this and we do that and that, these will always look this way. So if you do this one, it's seeded so that it's not like trying to store that calculation forever. And then we can grab the topper for that. And you have 3 different looking cactuses, even though it's using the exact same blocks. Isn't that neat? So this is what I was talking about before of like, you can modify that. That behavior that you see there, that's not hard-coded. It's not like Minecraft. You can literally just pull up those assets and change them in any way that you want to. And that is why Hightail is different. That is why it's better. Because anything that you see, you can change. Anything you don't like doesn't have to be that way. You can make your server your own. Instantly. In real time. Yeah. Like if we go into Cactus, bottom. Let me see actually what is the name of that cactus. Plant Cactus 1. We'll go into this, right? And we'll go into the block and placement. Look at support down. This is with match self ignored, support required. So the fact that it breaks when there's nothing underneath it, you can remove that. You could just say, I don't want that anymore. I want it so that it stays in midair, right? Because right now, the way that it's set up is if you do this and you break the bottom one, the top one breaks. Just get rid of it. You don't need that. Get rid of it if you don't want it. So let's just take the bottom piece of cactus and we'll start playing with this. Override the asset. Make our own. First character of an item or ID underscore must be a letter. Oh, that's funny. This is an illegal asset. First character of an ID or after an underscore must be a letter. I'm going to report that bug. Illegal asset. Illegal asset. We can't override it. I'm reporting this. Plant Cactus 1. Okay, let's go in game and do that. Jail. Yeah. Boop. Neat. Weird bug. Now we found a bug. Screw it, you identify as a cactus. Now good. I guess we can't change that one. But you get the idea. Alright, let's go back into our salvages workbench. We're going to go play around with that. Salvage. I'm trying to learn as much as I can about the benches system. Inside of the properties for this, we can actually see that the icon is the bench salvage.png, which is this one up here, right? And by the way, that icon is actually just the 3D model. You can generate that from the 3D model, so you don't need to make a PNG out of it if you don't want to. In-game, it's just that little model, but you don't need it to be. Neat. Cactus canon events, they cannot be changed. Exactly. Categories is furniture benches. So I think we'll make a category of furniture bench. I'm going to override this asset, but we're going to create a new one. We're going to call it bench. I'm going to call it bench cooking. That's what I'll do. I love little cacti enemies. Yeah. Bench cooking. How's the game so far, though? It's quite good. It is the best modding tool I've ever played in my life. It is phenomenal. It is... If you are a Minecraft modder and you have not tried Hytale yet for modding, before you shit the bed and scream and cry because threat to Minecraft, right, before that happens, try it. It will be like... It'll be like having a relationship that finally isn't toxic. It'll be confusing at first. You'll be like, wait, what do you mean I could just do that? What do you mean I could just upload a liquid? What do you mean? What do you mean it's all so easy? This is suspicious. This is bullshit. And you'll be sitting there going like, I don't understand why the game lets me do things. You're in a bad relationship with Minecraft. You deserve Hytale. Telling you. Let's go do bench cooking. We'll do a cooking bench, and I want it to be its own thing. Cooking. And I don't know how this is going to work, so let's go into here. This is bench salvage right now. I need to change the naming and everything for this. I have never made a bench, so this is probably going to be really weird. I'm going to say items, bench, cooking.name, and we'll grab the same thing for this. No, calm yourself. There we go, bench cooking. Wait, there's already a chef stove in the game? Hold up. Delete that. Delete. What do you mean? There's a bench cooking already? What? Alchemists, arcanists, builders, farmers, bench salvage, bench campfire, bench weapon. Where is this? Where? Chef stove? Maybe it's because I overwrote it. Maybe it's Madge. Let me try something. How does this shit work? I may have to restart the server. I may have to restart it. It may have gotten angry when I overwrote it without actually overwriting it. Yeah, that may be the problem. I'm restarting it. It's fine. We'll figure it out. It'll be fun. Yeah, it definitely exists. I think I killed it. I've done some really weird shit with the asset editor, so I'm not surprised. It's because it's not called a bench. You can search by the internal item ID, though. So, it should have been. It's called bench cooking internally. Can't believe the streamer deleted cooking from live. I did. Only DoorDash now. It's over. TTS time.
Tumor_factory with 500 bits said surgery update. It all went well and it would seem that I won't be needing the 8 weeks I thought I needed for recovery. I will only need 4 weeks. Still laying around though, got to let my boys heal and happy 8th partner anniversary.
I'm glad you're doing okay. You tell us all about your tumor journey. It's terrifying, dude. I'm glad that you're doing okay, though. I'm glad that your surgery went well. Let the boys heal. That sounds horrific, dude. That sounds so scary to me. I think the thing that blows me away is you're dealing with a really rough hand. You're dealing with a rough-ass hand. And you're dealing it with the funniest possible demeanor imaginable. For those of you who don't know, this is a person who is creating a lot of tumors in their body. They have a condition where they're generating tumors. They named themselves Tumor Factory and joke about it all the time. It is wild. Like, it's yeah, their name is Tumor Factory, which is like, laugh at it. I mean, at that point, you might as well. You know, you're not changing it. So, like, I'm glad you're doing okay, and I hope you continue to do okay, because that to me is terrifying. Also, what's this? What is this? Windcraft. We've been waiting 7 years for this. Huge announcement coming soon. It's time to change the game. You already know what this is about. Bro, are you... Windcraft, are you putting this in Hightail? Is Windcraft going to Hightail? Is this going to be Windtail, dude? It's got to be Windtail, right? They got to be putting it in Hightail. If Windcraft goes to Hightail, it's over. Yeah. Like 100%. What is that? Windcraft is one of the largest servers in Minecraft. Yeah. That's a big deal. It's about time. What is this? Boop. Isn't it better to use mod name as namespace for translations and item IDs? Yeah, we're not doing that right now. I'm just dorking around. What I'm interested in is why this is like this. I'm actually going to be overwriting the original assets. You have to understand that. Like, I don't want the base Hightail functionality. We're going to be removing that and putting our own system in. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we can build stuff. Like, building individual items is fine. I'm trying to understand some of these systems. So, like, how the chef stuff works. Like, cooking. The bench cooking is what I'm after. And I want to know how that functions. Bench. There we go. Chef stove is back. And we can rotate that. All right, cool. And this is our specific craft. Yeah, any type of vegetable. See that? So if we look at food, kebab, vegetable, consumable, mushroom skewer, like all this stuff, crafting 10x, crafting all this, our crafting system we're going to do is basically already in the game. Yeah. Unknown item. Chat is a vegetable? Yes. That is true. Chat is probably a cucumber. We can chop the fish to make ingredients. Baking, preparing, and ingredients. So, let's go into the chef stove. Item bench cooking. And boxes. This is just going to be the collision boxes for it. Bench cooking. What we need to do is look at crafting, recipe, input. And these are going to be all the recipes for this. So to make this item, you need an ingredient copper bar, a wood trunk, and a rock. And you'll need to put that into... Where does this recipe come from? It'll come from a crafting workbench. So we can put that in, we can put the recipe for this item into the workbench by doing that. So if we go over here, we look at this, we look at workbench, grab that, and look at this. Get off of that, open this up. In here, you can see the chef stove is right there, and there's the recipe for it. And that recipe is defined inside of the item for the chef stove. Makes it really easy to do this. You can also put the recipe directly in the crafting item. Yes, you can. Yep. So this is the really interesting part, is we can do that as metadata. And if you look at this, this is an input here, but we could probably put an input, instead of individual resources like this, we might put it somewhere else. Let me look at the source. I kind of want to keep the recipes like this, though. You know? I think I might want to do that way. I wonder if you could do multi-recipes this way. Can we do 2 recipes that result in the same item this way? I think you'd have to put it on the crafting bench. Reminds you of the Warcraft 3 custom map editor? Yeah. How do we add the most important part of any MMO? The friction. I know, right? It's more like fishing, dude. You go between a visual editor and the code? Yes. So, if we're doing that, let's go into functionality. Nothing in functionality. Nothing in the block that we care about. Let's go to interactions. Nothing there. How do we define the recipes for this? And I think they're defined not in this, but instead in each individual item. So let's look up food, kebab, mushroom. Food, kebab, mushroom. We'll grab that. We'll go look at crafting. Crafting recipe. In this case, the input is ingredient stick or resource type ID, any mushrooms. Resource type ID, if we go look at this, is anything as a resource type that is mushrooms, and it's any type of mushroom. And if we expand that, I guess we'll go look at the source for this. It's icons resource type any mushrooms, and it's any type of mushroom. And that means that under a mushroom, we go like this, we'll go to item, not the plant crops. There should be an item for a mushroom. Item block, no. Ingredient. There we go. Ingredient. There should be a mushroom in here. What kind of mushrooms are there in the video game? I think it's like brown mushroom or some shit. I can't remember the damn name of it. Ingredient. Brown. No. Mushroom. Brown. I guess it's under plant crop for these. Item plant crop. Mushroom block brown. Cap brown. Common brown. That might be what it is. So then we look at this one, and we look at the tags for it. Plant crop. How does it apply the mushroom to it? It's called common? I guess that's it, right? So how do they apply the category? Blocks plants. Weird. Weird. Yeah, group plant. Where does it get the tags of mushroom? There it is. Nope, that's block sound set ID. mushrooms would be a resource type. So resource, nope. Show all properties. Resource? No. Where does your resource type exist? Where do you live? Resource types. Mushrooms. Okay. So they've tagged mushrooms as vegetables, which is not correct. It's a very different thing. So this is how they do it. The item is both a crop, it is a block, and it is a resource. So item is a whole bunch of shit together. It's a lot of stuff. So they've marked them as vegetables, which they're not vegetables. Even Venture Story does that? That's not a vegetable. So inside of bench cooking, we'll go back over here, or inside of food kebab mushroom, this is saying resource type ID. We do a resource type of any mushrooms, and then we apply that resource type to the mushroom to say that it is also part of a collective of mushrooms. And now this can use any mushroom in the game in order to craft this, and it will say any type of mushroom, which is super useful, right? Under that resource type ID, it has an icon of any mushroom, which is the icon that you're seeing right there. And the any type of mushroom is the description that you're seeing right there in the name. Useful. Really useful, actually. Fungi as spores, similar to seed, but not. Yeah, they're not the same. They're not a vegetable. So I think this is really useful, right? Like, it shows you how methodical their crafting system is. Probably the best that I've seen, because it's very simple, very easy. And I want to build a bunch of shit out. Can we make recipes that can drop from the world? Yes. Yes, we can. And I will be building those. They will teach you a recipe. What if they had poisonous mushrooms? Cool. I'd add those to the game. That's fun. Make AOC in Hightail? No, we're making Blockgame in Hightail. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday, you goblin. But now with this, we go to crafting, right? We'll do the input of ingredient stick and mushrooms. And there's our ingredient stick. And there's our mushroom, right? And then we can go into this and say that the quantity of the mushrooms is 3. The ingredient stick is a quantity of 1. And the output is going to be a single food kebab mushroom. And the bench requirement in this case is going to be a crafting cooking bench. And I can create a custom bench, which is kind of sick. And I will probably just repurpose a number of these benches because they fit with what I'm trying to do. Are you making wings? What do you mean wings? What? Can we copy and paste AOC Fish in your game? Seeing as it's just fully AFK? No, I want to do something better than that. Yeah, that sounds boring. Categories is prepared. So this will be under the category of prepared foods. So let's put it under a different category. We've got category of prepared. So let's go search for prepared. Prepared. Where does that live? Is that under the bench? That might be under the bench cooking. So let's go into show all properties. We don't care about the recipe for this. Categories. Workbench crafting. No. Where does that category... Is it just written? Oh, it may just be written. Let's try something here. Create a... Overwrite the kebab and be like, butts. No, there's got to be a way to call it prepared. The category butts is not showing up. Oh, that's weird. It's showing grayscaled out versions. Oh, there's got to be something because look, it's got an icon with it. You don't need to save it. The moment you change it, it's done. As you can see here, it's saved. So like that is... Wait. Yeah, it has inheritance not supported in the property editor. So let's go look at this. We changed it to butts. The category is butts. But where does the category get defined? In the bench. Is that defined somewhere? Time seconds for bench requirement. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Rendering? No. General. Categories? Benches. So how does that get defined? Yeah, it's got tabs for tabs, but where? Where do those tabs exist? Are they in the block, maybe? Bench. ID is cooking bench. Type crafting. Categories. There we go. There we are. Found it. Override the asset. Create. We'll go into this, and we'll add a new category to this. That's fine. You crash me. It's whatever. The ID is going to be butts. And the icon is going to be something stupid. Something really stupid. Icons. Crafting categories. A campfire. Done. We'll get back in the game. I don't think I was interacting with it at the time. If I was, it's going to crash when I get back in and I have to reset the server. It was not. But we did it. All right, so now we can do that. Okay, so I can add custom tabs to this and put whatever I want on there. Nice. Really nice, actually. Super, super nice. I wonder if this supports pagination. It doesn't show butts in the top left? Oh, it will. Butts. Just put Claude code on this thing? Dude, Claude doesn't know how to interact with this shit yet. Because human beings haven't released the docs yet. AI doesn't know how to work with something that it's never worked with before. It will just hallucinate an answer based on what it has for already solved problems. No, I do, Mr. Jiggle. I try to answer things that both sides are talking about. You have to understand, like, Twitch is at 3,500 people, and YouTube is at 352. Twitch is almost always 10 times the amount of people on YouTube, right? So, like, Twitch chat goes really fast, and YouTube chat goes kind of slow, so I try to talk about things that both sides are talking about. Like, when someone over on Twitch side was like, oh, it's your birthday today, I was like, it's not my birthday, at the same time that Hammer was saying that it is my birthday, right? Easy. I try to find things that I can, because I got limited amounts of things that I can say, right? There's too much in a day. Not enough time. I'm gonna be real with you. Most of the streamers that I watch on Twitch don't interact with chat at all, so there's that. I'm quite happy to interact. Waiting on ads. Who is this? This is Jeff Blocksos, dude. There he is. It's fun to interact with chat. I agree. Is YouTube talking about how amazing Twitch side is? They're saying that you're the favorite. Yeah. But you have ads right now and they don't, so. Those streams are a snooze fest? Yeah, I don't like that at all. To be honest with you, I talk all day, and it's very hard to do, which is why I kind of get close to the mic and I talk kind of quieter, right? Because it's just, imagine talking for 12 hours a day every day, man. You blow your voice out. We're the elder child? We can't be the favorite? Dude, maybe you are. You stuck in a time loop? No. I mean, I could go into Thor ASMR if I talk like this. But if I do this forever, then chat will start complaining. It's so painful to talk more than 3 hours. Oof, respect, man. Yeah, I do it 12 hours a day, man. I didn't used to be able to, and then you get abs on your lungs. What does the code do? Nothing right now. Oh, you mean the one up there? It gives me money if you buy the game, which is kind of nice. So if you want to do that, please do, because it supports me, and then I can keep doing Hightail streams and keep doing other shit. And keep paying my staff and everything else. Like, you are allowing me to exist as a streamer by using that code. In fact, you're doing it just by watching the stream, frankly. So. There is a rubber duck on my desk. It solves all my issues. Hell yeah. Is this your game? No, this is Hightail. We are modifying Hightail to have Blockgame in it, which is an MMO that we made inside of Minecraft originally. It was me and Jake. I worked on it for about 2 years, and then I brought Jake on, and now Jake's been working on it for 3 years. So we got like 5 years on it so far. It's got thousands of items, hundreds of, creatures, all kinds of shit. So what I'm doing now is I'm working with the crafting system to create individual things, right? And kind of going from there. And I'm going to send this... I'm sending updates over to Jake so he can see what I'm doing with this. But... yeah, I'm letting him know that we likely need 0 or very light programming for the crafting system. Curious outside of the courses, you're doing your master's in comp sci. Any resources you think are worth looking at? Yeah, actually. Here, let me send you some cool shit. If you go to our Discord, this is probably the best choice for this because it's going to have everything that I'm talking about at the same time. Go to channels and roles in Discord all the way up here. Choose programming and likely IT based on your interests, right? Go down to the sections. You won't see all these. This is going to be kind of overwhelming. There's a lot of channels in here. You won't see these. You will see only the ones that you've chosen. So choose the programming channel. Go to resources in there and just see all the free resources that are in here. There's a shitload of stuff in there. And then IT also has the same thing for IT resources for all kinds of things in this. And it's what I do, what I want the community to be, and what this Discord is it's a place for you to learn shit without paying money. That is the most important thing to me. Yeah. That is the most important thing to me. So if you want to learn this stuff, do it. Like that is what this is for, is to learn all those things. Would you call Hightail a game as well as a game engine? For me, Hightail is not a game. Hightail is a place for me to make a game. It is an engine for me. For another person, it would likely be more a game than it is a tool. I would rather use it as a tool, personally. And then I would rather play the game that I made inside of it, right? Done with Ashes for now? On stream, yeah, for now. They have failed moderation entirely, so I'm out on stream for now. It's creative space with a game attached. For me, yes. Yeah. Hightail modding is currently available for everyone. Yeah, what you're seeing right here is part of the game. You just hit B, and then you click on Asset Editor. You're good to go. Do you see yourself running Hightail mod jams in the future? 100%. Here's a couple of things that we're going to be doing once the server is up and running, to be clear. Is eventually Hightail is going to be adding in financial support systems, where the way that they're going to be doing this is you can set up a store to sell cosmetics on the server. I don't like pay to win. I actually don't even like MTX a lot of the times. So players were saying, hey, I want to find a way to support what you're doing with this. And I was like, okay, we got to find a way that it feels not greasy to me. How many of you guys have played Warframe? Warframe. Warframe is a system called Tenogen. The way that Tenogen works is individual artists from around the world that do not work for Digital Extremes, who owns Warframe, they create assets for the game. These get voted on by the community, and once they are voted in, they get added to the store in the game. And they're all cosmetic only. So Tenogen then allows these artists to put items up on the store, and they get 30% of every single sale, and they don't have to deal with customers at all. Warframe, Digital Extremes, manages this store, deals with all of the chargebacks, deals with all of the, handling of those assets, any of that kind of stuff. If somebody wants a refund, whatever, right? They deal with that, and the artist gets paid every month indefinitely. That's what I want to do on our Hightail server. That's how I want to handle that. And I want to make it so that you guys can make really cool-looking hats, at first, and people can buy those, and you get your cut of the money. I want to do it exactly like what Warframe is doing, because I think what Warframe is doing is incredibly positive for their community, it's incredibly good for the artists overall, and it's maintainable, which is good. Yeah. Yep. Warframe is the best free-to-play system MMO. I agree, and I want to model what we're doing off of Warframe. That's exactly what I want to do, because I think what Warframe is doing is the monetization system that I like the most as a player. And that's what I want to do with it. IRL money? Yeah, it'll be an IRL money thing. Cosmetic only. And that's how I want to do it. I want to model it off of Warframe, because I think Warframe's is the fairest to the player, where it still can maintain a business, and it also spreads the wealth to individual artists that generally have a shit time making money. So, I think it's a good thing. The hat's going to be a helmet. I don't know. Pay to slay. Yeah. At the same time, and this is really important to me, it allows our team, internally, to make really cool shit that is not cosmetics, so that you can earn those in-game. So I want to do that. I want to make it so that the items in-game actually look really cool. I don't want the cosmetics to be, like, way cooler than the stuff in the video game. Time to AFK in an idle server? What, dude? You're streaming? How did I miss the bell? I stream every day except for Thursday. So you will always find me here 12 hours a day from midnight till noon PST. I got a Warframe, so I'm glad to hear that. Oh, Warframe is great, dude. Warframe is the opposite of predatory tactics. I think what they're doing is incredibly beneficial to everybody involved. Yeah. Can you do cinematic camera shots currently? Yes, you can. What you should do is go into here. First off, do /op and self. That'll allow you to op yourself. And then you can go into hit O. That will change you from adventure mode to creative mode. Then you go into here, and you will go to this little camera icon, the machinima tool. Yeah. No, op yourself, like operator. And there you go, machinima tool. That's what you're looking for. It looks like a camera. It looks cool. Boop. Ta-da! It's kind of neat. Yeah. Op yourself. Op, you goblins. I swear to God. OP. There's also a timeline tool. There is. I have not used the timeline tool yet. There's a lot of different tools in here, and I think people didn't realize that there were more than just this. But there's a lot. Do you want to see a really cool one? It just makes trees. A random arrangement of trees. That's it. It's just a brush that does that. Now, do you want to know the really cool part? You want to know the really cool part with that brush? Forest brush, right? You can modify that brush to make it do whatever you want. You can make your own brushes. You can make it so those brushes will pull different assets. You can create all your own custom tools for all your own custom brushes. Any way that you want them to be. Right in the asset editor. These are just items. That's all they are. It's just an item. Yeah. How would you rate the Hyto modding tools? I wouldn't say out of 10, to be real with you. I say that this is the... I've been modding Minecraft for probably the last 4 or 5 years, building our MMO server. This is the best modding experience I've ever had in a game. Ever. And it is still broken in many ways. There are still sections that will crash the asset editor. There are still things that don't work correctly. This is the worst it will ever be, and it is already the best experience I've ever had. It is awesome, dude. Like, yeah, that's why there's 1,200 mods in 3 days. Exactly. Yeah, crash the asset editor. Maybe I need to enunciate more. But yeah, asset editor. How much easier is it in the Minecraft? You ever added a custom block to Minecraft? You ever done that? And I mean you actually adding the custom block to Minecraft. You ever done that before? No? Watch this. We're going to go into our custom pack. We're going to do this as a item. We're going to go into here. Unique asset ID. Test block. Create. Go into test block. Go into editor on this. Set this as a block. Create embedded. We will make it so it's a cube. We want to have it be the block model of nothing. We don't care about it. The material is empty. We can make that solid. Opacity, we're going to set that to transparent. Requiring alpha blending. There's our block. Now I want to go into this. I want to make it so the block generates a colored light. We're going to make it kind of a pale green sort of color. We're going to make that radius 1. I'm going to make it so that it has block particles. I might do block particles. We'll probably do some block particles. You know what? Let's make it blow up. Let's do that. I have an explosion effect that I put together before from their assets. They have an explosion big, and I just modified it from there. We'll do that. So it has block particles. And it will do that just fine. We're going to do a random rotation on it. No, I think I'll leave it the way that it is. Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, you know what? No, we'll just do that. That's fine. And now that we have this, let's go put a texture on it, because I think it needs to have a block texture as well. So block decal ID, we don't care about the decal. Material is solid. Where is our texture? Block model textures. We'll put a texture on this. What is the texture that we're going to use? We're going to go back into Hightail. We'll use items. And I'll use a Halloween prop of, I don't know, this wagon texture. Sure. What was the name of this thing? Make sure that we actually have the name. General, icon, categories, translation properties, test block. It's for testing. There we go. Now we've got that. So now test block on that. And we should... Let's do this. I can see it in my hand there. So we've got it as an item now, right? It exists. And now all we have to do is we go back into this. We've got our block information on this across the whole thing. We've got our texture, and it looks like the texture is not applied to it there, so we don't want to do the block model textures. We don't care about that one. I think it's block textures. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. And now we'll do this, and we'll say Hightail, and we're going to go look at items, and we'll make it so that it's a... You know? What if we use the camera machinima texture on the whole thing? That's kind of funny, right? I feel like that works. Maybe we can make it into a door. Weird shit, right? Oh, we can change the biome tinting on it, too. And we can change that on a per-face variant. I didn't realize we could do that. That's kind of cool. Happy partner anniversary. Thank you. Why can't I interact with it yet? For some reason, I can't interact with this. I need to find out why. There's probably something that I'm missing. Effect, block color, block radius. This is done. Block texture side, draw type cube. There was something that I missed. Maybe it's the model? No, we could just do no model. Semi-transparent. Is it just invisible? Oh, wait, it's green. Look, it's glowing because I'm near. Oh, it's blowing up. Yeah, it's definitely blowing up. Oh, there it is in my hand now. So it's got the texture. The placement is not working. I need to find out why the placement's not working. This is the thing that didn't work last time, too. And I don't know why. And I fixed it. And I don't remember how I fixed it. So this is the part that I need to remember now. Placement settings. Rotation mode, default. Place in empty blocks. Allow rotation key? No, we don't need that. Is it blowing up before you can place? Oh yeah, no. The way that I set up particles on it is stupid. It's not a permanent effect. Have you done the fluid setting thing? Oh, I've done fluid for it too. Is it missing interaction? No, you shouldn't need an interaction on it. That would mean that the block itself can be interacted with after it's placed down. Which, by the way, you don't need to hook anymore. It's like in Minecraft where you like hook it to be like, when I right-click on this one specific block that I've transitioned over to this other block, like, you don't have to do that. Yeah. This allows for people to paint with light? Yes, it does. Do we want the place empty blocks clicked? It might be that. Let me go look into here real quick, and we'll say soil gravel. That's an item drop list. Let's do soil mud. Include block types, so that's a block there. That's not what we want. We want soil, clay, green. And see what I'm missing on this. Under block. So group, dirt, draw type cube, block textures, whatever. So that's this. That's fine. The weight is fine. Cube shading, material. Flags. Gathering. What was it that I was missing? Is it ID state data? Is it an interaction? No. State? No. Functionality? No. Crafting? No. Rendering? No. It might be the category. That might be what it is. Block set something? Is there actually a block set in here? Block set ID. No, that's the set. It's a particle set ID. For when you break it, it does that. What is the actual thing for this? I need to know this one back to front, dude. That has a flag on it that doesn't exist. Support drop type break. Block sound set ID. So when you place it, you can also change the sound for placement. Let's go and show all properties, and we'll just skim. Player animation. Reference item player animations. That might be what we need to do. But it's not even showing the visual. So, like, when you place this, it's got, like, a haunted image, right? We don't have that on our test block. Maybe the placement settings? Let me look at placement settings. We'll look for that. Where is placement settings? Particles, rotation, behavior, interaction, sound, support, tint, state, and components. There's no placement settings. Unless it's under one of those settings, and it's just named weird, which it could be. Block particles. Placement settings. It's just set to default. That's to make it so it rotates like the cactuses did earlier. Behavior. There's nothing interesting in behavior. Let's close these out. Like if we go to behavior for this one. I guess we could change the flags to nothing. Right? Like that's the same. This one is set to nothing. Right? We change it to is usable? No idea. Are you making a mod pack? No, we're actually just modding shit in game. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Maybe. That may be the problem, because we've had that problem in the past. I feel like this is supposed to work this way, though, but it's also not showing this. Block breaking decal. Material solid. Let's go take a look at this. We'll just set this to solid, too. Requires alpha blending. We'll go to soil, clay, green. We'll go to block, right? Solid, solid. Does not require alpha blending. We'll say color, radius, tick procedure. Block light. Doesn't have a block light. Block particle set ID, particle color. We don't need that. No. General. I'm going to try to do a general tag on this of categories and say blocks, rocks, just to see what happens. Because I find that this is a little bit weird where I can't place it. And I've placed it in the past, and I don't know what was the defining factor for that. And if I can remember this, then we'll be good to go. It's not the set. Because there's no block for this. It is the block. Rendering. Player animation ID. So we could try that. Reference to item player animations. Player animation ID. Block. There you go. Is it the animation ID? It is. It was literally just it didn't have an animation to place it. But look, now when we place it, it explodes. Okay, so now we know for the future, it's the animation of placing a block. If there's no animation, it works. Or if there's no animation, it doesn't work. But look at that. Isn't that neat? So when we place it, the animation that we have, the particles that we have for that, is the explosion. And we can make sounds for it, anything like this, right? And look, see how it's like the grass is growing over the top of it already? But like this is what I'm talking about, is if you want to add a block to the game, you can just add a block to the game. And the server never had to turn off. It never had to turn back on. It's doing a faint light, so if we do time midnight, you can see it's glowing, like I was talking about, right? It's got that, like, kind of light glow on the item itself. I guess if we wanted to do a block glow, we could do that. But the item itself is what's glowing right now. In theory, you can make it so the block that you put down and it spawns a structure. Yes. Oh, yeah. You can do whatever the hell you want, man. This is one of the things that I think is crazy about this, is for a Minecraft player, the idea of a custom block is like one of the holy grails, dude. It's like one of the hardest things to put together and make it on a stable server, because a lot of stuff you'll have to do is either going to be a client-side modification or like deep bullshit inside of Minecraft. But in this, all you have to do is make a block. What's the mod? It's not a mod. Like this right here is just me changing and adding an item to the video game directly. This is not, like, this is just part of Hytale. This isn't even a mod. I'm just playing around with shit. You make John Conway's Game of Life in Hytale? You can. Yeah, I think this is one of the things that's really surprising. Like, how many of you guys do Minecraft modding? How many of you guys have? You? Okay, so let's go make another thing. If you've done this before, if you've done Minecraft modding, how many of you have ever made a custom fluid in Minecraft? Like lava and water. I'm going to bet very few, if any. Very, very few. Like very, very few. No? Yeah. So let's go look at a custom fluid. We'll go look at lava. You have a fluid called lava source, right? Max fluid level is 1. And we're going to go and open all this up. And do this. There we go. Lava fluid, lava source, lava fluid. So we're going to duplicate this over. We're going to override that. And we're going to call it test fluid source. Create. We'll go back over to lava on this server. And we're going to say lava. We'll override that asset. We'll say test fluid. Create that. Oh, we got to go delete it on ours. One sec. Test fluid. Delete that. And we'll go back over to this, and we'll say lava. And there's this, and we're going to say override that asset. Call it test fluid. Acid pool. We can do that. And now we can look at fluid, lava source, lava. And there's fluid lava down here, so there's another one. Which is a little bit weird. There's lava. And I think that's an item. So now we're going to duplicate this one. And we're going to call it test fluid. Right? And create that asset. Now we'll go back over to our mod pack and say fluid. And now we have this test fluid. And we have this test thing here. We're going to change that parent to our version, which is test fluid source, because it's lava source. We'll change that to source. This one is now set to this. Fluid FX ID is lava. Lava in that. We'll do test fluid. And we want this show all properties. We're going to go look through all this. The player animation, that's the placing of the block that we needed from before. And we go to look in block now. And now look. Group lava, draw type cube. When we're going to go place this, block particle set ID is lava, particle color. Let's change this. Let's start changing some stuff around. Effect, lava. I want it to be effect like slime. The block light, I want that to be lightly green and glowing, right? I want it to be the material of solid with the opacity of transparent. I want to have the cube shading model to be full bright, so it looks like it's glowing. And then I want it to have... On its flags, we don't need anything. We don't need anything here. Everything here looks good. And we're going to change the icon. I want to change it to fluid poison for the icon up here. Translation properties, we're going to name it test fluid. Right? Test fluid. Test fluid. Let's go and look at this. Particle color, green. Particle set ID, lava is fun. That's the source block. Block textures. We will change the block texture to something weird. Let's make it bone. We're going to make it bone. And in the test fluid, we'll look at block textures. This has a parent, and it's just pulling from the parent, so we don't have to worry about that. All of this is the same. Supported by test fluid source. Not lava source. There we go. And I think we're good to go. We should be anyway. I think everything there is correct and functional. Let's try it out. There's our test fluid. And this works just like lava right now, so let's change some stuff around. We need to play around with it. Because the icon block is there, but it's not changing the graphic just yet. So let's go change that graphic. We'll go into the test fluid source and we'll take a look at this. The bone texture for that is showing off, but why is it not showing the rest of this? And that's probably because test fluid might be creating the wrong one. Group lava. Block particle set ID. Where's our block? When does it set this? It should be setting the block type somewhere. Where is our block type? At least look like it? Yes, it's set to lava right now. So group lava is what I think is the problem here. Let me make sure that these are not in a group. No, it's not. Effect slime. Block particle set ID is lava. That's fine. Where does it set lava in this shit? Let me go try something. I'm going to go to the source code for this. We're just going to grab it. There it is. It's right up at the top. Fluid to place. Lava source. That's so annoying. Test fluid source. Apply. And now it's glowing bone block. Isn't that weird? Gotta wait on the ads. The molten marrow, yeah. Is the rainfall suppressing the spread? Nope. We gotta play with that. That's why. Thank you very much, guys, for all the happy partner anniversaries. That's awesome. You're amazing. Just waiting on the ads. Melts away. Now you just need a bench that has lava coming off it? We can do that. Yeah. Yeah, when you override asset, does it just make a copy in your pack? Yes, it does. And it will override the original one. So if you want to disable features of Hightail, you totally can. Ads are done? Not yet. They're done for you. Now they're done for everybody. And now I have it wait about 10 seconds for stragglers, and then it goes away. There you go. Maybe more like 5 seconds. Yeah, there's a timer on my end. I did. Vague. If you want to know about my work history, just do !jobs, bud. How many years have you been a Twitch partner? 8 as of today. Today is my Twitch partner anniversary. Yeah. So yeah, with that in mind, we now have a texture, in this case, of the bone block top on our normal fluid. And I think what we need to do is if we go into here and we look at source, I think I need to force the block textures on this so that this one is also bone. Because I think that was the problem with it. So we go block textures, bone. We'll do bone top on all of it, right? Then we'll go into this, and now we can go here, and now watch this. Oh, it's doing the wrong one. So now we got to go play with it. Let's go try. And we'll look at test fluid source. We'll do a source on this. There's going to be a section here where it's creating lava, which is the problem. Apply effect, overwrite, adventure condition. This is applying burns to it, so we don't actually need that interaction. Fluid effects ID. Effect lava. I think that might be the reason, the effect lava. Let's go check that out. I want to make sure that it's creating a different one. Oh. Slime? What does that do? Oh, it's like, it's not as wiggly. So lava is the wiggly one, and then like slime is not the wiggly one. That's interesting. So if we do the effect of ripple on it, I guess ripple doesn't work. We'll do the effect of lava on it, right? We'll get back into it. And now look at it, it's wiggling. See it wiggling? Okay, so that works. This seems wrong. Non-wiggly slime, it seems wrong. It might be wiggly if you touch it. We're going to remove the interaction on collision. That's the burn effect. We don't want that. So we're going to get rid of that. So we don't want it to light you on fire. And it's safe to touch. There we go. Hightail's far better than you expected? It's crazy, dude. And now we can go to Fluid Effects ID. What does this do? Slime? I don't know what that does. We're going to play around with that. What's this? I am making a custom liquid, and I'm playing around with it. Spread fluid. There we go. We'll do this in here. We're going to spread the test fluid. So now... Now it spreads the test fluid, and then the test fluid is supposed to also spread test fluid, but the test fluid is now spreading lava. So let's go fix that. So spread fluid under ticker is what we're after. So you're going to go to ticker, and then the spread fluid is going to be the test fluid. Just like that. And now, this will slowly drain out the lava, and it will slowly drain in the test fluid that we just made. There you go. And now we have a gross bone liquid. That gross? And like, look how fast we modded that in. And not only modding it in, but doing it on a live server where other players can watch it too. Also, it glows. And it glows whatever color we want it to be. So if we go over here, and we put it there, and then we go look at this... And see how it's glowing orange right now? Let's go to the test fluid source. We're going to look at light on this, and we're going to change that to green. And then we're going to do test fluid, and we're going to look at light on this one. We're going to change that one to green as well. Radius of 1. And now, it's a glowing green liquid. It's like bright. It's bright as shit, actually. Right? But here's the cool part. Watch this. You can just do that shit in real time. Right? And it's live on a multiplayer server. You just can't do that in Minecraft. So, like, when I'm sitting here saying, like, dude, just use Hightail, like, I mean it. Acid color now? Yeah, it's like acid, right? And here's the thing, is, like, maybe we want that to do something. Maybe you want it to light you on fire or some shit. So we go to collisions, and you add in a collision. And we'll just say, I want this collision to be called test. And I want it to do a sound effect when we step into it. So we're going to go in here. And when we interact with this, I want it to be... What kind of a sound do we want this to be? I don't know what a tension moderate is. I'm a little bit concerned as to what that is. That sound effect does not seem to be working. Could be a sizzle noise. Could be. Let's see if we can find one way to do this. Under test fluid. Sound event. Block sounds. Bone. Bone break sound. Okay. We'll call it key test, I guess. Maybe it only works in the parent object? I don't know how this works for collisions for liquid yet. Collisions. Water and water source. Oh. Okay. Let's do this. If that set is test fluid source, we've got a stone already. Block to place. Sound event. This is when it runs into... Oh, wait. This is when it collide... Okay, it's not when you collide with it. This is not when you collide with it. It's when another liquid collides with it. What do we want it to turn into? When it becomes... When it interacts with water. What do we want it to turn into? Purple void. Okay, let's see what another block is. Let's look at void. Let's have it turn into ingredient void heart. Is that a thing that I can place on the ground? It is not a thing I can place on the ground. Let's have it turn into... Let's look for a block, right? Let's have it turn into gray coral blocks. That's disgusting. Plant, coral, block, gray. Plant, coral, block, gray. And the water source. There we go. When it's water, we'll have it turn into that. Now, we've got our gross green glowing bullshit. Actually, wait. It looks like this itself is not glowing. We'll fix that. Let's go into the fluid. This is not light enough. There we go. Now it's a little bit brighter. It itself was not glowing enough. I want it to be more glowing. There we go. Radius of 1. There we go. And I also want this to be... Now it's glowing on its own. Now what we have to do is the test fluid there. For collisions, they're inherited, so that's fine. Inheritance will be fixed eventually, too. I think this is good. We'll make the bone break sound when it does this. And now we'll do water. Now we'll go over here. And we're going to do this. And I'll take a water block. Fluid water. There we go. And we'll place water there. And now water's going to do that. So it's a generator for that weird material. It's making the wrong sound. So let's go find out why it's making the wrong sound. The collisions in this case should be sound effects bone break, right? For water. And for some reason it's not doing that. And I don't really know why. It looks like it might be shitting itself with that. So let's go grab the collisions. We'll grab that there. And we'll go into test fluid. After flow rate 2.0, we'll go into editor. And we'll say collisions. We'll make our own. Test. Insert that key. Go into this. Grab this. Go into there. apply those changes. Oh, is it invalid? What are you mad? That shouldn't be that. What are you angry about? That one goes to there. That one goes to there. Where are you angry? That one goes to there. This should be this. There shouldn't be a comma on that. Should there? No, there's no comma there. This doesn't need a comma. It's angry. Water, comma, water source, comma. I'm going to discard that. We're going to go look in the editor and find out why this is doing this. Source, collisions test. Better idea. Let's just go grab the collisions themselves. There we go. I might be adding too many. Excuse me. No, I don't want lava. Where's my test fluid? There it is. I have too many of these other things open. I'm just getting rid of them. So test fluid source and test fluid. There's our test fluid source. We've got our collision now. Water block source. There we go. Let's grab these two. We'll go over to test fluid. Where's our collision? No! Where'd the collision go? Shit. Editor. Oh, that's the item test fluid. That's not what we want. There's too many of these damn things open. There's too many things! There, fluid. That's the one I was after. Now test should be like that. Now we apply the changes. Alright, whatever. So now this should be doing the water source in that, and it should make the bone break sound, if I do this right. Isn't that gross? Oh, it broke. We broke it for real. Pretty mid-bone breaking sound? You could put your own in. What is it? I made a custom bone liquid that when touched by water turns into gray coral brain matter. Make it the poop sound? Done. My man's thinking. Poop. Poop. Where do you find spread fluid? So spread fluid, if we go over to fluid source, are you talking about the speed of this fluid spread? I think that's in the source, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's under flow rate, under ticker. So if we go to ticker, you can see the flow rate of this. I don't know if it's one is faster or slower. Let's find out. Let's have that wait for a moment. We'll do water on this side. Right? And then... I think one is slower, so we'll do flow rate of 10. Maybe 10 is slower? That's definitely not very fast. Just the idea that we can do this is crazy, by the way. Like, a lot of people just don't realize how actually insane this would be in Minecraft. What's the flow rate of water? That's what I want to check next. Like, people don't realize, like, a lot of people who are, like, not modders, they don't understand. 10 is way faster? Let me look. Growth modifier asset. I don't know what the hell that means. Wait. If you put water on the crops, they grow 2.5 times faster. If you put bone liquid on the crops, they grow 20 times faster. We can just change the interaction of whatever liquid we want with whatever crop we want. We can water crops with bone liquid. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Like, every time I look at something, I'm like, this is even more ridiculous. Growth modifier asset. Bone liquid? What do you think that is right there? Dude, it's made out of bones and it's a liquid. It's broth. Bone milk. Bone milk. Yeah, plants crave the bone juice. Let's get a hoe. I need a crude hoe. Get out of here. Get. Oh, wait. Did I break that? I did. I broke the crude hoe, didn't I? I made it only have 2 durability. I forgot about this. It's gonna break every time I use the damn thing. I gotta delete that. God damn it. This is a problem. I was doing a test earlier. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna delete this. Hold up. Rude. Yeah, we'll delete that. I had to learn how durability could be used. There we go. Get rid of this. Okay, so we have our crops. Seed. Let's remove our water. So now we have our weird interaction, right? Alright, we got our bone liquid. Bone liquid is gross. It's very gross. We have bone liquid now. Bone liquid is ready. And we have our crop, which is nothing. Aubergine seed bag. Is that normal? Does it normally look like that? Is it gaining magic because of the bone liquid right now? Eternal normally has that? Okay, Eternal does. Okay, I need to go and look at water. Growth modifier asset. We need to override this asset and make our own. Test liquid. And create. And the type is going to be 20. And now we can say the fluids that we attach this to is going to be test liquid, source, and test liquid. Test fluid. There we go. And weather effects, we could have a weather effect where it's raining bone fluid. And then the bone fluid can make the crops grow. I can make Brondo, dude. I didn't realize that you could have weather effects also apply. Do you understand now? We could literally make Brondo. We can make what plants crave. Bondo. Do you get it now? Like, that's crazy, dude. Okay, so now I don't know what's happening there, but it seems fine. How do we tell that it's working? Watering can? Oh, do I have to put water in the watering can to make this work? Wait. Do we have to fill it with bone liquid? Tool watering can. All properties. Tool. Weapon. Interactions. Secondary. Watering can fill. Refill container. Simple. States. Filled water. Allowed fluids. Override asset. Test fluid. Source. Okay. It's full of it. I have created a liquid. I made it so the watering can be full of that liquid. And it is currently filled with water. Wait. Used to water crops and tilled soil. Watered crops go 2.5 times faster. We have to go deeper. We have to go deeper. Where's the next one? Hightail. Water ing can fill. Root interaction. Interactions. Water can fill. Reference interaction. Source. No? Yes. Clear animation on finish. Item animation ID water. So we'd have to change the item animation ID. We filled it with... Oh, state is filled water. So we have to look for filled water, this state. That's got to exist somewhere. There has to be something somewhere. You need a bone fill state, yes. Which I don't think exists. Maybe filled exists? How do we make that state exist? Filled test. Wait, this asset cannot be edited? I just edited it. I don't want to talk about that. That's a little bit weird. Watering can fill. This is the one we can edit. Filled test. Bone juice. Everything exists. Yes. Transform fluid. Transform fluid? What is that? Ew. Ew. It has slime. I forgot I did that. Look at it. It's got particle effects when we jump into it. It's gross. Ew. Ew. Is there a bucket? Is there a bucket? I don't know. Bucket. There is a bucket. Can be filled with water or used to milk cows. Not for long. Oh. It's trying to interact. All right. Bucket. Bucket. Container bucket. Interactions. Block interactions. No? How does one bucket? Gathering. Soft. Okay. Support. Down. No. Interactions. Secondary. Interactions. This is it. Condition. Refill container. Refill container. Is crouching. Is not set. Okay. So, refill container is what we're after. Refill container. Type refill container. Oh, it's doing it as an embed. So we don't need that. States. Filled with water. Allowed fluids. Water source. So we'd have to create a new type of... We'd have to create a new state and then do transform the fluid. Actually, we can transform the fluid into something else. Let's do this. We're going to override this asset. Create a new one. And then in this overrided asset, we're going to go down here to transform fluid into test liquid. And we're going to say water source. We're going to say test liquid source. Source. There we go. If I could spell. Nice. And now, hopefully, we'll go grab a new bucket. Doesn't seem to be working yet. Refill container's not quite working yet. Maybe it's doing a test first. Bucket milk cow. Wait. I may have chosen the wrong one. Whoops. Type refill container. Filled test? Filled test, maybe? We could say filled test. I don't think that changes anything. I think it's just a dynamic key that you can set, which doesn't have any interaction. Do you have the wrong bucket tool? I don't think so. I think this is the right bucket. Let me look. What bucket is this called? Container bucket. What if we just, you know? Wooden bucket. Did I choose... Oh. That's a bit weird, right? I said test fluid, not test liquid. Am I dumb? You might be right. Test fluid. You're totally right. You're totally right. My man. There we go. Doesn't seem to be working still, but I think you were correct. Oh, it's just making a noise every time maybe buckets are broken. Buckets might be unironically broken. I'm gonna back out of the bucket here. Bucket. Yeah, we're gonna back out of the bucket. We're gonna get the other one working. And what is it called? Jesus Christ, it's freaking out. The watering can. Watering can. And we'll do this in Blockgame. Watering can fill. So the watering can itself can fill transform fluid with test fluid. It allows test fluid source and will transform it into test fluid. On filled test. Allowed fluids. So when we do that, when we go to use it for the effects on this, item animation ID is going to be water. Wonder if we could just change that item animation ID. Maybe we could do that. I don't know if we can. Yeah, we got ads. I'm going to wait. Oh, even this isn't working now. I've blown something up, Chet. I don't know what it was. Yeah, I may have to restart the server. I may have blown up the server. The server had too much bone milk. It's true. The server had too much bone milk. Delete. I want to try this. What happens? This is the big question that I have. I'm waiting on ads. Is there a difference between the different shields? I have no idea. We can check that though. Oh, buckets can't scoop lava? Okay. They might still be lava. You might be right. Alright, ads are over. I want to delete the bone liquid. And I just want to see what happens if you delete a liquid that is currently in the world. I just want to see. I just want to know. Godspeed, Bone Liquid. We're deleting it. Oh! It didn't even crash. I was expecting you to crash. You didn't even crash. That is ridiculous. Oh, it just disappeared. So what you've learned here, chess is made out of bone liquid. Welcome to my TED Talk. Yeah. What is this, modded Minecraft? Man, this is what modded Minecraft wishes it was. Nice. Can I not eat that? Oh, it's weird in my hand. Alright. Gotta put a tombstone on a successful experiment? That's true. You will be remembered, Bone Broth. I'll always miss you. Alright. Now we can create a whole bunch of these. I want to see what we can do in terms of what happens if we have too many recipes. I need to know if they go off the screen, if they scroll. I know we could probably do that with other ones in here. Like, there's a couple of these that do this. It looks like it just scrolls, but is there a good way to have this display? Can we do it by alphabetization, or do I have to do that manually when creating this? That's the biggest question for this. And the answer is I don't really know right now. Here comes... What is up, Tipsy? We need a Brazilian cheese bread? Maybe. Let me change something real fast. There we go. Make all the recipes poop. I could make all the recipes poop. Isn't the UI or crafting UI all hard-coded? No, it's not actually. And I'll show you why I know that. Look at the category of this crafting mechanism. So, if we go into Blockgame and we say, what is this thing called? Station or stove? What the hell was this thing called internally? Let me grab it. One sec. Cooking. Bench cooking. Bench. So we pull up the cooking bench. We can actually create our own categories directly into it. So if I wanted to make another category, and I wanted to name... I think we can actually do subcategories in this, too. What is an item category within that? Let's find out. Oh. Oh, because it was interacting with it at the time. God damn it. It's probably going to crash me recursively. I'll have to restart the server. I forgot you can't be interacting with a bench when the bench gets modified. Yeah. All right. Let's not interact with the bench while we're doing that. Item categories. I don't know what an item category would be. Let's do an icon in here of Hytale. Icons. Crafting categories. Arcane. Let's do a portal device in there. It's going to get mad when I'm looking at it even then. All right. Name. Test. There we go. So we can't even be looking at the bench, mousing over it when it changes. Default bucket you deleted, come back. It will, if it hasn't yet. So it looks like the ingredient category for this, the subcategory doesn't show up. I don't know what an item category is within that. It's almost like it's a search within a search, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's shy when it's changing? It is. I have to face away. So I don't know what that is. A search within a search. Or a category within a category. We haven't tried that yet. For actual categories, we can change whatever we want here. So if I want to be like, hey, I want to have another category. Oh, you can't even be around it. That's crazy. We'll name that category cheese, and we'll do the icon in here of hightail, and we'll look for cheese. Maybe we can't. Maybe we look at icons. We look at crafting categories. We look at cooking. We'll do a fried category, maybe. There's a baked, a boiled, a fried, and a prepared. We'll do a fried category for that, and we'll set it as cheese. And now what we can do is we'll reconnect. And then any recipe that we set as being in cheese as a category will show up in this as a category right there. And all we have to do now is if we go and do this, we grab this, and we'll look at this category, right? That's the name of it. The ID is cheese. We'll need to find another one. Go get rid of all this stuff. I need to close everything that we're not using. Everything. There we go. Bench under Blockgame. We'll do bench. And then we'll do mushroom kebab. And mushroom kebab here, under crafting and cooking bench, is set to the category of butts. So we'll change that category cheese right there. And now if we go to interact with this again, it'll be under this category right there. You can see that. This one will say butts, but we'll go and craft that later. But we can make a bunch of categories. We can make a ton of categories, and we can do icons for each one of those, and we can do whatever we like. So what I'll do is I'll probably make a blacksmithing station, and then make it at the blacksmithing station. You have like metallurgy, you have swords, you have shields, you have axes, you have armor, right? And I think that's what I'm going to do. Does Hytale support custom models? Yes, it does. You can make any of the custom models you want. In fact, let me show you one that the community made that is horrifying. It's going to freak you out. It's probably the worst thing I've ever seen with my eyes. In fact, I sent it to Simon. It was so horrifying. And Buddha Cat's response was the office of no God, please no. That's great. So there you go. You just do whatever you want, man. You can make them all in Blockbench, and then you can put them in the game. They even have spider legs now, by the way. Yeah, the community made spider legs on them now, and they crawl around, which is... Well, it exists. It's real. Yeah. Yep. I don't like it. Another win for the blind. Okay. Actually horrific, but yes. No, it's the terrifying thing to behold. These people must be stopped? No. It gets better? Yeah, you could put spider legs on them. People have spider legs on them already. It's gross. Yeah, it's very gross. Armor have its own bench? Yes. So what I want to be doing is each one of the crafting systems that we have, I want to be doing a different bench for them. And you can make all these benches and things in Blockbench. So this right here is actually just a Blockbench model. You can build this in that tool, which is free, and it's just kind of like Blender. I'm going to start doing that on stream. I'm not, very well accustomed to Blockbench. It's not something I've really gotten a lot of use out of. So I'll probably learn it on stream with you guys and build some stuff that we can make together, which I think would be kind of fun. Especially during, the game jam that we're running right now. That might be a fun thing to do. But go and build some things and, try some stuff and get them in-game, For the armory, I would take a look at bench armory and the assets. It looks like the devs have a similar idea as yours. Let me go look. Arcanist workbench, armorer's workbench. Let me see. That is a very cool-looking model, and I love that. Helmets, chest pieces, hands, legs, and shields. That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm after. I would add another one for metallurgy, and then we can go from there. I think that's really, really, really good. And we'll do the same thing for leatherworking, and we'll do the same thing for each thing that we want to do for professions. I'm very excited for this, yeah. Yeah, proper asset naming conventions. I know, dude. If you type in bench... Oop, wrong thing. If you go up here and you type bench, _, it'll actually show you all the benches in the game. It's awesome. And that way, with the Alchemist Elixir, I can go and open this, and we can have combat potions, misc potions, bombs. Do you know how much stuff I can add to this? Bro, our whole system is ready. Our whole system is ready. Modding utils built in? Well, kind of. There's a little bit that I want to do here that I want to change, and we will need to do some custom Java for this. The problem that we're going to run into is the discovery-based crafting that I'm building. Discovery-based crafting isn't going to work right out of the box with this. We will have to change some things. Yeah. You're planning on releasing these mods for the public. We're actually moving our entire MMO from Minecraft to Hytale. So you can just play it. That's what our game is going to be. The benches are less modular into building as in Minecraft, since it's not block. What do you mean the benches are less modular into building as in Minecraft? Explain that again. Get the campfire out? Alright. Yeah, the campfire is what I want for that. The campfire is exactly what I'm after. Input, output, and you don't really know what's going on. I'm going to be using this system for discovery on other resources. Try the other bench armory, different from the one you have. Armorers, workbench, arcane, builders, furnace, furniture. There's no other armory one. Have you discovered any of the mods yet? I've been building mods. How's the performance over render distance compared to Minecraft? Minecraft's render distance problems are a symptom of Minecraft being single-threaded. You don't have that here. Like, watch this. Oh, I may not be fast enough. Like, they'll all hit. Right? Which top 5 mods would you suggest? I don't use public mods. I just make my own shit. Yep. If you had a way of crafting linen, I just mod it in. Find it farming mobs, also low. So, I don't... If you were just a burst of people who just came in here that are new, I don't play this game. I am porting our MMO from Minecraft into Hytale. I've been wanting to do this for 3 years. And now, I'm building all of it. So if you're wondering, like, where to find an item, I have no idea. All of the items to me, they exist here. Yeah. The mage class is going to be lit. Yeah, I actually have 2 spells on the fireball right now, so you can actually do, like, a basic fireball like that, and then a charged up big boy one. And then for frost, we've got this, and I just finished the graphic for that. It does a little thing. Looks really nice. It spins around. Kind of looks like that. And then this is the one that I was working on today, where we now have a reticle for that. And it looks kind of like scrungly right now, because I just learned how to do this, and then it can do an AoE for that. But that AoE is a part of the base game, and I need to make my own. But I can do this, and I can right-click to cancel, which was not in the game. So left-click, bring it out, right-click, cancel, and I may just make it so it just casts there. I don't know yet. How your MMO will be accessible, it'll be on our server. Everything in Hytale is server-side. All of it. All you do is you access our server, and then you can play the MMO once we're ready for you, which we're not yet. Is the base Hytale an actual game? Yes, it is an actual game. And they are developing that game, and in doing so, improving the tools that we have access to as other devs, which is very helpful. Will Blockgame be named Cube Game for Hytale? No, it'll still be Blockgame. Get the blacksmith bench out? So it's actually called blacksmith. I'm not seeing a blacksmith bench. Oh, it's blacksmith's anvil. It's called bench weapon, not bench armory. There we go. That's all the different types of weapons. Cool. That's sick. I will make a different bench, I think, for the arrow or for the bow, because I'd rather have that be on like a Fletcher, you know. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Also, Z fighting. My hated foe. It looks like they went outside of the bounds of their collision box. Ooh, breaking the rules. That's how that happens. It's bench armory. It's hidden in-game. Bench armory is hidden in-game. Let's go look. Let's make it not hidden. Bench armory. Item bench armory. What the hell is that? Why is that hidden? Quality developer. Why are you like this? It's got the block animation ID. But why? Why is this hidden? Can we give it? We can. Developer item. Sneaky. What did you guys do? What is this? What are you? What strange magics do you provide? Oh my shitting god. It's exactly what we wanted. This is... Do you see this? You see this right here? Template crafting. This crafting that requires a specific item which is generally equipment such as armor or weapons. This presents a UI element that shows an image of a sword or otherwise and lets the player slot materials into boxes to craft the sword. Template crafts have a basic stat block that can be modified based on the materials used for the craft for each box in that craft. This is literally my design document, and they've already built it in the goddamn game. We built this like a week ago, dude. Good. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose my whole mind. I'm gonna send this to Jake right now, and he's also gonna lose his mind. Bro. 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 That is insane. You're kidding me, man. You have no idea how excited I am about this, because this is exactly what we were trying to build. The last piece that I need to do for this then, if we go pull this up, the last thing that I need to do is I'm going to make it so that every ingredient material that can go into this type of crafting is going to be having a density, a resonance, an element, and a durability. And that changes the statistics of the item. So if it's density, it's physical. If it's resonance, it's magical. And then the element chooses what element it goes to. So all of this is going to that. I cannot believe that they already have a system that, like, is mostly what we need. God damn, dude. This was the piece that I was so afraid to build out of everything. It looks like it's only 3 components, so I need it to be 4. Oh my god, look. Oh my god, I was going to make the guard a 4th one. Look at that. Oh! Oh! The guard was the... It's the blade, but they put the guard on the blade. And then the handle... No, that's the pommel, and then the handle. So we have the grip. Yeah, so look. At this right here. We have blade. The blade is actually going to do the... Or, we got it down here. So this is the type and amount of attack for physical or element and magic. The guard, which is our defensive values for that. The grip that's going to go on that, so that's critical damage and critical chance. And the pommel, which is the potency of the power and which magic power it has. Are all the weapons 3 pieces? I don't know. The rest of them don't seem to be there. I cannot... Dude, we sat there and wrote this on stream before Hightail came out. This is awesome. What are other weapons? It's still not showing them. Yeah, they're not there. Let's go see what this thing has in it, because maybe it's just broken, right? This is the coolest shit imaginable. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. What do you have in here? Show me your secrets. What are you hiding? What are you hiding in here, goddammit? Diagram crafting, armory. Okay, cool. Diagram crafting is what they called it. Diagram crafting. What the hell is that? Okay, diagram crafting is not displayed, so this is the type of bench, type diagram crafting, which is unique. I called it, what the hell did I call it? Template-based crafting. So, it's the same. It's the same. I'm so excited for this. God damn it, dude. How did they place this? Block sound set. This must be hard-coded in. I'm not seeing anything in here. Armory. Bench armory? No. Bench bounding box? This is the bounding box for it. So that's whatever. We don't care about that. Bro. Where does this live? It has to be in here somewhere, right? Player animation ID, that's replacing it as a block. Categories, furniture benches. I'm messaging Buddha real quick. I was like, I'm going to lose my mind. I just found out about Bench Armory. Oh, I'm losing it, dude. I can't believe that it's like this. Interactions, it doesn't have any. So this has got to be in there somewhere. Where does this UI come from? Where does the UI live? Support, maybe? State is ID crafting. That's not anything that we care about. So maybe this is hard-coded in and in Java. That's the only thing that I can think of. This is the only thing that I think it may not be in the actual asset system. It may not. Yeah. How do you get access to the asset editor in your world? Do /OP and then self and then hit B and then go up to the asset editor in the top left. Is the item of the block. This is the item, which is the block. They're the same. So the thing that's crazy about this, the thing that's just going to like blow my freaking mind. Look at this UI, right? And see how you mouse over this and it's got the grip, the pommel, the blade? Before Hytale came out, we sat down for a full day and did a design document about how I want crafting to work in Hytale in our Blockgame MMO. Template-based crafting is literally this. But the only difference is that we had the guard as a separate item. Which is just like, what the hell, man? So, like, now we just have this as a template. We're going to be able to build it. It doesn't work right now. It's not there. It doesn't function. But once we figure this out, we can get this working, and we can go for it. Looks like the handle and the pommel are the same piece. The grip is a separate thing. Yeah, the grip is the wrap on this one. You've been watching your streams? I don't think so. I think this is just how they had things. Because this is a 4-year-old build, dude. This is a 4-year-old build for them, as far as I know, and they only took a couple of months on it. And we built this like a day before launch. There's no way. How would you model these in? To not model every combination? So the way that you do it is, and this is exactly what they did. See how it's lit up? You just drag and drop the resource onto this. So if you have a resource that's compatible, you're good to go. And that's how I wanted that system to work. It's completely insane. Put some metal bars in. I'm going to see if that even works. This is nuts, dude. Ingot. The other ones are locked. The other ones are locked. All right, so that works. But basically, it'll actually let you put things in. Can we put anything in there? We can put anything in there. It's not a valid material. We actually need a valid material, which means this has to be listed somewhere. It must live somewhere in the data. But where? They called it diagram crafting. I called it template-based crafting. Nice. UI requires a Java mod to modify? Maybe. This is a developer item, which means that it's not listed anywhere. It might not have any recipes. True. If we look up Armory, there's no recipes. If we look up Diagram, there's no recipes. What if we create a new one? What if we... Is there a diagram recipe? Recipe? Crafting recipe? Test sword? We're deep in the weeds now, man. Tags, input, output, primary output. Can you give it recipes? That's what we're going to try and do. I don't know if you can. There's a guy that has made a video on making custom UIs already. Oh, yeah, no. Custom UIs is not what I'm worried about. This is exactly the feature that I was after. This is what I was after. Which means I need to find out how a recipe is made for this, which it might not even exist yet. It might not even exist. Oh, yeah. So if you're watching now, check this shit out. This is what I was talking about. I was talking to someone and showing them this. This I didn't know existed, which is the Forge. A day before Hightail launched, we sat down as a community and listed out exactly how we want to get all of crafting to work for Blockgame, for our MMO that we're porting into Hightail. We have all the gathering stuff. We wrote up all the freestyle crafting stuff, which is like discovery system, template-based crafting, which is I wanted to have a UI on the screen that actually showed which components go into what item, and then you could change all of the resources out on it. Did a full write-up for this. Even wrote out how we would be structuring these items in the game, right? And it was going to be the blade, the guard, the grip, and the pommel. And the pommel actually gives you the ability on the sword. The grip does the critical chance and critical damage. The guard does the defensive stats. And then the blade does the magical and physical damage. And the element on these will define the elements. So each ingredient has density, resonance, element, and durability. And that defines how it creates the end product. And then we found out about this. Just now. It's the same goddamn feature, but it only has 3. It has the blade, it has the pommel, and it has the grip. I want this to work. Buddha Cat, you have no idea how exciting this is for 2 reasons. Because it means I have way less work to do, number 1. But number 2, it means that what I wanted as a vision aligns with what you guys are trying to do as a vision. Which means we're going to have such an easy goddamn time doing the things I want to do. Very excited for that. The other thing that I wanted to do was discovery-based crafting, which we have as freestyle in this list. And discovery-based crafting allows me to combine any item with any other item, specifically for cooking and alchemy. And then we get in game and we find out that the campfire does that. So that's also good. I'm trying to think of what the last thing was. There was one other thing with this that I'm very excited for. Oh! We have a system in Blockgame where you use a salvage token. It's like a salvage kit. And then you use that on an item. And it was a bitch to set up because I had to hook a interactive item, and then we had to make it so that it would work on an item in your inventory and delete that item and then refill your inventory in Minecraft, which is a mess. It's just a nightmare to do it. And then we found out about this this last week. So if you put a sword in this, and we take, like, I don't know, a runic sword, we pop it in there. Does the runic sword work? No, we'll have to do a mithril sword or some shit. Where, maybe an adamantite? Some of these aren't in here. That one is. It eats it. And then it spits it out with the resources. Amazing. But then I found out how you guys structured it, which is freaking sick, by the way. If we go to salvage, and we look at this, all of them are just recipes. And you can just modify all the outputs, which is great. So that's 25% on average of my overall work for items done in an existing system, which is nuts. The other cool part with this is, do you see this right here? We can just override this thing. It'll crash me when I do it, I bet. Didn't do it. And we could say that on this, where is it? Where is our salvager? I think it's under this. It might actually be under this. Salvage? Is it bench salvage? No. It's this one. It is this one. And we'll go back over to the bench salvage on the other side, which is the one inside of our mod now. Per fuel consumed. Output slots count. Watch this. We're going to close this. We're going to look away from it respectfully so it doesn't blow up our client. Doesn't blow up the client. Go down here to output slots. Apply the changes. And now it has 6 output slots. We can just modify these things. Like, the UI is that simple to modify. There's no more doing a bunch of dumb shit and restarting the server a million times. We can just do that. It's done. If I want to make it so that there's 2 inputs, I can do the exact same thing, too. We can go back into here, go back into editor. I believe it's under functionality for this one. Maybe it's not. There's another one in here. Block type. We found it before. Bench. Input. Make another input slot. There we go. Filter valid ingredients. And now you have 2 items from the input slot. So we can salvage 2 things together and then make them do an different output. That's really interesting. And if it's an invalid recipe, I can make it so that all items can be an invalid recipe if they don't fit another resource first and then produce garbage, which would be really interesting. Devin chat. Hey, Slicky, what's up? Dude, you have no idea how excited I am right now, man. We've just been going through all the different systems and, like, trying to see how we're going to port our MMO from Minecraft, and holy shit. The amount of systems that you guys have in place right now is the perfect baseline for what we're trying to do. Read their message on UI. Let me see. Users. Let me see what you got, bud. Take a look at template weapon mace. Is it called template? Is that what we're after? Read only. Oh, this is exactly what we're after. I was wondering what they're called, because it was called diagram crafting inside of the system here, but if you got template weapon on this, this is how you guys are doing it. So, this is primary, secondary, and ability for this. Item appearance conditions. How do you guys set these? Check out weapon mace iron next. I will. Is this when you build it through the diagram system? They're called templates there? Simon wants computer any input on this? I will open it up on the other monitor. Wouldn't this work as a combiner as well? It would. One of the things that I wanted to put in was tempering of swords. We can do that very easily now. Tempering of weapons can absolutely do it. What's up, Enwolf? What do you mean get on the phone? Get on the phone with what? What's happening? Second copy a building. I create and paste it. I don't have to worry about it. Don't have to create it again. There's like a copying mechanism for that. I think it's like a blueprinting kind of a thing. This is freaking rad, dude. Okay, so let's go take a look at this, and I want to see where we figure out that this UI goes with it. I'm going to go into the mace, because he was saying the mace. Template weapon mace. We've got ads in just a moment. Don't worry, I will pause during the ads, and I'll go back to freaking out and finding things right afterwards. They will only last 2 minutes. Stat modifiers, signature energy. Signature energy is fine. That's just for the actual weapon itself. Where is the recipe system for this? These are the basic attacks. Item appearance conditions. Where is it? Where do you live? I don't know where the template exists for this. He said check what... Let me try this. Let me see what he was saying. No, not username. Twitch, why are you like this? You could be any other way. Slot in weapon mace iron has a slot for diagram crafting. Okay, weapon mace iron. That's what we're looking for. Thank you very much. Crafting. Recipe. Bench requirement. 0 and 1. Diagram crafting. No shit. It's categories of weapon mace. Type diagram crafting ID armory. Source. Okay, so we actually have an example of diagram crafting on the weapon mace iron. No, this is great, dude. Waiting on the ads. You don't add a lot except watching ads? Honestly, dude, you're supporting me financially just by being here. So thank you. Oh, you dude, I actually do want to ask Slicky about that. If you're here, bud. I have a question about bullets. And I have I have another question about another thing. I have 2 very silly questions. Well, one silly and one important. Yeah, the player menu toggle to tab can't be accessed. We can't play with that. We wanted to. Currently, this UI is hard-coded. In fact, we have... Okay, we're back from the ads. So you said you're right, though. Currently, this UI is hard-coded. In fact, we have this roadmap to move to server-side UIs with the switch to Noesis GUI. I think UIs is one of Hytale's weakest points in modding at the moment. Some of them are pretty easily modded. One of the ones that I'm hoping for is our tab menu like this. Because when I'm in adventure mode, I would love to get rid of all these stats and make my own stats panel over here for all of our Blockgame stats. Because we have like, I think we have 50 custom stats or something like that for the character. So anything like that would be really great. Or even being able to like add another tab here and put my talent tree system up here would be huge. But we can't edit any of this because I think it's all hard-coded right now for this one. We did add some fun shit, though. Jake added, if you look at the bottom, we have a health, or we have a hunger meter, because we're going to be adding hunger and hydration for that. Because we have that working in Blockgame in a way that makes it so that cooking and alchemy are really compelling for people. Like, they really like doing those, and there's always a demand for it because people want it. So it ends up being really good. You do custom spell animations in Blockbench. You can do custom animations of individual blocks and then make that go forward, yeah. Like, if you look at this is like a basic fireball, and then this is like a big boy fireball, and then this is like an ice bolt thing that I made the other day, right? And if you look at it, it actually has like blastback particles when I launch it. You can just do all that in engine, though. Like, you don't even need anything outside of that, right? Whoop. So I've got a bunch of items and spellcraft stuff working, and then I understand your guys' particle system now, and I'm just playing with crafting. But no, this is really cool. So if we pull this up, there is a diagram crafting category for this, but it doesn't look like it's really doing anything yet for the type. And we have to hard change that in the source if we're going to change it, likely. So if we do diagram crafting, let me override this real fast and go make my own version. We do have... The hell is structural crafting? Is that like building the wither? Like, is that what that is? Is that when you build it in the world as out of blocks, man? I think that is. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. I actually think diagram crafting is probably the most compelling thing that I've seen in the entire game for me, because that was the system that I was so terrified. Yeah, that was the system I was so terrified of us implementing because it's so complicated. Very, very much so. And I'm very excited for that, man. This got interesting, or portals. One of the things that I want to do with portals is I want you guys to be able to use different materials to modify your portal key to make the end result world different. So if you, say, put lizard skin in it, right, it would make a bunch of dinosaurs. Things like that. What is diagram crafting? Behold, a secret feature full of secrets. Wow. I'm really excited for this. But it is... as you said, hard-coded, so there's no way that we can modify this using the asset editor. But holy shit, is that what I want. What things you made today? We made a custom liquid that was made out of bones that turned into coral when it touched water and watered plants. It was weird. And then we destroyed that. And then I've been going through the crafting system and making different tabs in the crafting system because you can just do that. This one's called butts. This one is called cheese, but I didn't put the name up there, and it creates a mushroom skewer. You can do whatever you want, which is really interesting. And now we found this, which is the diagram crafting system, which is exactly what we wanted to add to the game that we called template-based crafting. And we're learning about it because there are 2 people from the dev team in the chat. Have you finished the 3rd book? What do you mean the 3rd book, dude? You make deviled eggs? We will make deviled eggs in the game, yes. You made a wand that destroys the entire world? I made a wand that makes you invisible the other day. And makes other people invisible. Which was kind of cool. Yeah. Craftable asses. If you're lucky. Minecraft is finally done with? I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. 3 years ago, when we started interacting with the Hytale team, before it got bought by Riot, I was very excited to move Blockgame over. Because it showed me a vision of a framework that is easy to modify. Something that will allow us to build whatever we like without having to deal with a modding framework over the top of it, forcing it downwards, punching it until it's in submission to make the game that we wanted to make, right? We could just do this in real time on a live server. Imagine adding a custom liquid to Minecraft in seconds. Like, that's crazy. And we could just do it on this, you know? The craftable asses come with a 1-slot container built in, if you're lucky. Only high-level ones. Simon and his team have proved incredible people to interact with as a community, too. They have. Yeah, I mean, some of them are in here. But, like, the idea of just seeing them interact on Twitter all the time or on social media, being incredibly accessible for that, and talking to people about things, and memeing about shit is great. Isn't this game basically a game engine in and of itself at this point? It's a video game that they make with a modding tool framework for us to make our own in it too. And we're going to make all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. Do you think it's possible to make wings to fly? Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. They got a glider in the game. Just make your own. Yeah. Yeah, it's a game that lets you make games in it. Bingo. Bingo. We made a gun that shoots poop the other day. It was great. I do have a question, though. And I don't know if you're still here, Slicky. And I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I may suck. Right? If you are still here, I have a weird question. I'm waiting to see. He is still here? How do we do a random range on an item without throwing Java? Can the asset editor even do that? Because I'm going to show you something interesting. If we go into Weapon Firebolt, and we go look at, say, Weapon under Show All Properties, and we go look at stat modifiers, damage fire here, minimum 10, right? We add another one, and we say max, additive, 5. Minimum 5, maximum 10, right? You would expect it to be between 5 and 10 for the value. And if we go into this and go to Firebolt, you will see that it is always 15. So I'm like, how do random ranges work? I don't understand. Yeah, exactly. It will always be, it just adds them together. I like how you just responded with lol. What does that mean, dude? Can we not do random ranges is basically what it is. I haven't found random ranges on anything in the asset editor. Even other stuff, too. Like, I want to kind of do a little bit of variance on stuff, and we haven't been able to find a way to do a range. What are the calculation types? I don't even know if items can have stored values on them beyond durability, because I know durability is stored on it. That individual item has the capacity to store values, which is why durability can go down on one and not on another. The calculation types are only additive and multiplicative, and min and max. We've tried every combination. All it does is add them together. So this is the biggest, this is the largest question I have. Slicky's response is lol. You started game dev journey in Warcraft 3? Ah. You're checking the code? Thank you, God. You are amazing. Yeah, we've tried to do this with basically everything throughout the entire thing of, like, items having random ranges and spells having random ranges, because we built our own system in this called Blockgame. Let me grab this. We're going to go into, I think it's my fireball. Where is my interactions? Other interactions, primary interactions there, and I think I called it Blockgame broken item check. We have that one. And then cooldown. We had to make our own check to make sure that an item was not fully broken, by the way, because your guys' system reduces the power of an item when it's broken, and we wanted it to not be able to do interactions when it's broken, so we wrote our own interaction type, and it works. So we got that, which is good. And then we've got Spellfire for broken check, and then the actual thing itself that goes through, which I'll go in here, and I think it's Firebolt is the name of it. And that's a simple interaction. And does the type interactions. Grab this. Simple. Next. That's the spellcast cost. And then this is the Firebolt instant. So Firebolt instant itself, I think, is where we do the damage. There's somewhere that we do the damage on this. And I can't remember where it is. But we have a custom thing for it. Is it launch projectile? It might be. Might be. What did Slicky said? Looking at code from 2017. My man, I am so sorry. That sounds like a nightmare. I'm trying to find you my Firebolt thing that we've got in here. Jake built this. The two of us work together on all of this. And we're trying to, like, worm our way through the implementation right now. Is it interactions? There's the broken item check. Spell Firebolt charge. Spellcast fail. Where did I put that damage deal? Is it only in charged? Dude, it totally might be. You know what? I think it wasn't in that. I think it was in Frostbolt. Block 'em item broken check. Frostbolt instant. Projectile ID, Frostbolt instant. Did I not put the block game damage check in there? I know I did. I know for... Oh, wait, no, it's on the test sword. That's why. I'm so dumb, dude. There we go. So right here, we've got block game damage, which is our own custom interaction here. And block game damage makes it so that we can take the base damage of the weapon and inherit it to the attack. Yeah. Yeah, the sword is correct. So block game damage, this right here will allow us to do damage. There we go. Based on the multiplier that we have on the attack. And just inherit it directly from the weapon as a stat from the character. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover stats all over your gear and your character and everything. And then we pull it from your attack so it snapshots. And we're going to make our own implementation of projectiles so it snapshots onto the projectile at time. So that you can't throw a projectile, swap gear, and then it does damage based on the swapped gear after it lands. Can you change how the item looks when it breaks? Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah. More info? Let's see. Can you look at weapon handgun, interaction vars, gunswing left damage, interaction? Sure. We'll go into handgun. I made that into a poop the other day, which was great. Handgun. So weapon, handgun. And then you want to look at interaction variables. So that's going to be for the slap on the left. Gunswing left damage. Gunswing left damage. There it is. And then interactions. Random percentage modifier, I think, is currently. That's going to be on the parent, so gunswing left damage is what we're after. Swing left damage. Damage entity. Damage calculator. Absolute unknown. Yeah, so that's the... I think I've seen this one. There's base damage, and then there's a damage calculator on that. And I think I know what you're talking about, where it's the random one. We did bring that one up before. It looks like it's not on here. It might be in the source for this. Yeah, random percentage modifier. There we go. 0.1. So we saw this before, and this allows you to do the output of the actual gun being variant. The reason why I don't like this one, to be clear, is if you have an item, and that item says 5 damage on it to a player, they expect 5. But if you have an item, and the item says that it will do 1 to 6 damage, right? Then it'll show 1 to 6. If you make this so that it doesn't equal 5, players go, what? And they get weird about it, right? So, like, what I wanted to do was I wanted it to be like, we have this go 1 to 6, and the item rolls and displays a 4, and then that equals 4. Whatever it's going to be, if that makes sense. So, like, what we're trying to do is trying to make it so that the item itself stores a random value between 1 and 6 for the base damage, instead of for the output damage. So I think... if that's not supported right now, that makes sense as to why that is the random output. Random output, I think, would be easy with Java. Random storage is the hard part. Taking the feedback and making you take it, thank you very much. That's super useful. Because when we look at, like, iron right now, like if we go iron on the armor, this will always say projectile resistance 9%. I can't make one that can randomly roll between 7 and 10%, if that makes sense. And that's it. Basically, best way I could put it, think of items from Diablo. That's what we're making. If you add that to the item system, you will make our lives so much easier. Because what we're... yeah, just Diablo-style attributes. Exactly. Because our system in Blockgame has hundreds of modifiers and randomized stats all throughout it. I'll give you an example. Actually, I'll just go pull up our server so I can show you this. Because I think this will elucidate immediately. Just hand over the game design document. That's only for our crafting system. That's moddable? Not currently. This is something they have to fix on their end, or we'd have to re-implement all of items, which means re-implementing drops and chests and monsters and blah. It cascades into hell if we have to re-implement that. That would not be something I want to do. Probably could add an additional damage reduction stat. Oh, we can add all kinds of stuff. We've already added custom stats. That's done. Please. Are you just mad? You just not gonna run? Sorry, you've encountered a problem. Please try restarting your launcher. Did it notice I was playing Hytale? Like, what's going on, man? Alright. Dude, it actually might have. What is wrong with this thing? Hold up. Waiting on install? Preparing? That's a bit weird. Why can't I run Minecraft? Hold up. Let me see if Minecraft is secretly running somewhere on my computer. I think the launcher may have just crashed. That's wild. Okay. It's not running. Oh, wait, no, it's running. We're cool. It's just doing it really slowly and oddly. That's very strange. Okay, so if we go into this, I'll show you what we're trying to do. And this is going to be kind of a lot of complication. There's a couple things here. Let's go into here. We're going to go grab one of our corrupted armor items, grab this, and go into this. So as you can see, we have a lot of different item stats, and we also have a corruption system that displays the item stats differently. We did that all through Java, so like it's not a crazy thing to do. It's kind of difficult, but whatever. But as you can see, we will probably have to have a system to manage set bonuses and like have set IDs for that stuff and categories for stats to make it so that they display in different ways and like under different conditions, logos for each one of those things, like all that stuff is stuff we're going to have to build. It's going to be a lot of stuff. And then with that, we don't really have a way of displaying statistics. I think this is one that also could be a cool feedback. You see how that says damage underscore fire like that? The way that stats are done in Hytale right now, if we do damage underscore fire and we go to Blockgame, this doesn't actually have a way of commenting on it in a way that makes sense. The entity stat type doesn't have a name, a public name, and an internal name. We only have the public name, which is why health is just called health. It's only the public name for that, which is weird. Yeah, no, Blockgame is only on MC right now. We're trying to update it to do this. This is all kind of like soft stuff that I think once it gets fixed, we're just going to speedrun this. Did Mojang finally ban his DNS? That's funny. Yeah, internal name versus display name, exactly. So the internal name of damage fire, because we do internal names to make it easier to develop, right? That is the display name when we're dealing with entity stat types, which is weird. Anyway. Yeah, legitimately though, dude, if you guys manage to get random ranges on items as a stored value, that's like 99% of our problems gone. Legitimately so. Like that is the whole enchilada for us, man. Because that allows us to do everything else likely with Java. If you make a wish list and send it to Buddha, he can forward it to me. I'll accept a GDoc for things you'd want. Bonus points if you give me an example of config of what you expect to work and describe the behavior. Done. Yeah, we can do that. I'll work on that this week. And we'll get that over to you because there's like a number of things that we could do that I think would fix up everything. And yeah, I'll do that. 100%. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much. You guys are awesome. Like, seriously. Hell yeah. Making a test harness on top of dev systems RL. It's so useful. Inheritance. Inheritance to items. Yeah, thank you so much for listening to us, dude. That's a huge deal. Epic dev moment. I know, right? I'm very excited for this. All right. With that in mind, then. You making mods or you work for them? I'm just making mods, man. Yeah. Was that a dev? Yep. Yep. It's Buddhacat and Slicky94. Which I'm probably saying the name wrong. I might be wrong. Yeah. So, what we're going to do is we're going to put together a list of stuff that we need. Let's start making that list. We've got our design document for our stuff here. Let's grab this over here. Boop. Boop. All right. Systems that we need. Let's see. Stat ranges on... what is that called? Random stat ranges on damage fire. Okay, no. So we're going to do this. Entity stat types. Display names on entity stat type component. I also want to put an icon with this. That's another thing we could do. Display options on entity stat type components. So if we can do a visual for this, like you have the internal name, you have the external name, and you have the icon that goes with it, then we can recreate exactly this. See how the PvP damage has a little sword next to it? That's what we're looking to do. And I know we wouldn't be the only ones who use that. Straight up. Yeah. Like, that would absolutely be something that other people would end up using. And I think that's the biggest thing, is anything that I want to put in this list is stuff that not only we want, but I know other people could use, is the idea of doing a display option of, like, a name, an external name, and then that. Display the internal name of the entity stat type is the one that displays on items. Give a lot of creative wiggle room at all, and makes tracking stats clunky. Request add icon selection as an option. Add I could even do pictures with these. I think I'll do it in a Google Doc and then do pictures with them. That'll make life really easy. Yeah, we'll add a picture for it. Item local stored values on generation can be randomized. Where? What do you mean item local stored values on generation can be randomized? How? Because there's no way to do it currently. At least not through the asset editor. Oh, you meaning for writing on this? Because they can't be right now. They can't be. Trying to give the wording. Oh no, I'm not writing that part right now. I'm doing them in order. So the entity stat type component is kind of a big one because that changes how we display all of our values and all of our stuff, right? So like right now, this damage fire is how it displays in game. You just get damage fire plus 15. Little bit weird, right? Very, very strange with that. So if we can do that, that'd be really helpful. Now I'm going to go pull up the source for this. And if we do stat component, and we'll do initial value of 0. We can do expected result, right? And we'll do an expected of, let's see, maybe, because we'll do the entity stat type on this, and then just do that. We'll do display name. Actually, let's make sure it's in parity with the other ones, because other ones actually have display names as well. Like, we can go into probably weapon handgun. I know that one has it. Name. Translation properties. That's what we'll need for it. Yep. Translation properties. There we go. Add translation properties as an option. And then icon is the other one, too. Expected JSON. We'll do expected JSON and just pop that in. And we'll start grabbing these over. I think there's another one for translation properties. I think it's just not the name. There's another one. Let me grab it. Yeah, it's name and description. That's the other one. I guess it'd be server entity stat type. Because it's not an item. It's an entity stat type. Right? Yeah, this is within the game. This is all inside of Hytale. And we're putting together a wish list. A wish list for the Deverinos. So then we can go into the source on this, and we'll do icon, icons, and then do entity, stat, type, and damage, fire.png. We'll have that in there like that. Grab all of this, pop that like there, and then use this as a JSON beautifier. Boop. Nice. Boop. There we go. So if we had something like that, we could add the icon to our stat, and then that means that every time the stat displays anywhere in the character sheet or on items, it would display in that format with the translated profile per translated user. Maybe the description when it's moused over inside of this, maybe that's where the description could be. And then also, it could have the icon next to it. All using this system right here, if entity stat types had that. So that's like that's a using existing systems where they already have these and just applying it to a new resource and then having that hooked up on all the different locations for it. And I'd guess player profile would be one of them, and then this, right? Easy to compare it to Roblox in a way. Nobody really plays Roblox for it being Roblox. I would say that that's different in this case. People are playing Hytale for it being Hytale. Yeah. Arch asking it 3 times at larger and larger question marks doesn't change the answer. Yeah, I would say people are playing Hytale to play Hytale. There's a lot of people that are. There's not very many people, I would say, that are just straight up modding the game right now, comparatively. There are a lot of them, but not as many of them. Yeah. Minecraft is more of a sandbox. Hytale's more of an RPG. I'd agree with that. Display options, entity stat type component, and I will make a picture with this. Tome of Firebolt. We'll grab that one. Time to make a Google Doc. Google Doc. This is going to make life so much easier, man. Blank document. Oh, it's bright. Why is it bright? Ugh. Oh, I'm blind. Jesus. Ew. Why is Google so bright in my eyes? How do I change? I haven't used a Google Doc in too long. Google Doc dark mode. No. Why is it in the Chrome Web Store? It's going to send the doc before reading your DM? No, I'm not going to send the doc before reading your DM. We have a lot of shit to write. I'm not ready. What do you got? Allow server to define and hook into custom keybinds. I like that. That's a good one. Yeah, we can add that. Yeah, no, the tab menu thing is hard-coded right now, Jake. They have to put that in... what is it? They said they were switching over to a different GUI system. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's just GUI. So, my guess is there'll be a massive overhaul to the UI, dude. Like a massive overhaul to the UI at that point, in terms of our ability to interact with it. I don't know what the timeline on that is, though. I'm hoping soon, but also, like, eventually is fine for that, right? I think UI is the least of our problems right now. I think basic stuff such as inheritance to projectiles and being able to pull player stats and do interesting things with player stats, like that is the big part, right? And my hope, to be honest with you, Jake, is that 99% of what we want to do just becomes first party, you know? Because then anyone could build an MMO, which would be kind of sick, you know? You know, if they nerf the resources needed to upgrade workbenches, you can just do that yourself. You know? What is this, Cinder? Oh, yeah, no, I knew about this. I saw this clip, dude. I just think it's really funny that Simon said I found out after the launch on social media. You could take a bucket and you could bring it to these guys. And then when you bring it to them, it will fill up with the liquid. And then if you drink it, you turn into one. And apparently nobody knew this. Like, Simon didn't even know. He's like, I found out after the launch. Yeah, no, so there's a bunch of interactions that are just in there, dude. Yeah. Who cooked that? Yeah, no, that's more of what it is. This is insane, man. There's an interaction in there that's going to be in the bucket that allows for that to happen, which is the part that's really funny to me. I just love it. I think it's hilarious. Why is that fluid? Someone cooked here, Chen. Someone cooked here. I don't know who it was. The tooltip says you probably shouldn't drink this. F. Both a feature and a bug. It's fantastic is what it is. Why was it green? They're moss horns. Gross. A meme that you found that Hightail devs would find relatable? What is this? What is this? Video game developer watching some random streamer doing things? With the game that even QA never dreamed of? Yes, dude. That's exactly what happens, man. Oh, it's so funny. Let's see. I need to set this up real quick. Gear icon settings appearance. Where is the gear icon? My Google Docs is not in dark mode, and it burns my whole eyes. There is no gear icon. Is this AI generated? It is. God damn it. I have two choices. I go through 50 different YouTube videos. Oh, it's not even on this page. That's why. One sec. Google Doc. Google Drive. No, I actually want to go to Google Drive. Thank you. Garbage machine. Sign in. We cool. Go to that. It is in dark mode. So why is my document not in dark mode? Oh, because it's not in dark mode. I'm dumb. One moment. Settings. General. Do we have a display value? Appearance. Dark mode. Hey. Oh. It doesn't quite work. That's a bit weird. I wonder why. Boo. New. Document? For some reason, Google Drive background is in dark mode, but Documents is not. You gotta love it. It just makes the page in dark mode. Why? Yeah. Your paper color set to white? No. The page is actually light. And the page is, like, the rest of the page is light, and then the page itself is dark. Yeah. Look at Simon's answer. What is this? Whoop. I may have snuck this in 1 week secretly before early access. So glad to see it making people laugh so much. Milking cows improvement no longer requires crouching. Me 2 months ago. Paris, I trust you. 2 months later. Oh, that's so funny, dude. All right, whatever. We'll just get this. We'll get this started. Let's go grab this. We're going to start writing stuff into this. So display options on an entity state component. So currently the internal name of entity state type is one that displays on items. That doesn't give a lot of creative wiggle room at all. A lot of creative wiggle room and makes tracking stats clunky. No icon. What's that? With this component. Add icon as an option. Add translation properties as an option. this could be displayed on items and the character sheet or other areas. This could be displayed wherever the entity stat type component is shown. There we go. Ah, there we go. Apparently someone made Windows 95 inside Hightail already. That's insane. What? Click the stats menu from the tab? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Like this, I don't actually want to show our stats this way, right? I don't want to show them like that. I want to have another panel for this. But that would be kind of cool for that. We're going to grab this and put that up there. I'll make one of these requests per page, which makes life very easy. Boop. Ew. The page color. Hold up. Where's my text color? Why are you like this? There we go. Boop. And boop. There we go. What are we going to do with this? Anyone with the link can be a viewer, is what I'm setting up as. Done. Behold! It works! Alright, so display options and entity stat component. There we go. And we're going to say, currently the internal name of the entity stat type is one that displays on items. Is the one that displays on items. This doesn't give a lot of creative wiggle room and makes tracking stats clunky. No icon with this component. Also makes it lack visual flair for RPG environments. This will be displayed wherever the entity stat component is shown. So request for this, expected JSON for that, and then an icon. And we will do an expected icon for this for examples. Actually, we'll do one on a normal item that doesn't look so insane. And we'll go on this, and then do... Because if we can display that, we can do some crazy shit. Right? Where the hell did my Google Drive go? There we go. Hey, what's up, dude? We must shrink it. Become small. You become small as well. There we go. When 95 Hightail is wild, that's pretty insane. Honestly. Allows server to define and hook into custom keybinds. I actually really think that's a good idea. I'm trying to think of what we could do with that. All the crafting UIs are hard-coded as they move dynamically than custom UIs allow. I'm really excited for the refactor for custom UIs, man. I really am. Really excited for that. Alright. What's up, Norcha? If you can find where they put the Mosshorn milk, you can see how it changed the description. And use that to add the various stuff. What do you mean? Yeah, because the Mosshorn milk is pretty easy to find. You just pull it up. And we look at the bucket. I guess bucket, milk, cow. Probably going to be container bucket for this one. And then the interaction, bucket, milk, cow, crouching. That's the failed one. And failed bucket, milk, cow. It tries to fill it with water first, and then failed bucket, milk, cow. So let's go to bucket, milk, cow. It's an item animation of shear. Milk, Mosshorn bucket. Any Mosshorn milk bucket. Milk bucket. Block secondary. Did they do this on the Mosshorn? I think they did it on the Mosshorn, actually. That's even funnier. They did. Oh, that's funny. Yep. Let's see. No. Allow server to define and hook into custom keybinds. Boop. And boop. And boop. Boop. And there we go. So if we can hook into custom keybinds, I actually really agree with this one, Jake. And the reason why is because you're right. I don't want to do slash commands on the server. We don't want to do that. Slash commands would just be a mess that would be really annoying for players and takes them out of the game, right? So the idea behind this is like we'd want it to be... let me grab that there. We'd want it so that you could press, say, C on your keyboard and open it up, right? Keybinds for different attacks instead of mouse click, that's another one, too. This also adds back into accessibility. So, like, if I'm here and I hit tab, that opens it up. But what if I want that to be a different button? We should be able to define that on the server and make it so that you can press those buttons to do that. Or C, instead of changing your camera, we can change that for our server to do something else. So custom keybinds would be the right way to do it. And then they'd be able to define that in their settings for our server, if that makes sense. But having the server do this, allow to define and hook into custom keybinds would be really huge. Yeah, I'll give you a good example. We actually have new town right now. There's no other way to open this right now. We can't do a custom keybind. Like, the server can't. But to create your town, it'd be really cool to have, like, a town menu if you hit T on your keyboard, right? Like, that would be really nice to be able to do that. And there's no way to do it right now. So in Minecraft, we're used to having players... We're used to players having to do things like /profile or /town for custom menus. If we can tell the server to hook into our custom keybinds to open menus, this will never need to be a thing. It's much more immersive to just hit a key instead of typing a command. Description. And we'll grab this. We'll do /town for that. New town. We'll grab this here. Whoop. And then we'll grab this. The old googly document. Arcagent Hightail? My man. We've actually had this in Blockgame for years. We use Townie in Minecraft. And, like, the idea is we want you to have wars and, like, battle each other and do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. And, like, you just can't. Yeah, I said, this would also be a huge win for accessibility options if players can retarget the custom server keybinds to whatever buttons they like, right? Some kind of story or quest in Hytale? It's kind of open-ended right now. It's very simple compared to what they're trying to do. There's going to be a lot of really cool shit. And you can see that in a lot of the stuff inside of the asset editor. All right. I think that one fits. Now we got to do random ranges on stats. Random ranges anywhere, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think random ranges anywhere is what we're after. Because there are no random ranges at all. Like, anywhere in the game. Yeah, like if you look at asset anywhere, like there's no random ranges on items, there's no random ranges in interactions, there's no random ranges. Yeah. There needs to be a min and a max, right? Yeah. Also keybinds for equipped abilities, equipment abilities, if not already there. True. That'd be a good thing. RNG max and min would be fine. Yeah. So one guy making a Pokemon mod, that's kind of cool. Yeah, RNG anything. So I'm gonna think about how we're gonna display that because it is super weird. It's like it's one that we definitely want to have because I don't think we can build what we're doing without. I don't think anyone could really build a game without random ranges at a certain point. Like you need that somewhere. I think that just adds a lot of functionality for every developer is to have that. Let's go grab this. I guess you could, but it'd be so restrictive. Okay, let's get out of this. We're going to go into stat modifiers, damage fire. This is what we're looking at. And right now, you only have additive and multiplicative, and you have target, min, and max. Actually, I'm wondering. Can we add a modification to a component that already exists? I don't know if we can, currently. Is making mods in Hytale monetizable? Yes, you can sell your mods, just like people sell mods for Minecraft. Who are the devs for this game, and is it a Minecraft killer? I wouldn't say it's a Minecraft killer, but as a person who mods Minecraft, this is way more compelling to me than Minecraft is. Already, which is wild, you know? Can you build it to do so? That's kind of what I'm wondering. I don't know if we can. I don't know. We'd have to re-implement it, and I think it might break all the items in the game. Basically, the way that I look at it is this. What pressure does Minecraft have? Vintage Story. But Vintage Story is pretty hardcore for people. I like Vintage Story a lot. I think that it's really neat. I've watched a lot of like videos and shit on it, right? But it's hardcore. It's way more hardcore. It's way more in-depth. Hytale shows a vision of what Minecraft could have been if they focused on the modding community and only the modding community for the last 10 years. Which, consequently, was when they said they'd add a modding API and then didn't. So, I think Minecraft could have been like this. And it chose not to. Yeah. Yeah. I do think that the modding community carries Minecraft. Entirely so. It is. It's the Minecraft that could have been. And it's here. And it gets to be this instead. Yeah. It's not a Minecraft killer. It's a love letter to Minecraft. I'll tell you that I love it more than Minecraft. You know? Yeah. MC has had a good life cycle. I mean, all things need to die at some point. I don't even think it needs to die. Like, I think this is just a better tool, man. Like, the way that I look at it is this. Do you remember Blender? Who used Blender in the old days? Back when Blender was just shit. And the only other options were like 3D Studio Max and Maya. You remember that? Who here is a 3D modeler from the old days? Imagine Blender then versus Blender now. Right? That's how I feel about Minecraft versus Hytale. That is the same feeling that I have. Blender was fine. You could do things in it. It was a bitch, but you could do it. But Blender now, you can do shit way faster. It's amazing. Yeah. When did MC drop? I think it's gotta be like 15 years now. Yeah. I also am interested to see how Mojang responds. They have to compete somehow, right? Like they'd have to. And I'm interested to see what competition looks like, you know? Maybe they'll light a fire under their ass. They'll do some cool shit. You know? They won't. They might. They might not. They added a chicken for now. Okay. You know, like... I'd be interested to see what they do, though. I am really interested, because that's going to change kind of the whole landscape of this. But for me, I'm good. I'm going to stick with Hightail. This is just better. I'd hate to see them go the Nintendo route and sue for likeness. They can't. No, there's no likeness there. They'd have to go after Trove, and they'd have to go after Cube World, and they'd have to go after Vintage Story and everything else. They can't. You don't own voxels. It doesn't work. And look and feel are completely different. Like, I know everybody's used to, like, oh man, my beautiful Minecraft, but, like, bro, this is what Minecraft actually looks like. So, you know, like, it doesn't look like this. This is not what Minecraft actually looks like, you know. So when you're comparing that to this, it's a very different thing. Yeah. Yeah, you can't sue style anyway. I think the ability to recreate the UI like AOC would be a game changer too. I don't know if I want it to be like AOC's UI. I actually don't like AOC's UI for a lot of stuff. Grid-based... Honestly, I'd rather have a volume-based inventory, personally. But grid-based inventory is just fine. You running MC and Hightail simultaneously? Yeah, and Hightail is actually using less resources than Minecraft. As funny as that is. But, you know, here we are. Yeah. Ridiculous, to be honest. Bro, the Minecraft launcher is using more. What the shit? Alright, there we go. Now it normalized. Now it's less. Hightail is currently using 0.4% of my CPU. That's wild. Alright. Memes, dude. And that's while I'm streaming, too, by the way. They're adding baby animals? Are they? I think I saw this. Yeah, I did. Yeah, the baby animals. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now. Oh, god damn it. The thing is in the way. Get out of my way. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that one. You cannot tell me. You would die for him. Look at him. Look at him. I'd make bacon out of you to spare his life. I'd do it. It's very different, though. I think, for me, the visual style of Hightail is more what I'd rather go for, and the reason why is because this is made in Blockbench. You can actually look at his hair. It's just planes. He is made out of planes and blocks. It's very simplistic. It's very simple and easy to build, if you'd like to, right? And with that in mind, that means it's more accessible to people to make. And since you could just upload him and then make all of your, individual interactions that you'd want to, that's a really cool thing. And it's very cool for people who are modders or people who want to make stuff. There's a frog over here as well. And, you can just do that. Look at this one. It's a jackalope or a wolpertinger. That's great, dude. And you don't have to put in some crazy client-side mod to add a new character or a new model or a new animation or anything. That's huge. Yeah. Due to Minecraft EULA, a user is not capable of selling mods independently. With it, addition to the fact that Minecraft community have made their voices clear many of a time that they do not desire paid mods in any shape or form, explaining mod makers who have made paywalls pretty much ousted from the community. I'm going to call bullshit, and the reason why I'm going to call bullshit is because if you go to the Spigot website where everybody has all their mods uploaded, they have literally a payment system where you buy modifications for your game. You buy plugins. When I'm talking about mods, I mean plugins too. Plugins there are absolutely paid plugins. Yeah, no. That's not an ousted from the community thing at all. That's a normal practice in Minecraft. And Bedrock is also just paid mods. So, where are you getting that idea? Right? Yeah, people even sell maps for Minecraft. Exactly. Yeah, there's tons of paid mods. We can go to Spigot right now, and I'll show you. Watch. The old Spigot Marketplace. Grab this up. Yeah, Spigot MC. Let's go find any resources right now. There are tons of purchasable resources. Tons of them. And you buy them right through spigotmc.org. So I'm like, what do you mean? Right? Splinter Cell mod win? That'd be kind of neat. Does Hytale Early Access have a decent amount of content in it? It's actually got a decent amount of content, too. People have been playing it for days. You will run out of content, but that's fine, right? Yeah. It's kind of I would say that it feels like it has more progression than Minecraft a lot of the time. Which is wild. It is less sandboxy and more video game when you're playing it as a player. Division 3 in Hytale? A spare melody. Actual gun. We're already ready. It's even got a pistol whip. Yeah, we're one step away from the Dark Sun right now. Is that the poop gun? It could be, instantly. I'm waiting on ads, by the way. Did you ask about bullets? No, we could just make bullets. Doesn't really matter. Oh, you mean for the teleportation thing? Ah, crap. I bet Slicky's gone. I figured out the other thing, though. I can actually do this now, so, I'm fine with that. I have such a weird question for him, too. I have such a weird question. Yeah, he said farewell a while ago. Can you make a bolter? Yeah. I don't think he's here. He might be gone. He's doing his week. He's having his weekend. He's having his weekend. You make a portal gun? Yes. People are already starting to make stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. Can we try to make a custom mob? We could. People in the community already turned my head into a spider. I hate looking at it. Yeah, I hate looking at it. Alright, ads are gone. We're back. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah. Okay, so, back to our Google Doc. All right, so here's what we have here. We've got display options and entity stat type component. We don't have those display options. We want them to display like this kind of a thing. And then allow server to define and hook into custom keybinds. Random ranges. So this is a big one. The bunny's pooping. Is the bunny taking a shit in front of me? Dude, maybe it was. Random ranges on... We need to figure out every component that needs a random range. Random ranges on everything. Everything. Or variable spell sizes, etc. Let's do expected JSON. Get rid of that. We'll do expected JSON on this. Random ranges. Excuse me. Excuse. Why are you? Why? I will never understand. I don't want you to do that. Why is it doing that? That's so weird. It was like selecting it even though I wasn't telling it to. Why is Microsoft trying to be so goddamn helpful? Why do they do that? I don't want them to be helpful. I don't want it. It's Google. It's all Google. It's Google. It's Microsoft. I don't give a shit anymore. It's all the same. There we go. Okay. Target range. Min and max. This would make my life so much easier. There we go. Time to move to Linux. There's no escape. Grab that. We'll pull that over here. Put that up like that. And then we'll go in-game and pull the actual item itself. And be like, oh dear God, what is happening here? And we'll shrink this up. Sir. Sir, please. Go into the goddamn spot that I'm trying to push you. You big bitch. There we go. Alright. That helps a ton, actually. So we'll have expected JSON for this, and then we've got... This doesn't need to be that big. This one should probably be a little bit bigger. And there we go. No. Shrink. Shrink. Thank you. So, random ranges on everything. And then there we go. Yeah. Time to move to Mac OS? No, dude. It's never going to happen. No. What are you talking about? Plugins are definitely just mods, just different type. Yeah, no, plugins are 100% mods. I think it's really weird when people are like, that's not a mod, this is a mod. It's like, dude, is it changing the functionality of the game? Then it's a mod. Like, that's what it means. Yeah. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Alright. This is good. This is good. I wonder if we can just change this to 10. Shrink it. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll make it all Calibri. Then it's easy to read. I like Consolis more, though, generally. Oh, Consolis, my beloved. Yes. 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 Comic Sans? Comic Sans is actually a really good font. Do you know why? Do you know why Consolis is also a really good font? Who understands the meaning of these fonts? Do you know why Comic Sans is good? Times New Roman or go home? No. I'll go home then. Do you know why? Because Comic Sans is made for people with dyslexia. It's incredibly readable. So is Calibri. Calibri is exactly the same. And Consolis is really good because it's a monospaced font, meaning that as you look down this, it's exactly the same regardless of which letter it is. It's a grid, which makes it much easier for people to read. I love Consolis for that reason. Yeah. You have no excuse for Papyrus, have you? No, zero. Yeah, monospace fonts are great, dude. Calibri is really good. Comic Sans is very good. I like Calibri as well, yeah. I use it for a lot of stuff. You have dyslexia with numbers. Comic Sans doesn't help. Fair. It may not. You may want to try Consolis. Mostly because the monospace nature of it makes it very easy. Yeah. No, Times New Roman looks like shit. I hate Times New Roman. It's a mess. You're supposed to use Aptos Narrow? Aptos Narrow? What the hell does that look like? You always write your professional documents in Comic Sans? My man! Consolis is my favorite, no matter what. It's easy, it looks clean, and it's monospaced, which is great. And that's all I need it to be, you know? We get pushed to use Aptos as well? What is Aptos? What the hell does that shit look like? Let me look this up. Aptos? Well, it's not in here. You said Aptos font. Ew. It kind of looks like, what is the best way to put this? You ever seen like an off-brand water? You ever seen an off-brand water before? Where it's like, it's not like the normal brands of water, it's like government-issued water, right? That's what that looks like. That looks like government-issued water, dude. that's it. I mean, I'm not wrong. Like, that looks like that's like some government cheese font, dude. That looks like government cheese. Like, that, I hate that. I don't like that. That's got no flavor in it at all. There's no soul in that font at all, in any way. I am not a fan of this. I feel lesser for having seen this font. Adhesive medical strip. Yeah, it's like government cheese, government water, adhesive medical strips. It's not a Band-Aid, it's an adhesive medical strip. Aptos. It has large billboard and dystopian video game vibes. It does. Actually, you could use it for that. It's like a very Papers, Please kind of font, right? That's very much so that. Canned food. Yeah. Oh, it just says canned food product, right? It wouldn't even be canned food, it'd be canned food product. Water. Contains water. It's sterile, exactly. It's a sterile font for that. Great value, yes. Loyalty is rewarded, Aptos. Processed pork product. That's exactly how I feel about this. But then you look at something like, I like Consolis. Consolis is really good because the monospace nature of it, which is quite nice. But Consolis just works really well. And that's why it looks like that. I really enjoy it. Canned sustenance product. Yes, all hail Aptos. If you have to use Aptos, I'm sorry for your government cheese. It's the MRE font? Is it actually the MRE font? What font is MREs in? Are MREs in, I guess. No. Actually, that font somehow looks better. It's close, but there's actually more flavor on that font. Hold up. Okay, so here's the MRE, right? That's the MRE. And this is Aptos. Aptos actually has less flavor on it than the MRE does. Just look at the R and the E. And look at the R here and the E. Aptos is actually even more sterile than the MRE. Yeah, the MRE is round in this. There's more flavor. There's more flavor in MREs than there is in Aptos font. The nightmare. It used to look different. Maybe it did. Let me see. Maybe we can pull up old MREs. Old MRE. Okay. That's getting closer. I think that was actually Times New Roman. That might actually just be Times New Roman, man. It looks similar. It's familiar. No, some of it is not. It used a bunch of different fonts. Oh, here we go. The Ancient Ones. This is totally Aptos. Look at that. Breakfast. Aptos. Government-issued font. That's exactly what this is. It's a government-issued font. That's very funny. Yeah, it's a classic font. That looks like that, dude. Aptos looks like this. Which I guess makes sense. It's just like, it doesn't get in the way, right? You think Aptos is more honest? I think Aptos is just kind of basic. It's just the most basic. But they're very blocky. Yeah, the K is very similar. There's a little bit... It's connected on this K, and it's, like, pointed on that K, which is interesting. Looks like something from Fallout. Yeah. Yeah. The dropped A is attitude. I love that. Aptos. Aptos is government-issued cheese font. While Jake joins the server. Is Jake online? Hey, Jake. Is there anything else you want to add to the list? Because I think these are the 3 biggies for me. Is there anything else you can think of? Because my big ones are this. Like, I want display options and entity stat type component. That's a huge one. Allows server to define and hook into custom keybinds. That was from you. And then mine is random ranges on everything. Currently, you can set the target of a value to min or max, but these have no meaning. The end result is that both values are added together, which makes little sense. We need the ability to create and store random ranges to do things like randomly generated item stats or variable spell sizes, etc. And, like, I can show this here. It just looks really weird. What do you call Jake? Oh, yeah, Jake is not you. That's funny. Jake and I work on this game together, so. Need a poop shooter counterpart? Maybe we do. Anything on inheritance? We've figured out inheritance somewhat. Oh, wait, your re-implementation of projectiles. Right? There's a couple of things with that just don't make any sense. I'll give you a good example of this. I actually figured this one out today, so we can do this now. Which is cool, but that's really weird. The way that it's implemented is quite strange. So if we go to Earth, and we look at Collapsing Earth Activate, right? We can do Weapon Collapsing Earth, and then go take a look at this, and this has functionality in it where it's Weapon, Stat Modifiers, Damage Earth, and that's applied. Where is the interactions? There we go. And this interaction on Primary is to do Stats Condition, and if that succeeds... Let me grab this. Yeah, Spell Collapsing Earth Activate. And then we activate that into this. Spawn Deployable from Raycast. The name of this, you would expect to be a follow-up to Raycast. And if you Raycast and then try to call this, it doesn't do shit. It actually does nothing at all. So the way that you're supposed to use this is you say spawn deployable from raycast, and it casts its own ray, and then does a thing with it, which is hilarious. Yeah. Also, max placement distance doesn't seem to do anything, because you can only place it up to, well, about that far. Which I don't really know why yet. So, gotta figure out why. Yeah. It doesn't do shit, it ain't a shit gun. Yeah, no, so that is weird, but I think that's stuff that gets fixed out later. I think right now it's more like specific tiny things that are problems. Projectiles are sad and soggy, that's a good one. Yeah, we'll add projectiles being soggy. There's a lot of sogginess in projectiles right now, I think. General projectile improvements, I think is really what that one's going to be called, because projectiles just, they don't do what they need to. Is the fire a pre-made particle effect? Yeah, that was a pre-made. What is this? Yeah. Oh, there's no documentation, is there? Oh, that's a good one, Jake. Yeah, one sec. Grab this. A lot of documentation from custom asset types to be displayed in the asset editor. Boop. We'll just do this. Custom asset types don't display their documentation. In fact, I don't think anything displays this documentation, dude. I don't think anything does. Like when we mouse over this, look. Yeah, the documentation for all this is missing. I think that's a global issue, not even a U issue, right? I think I will do that. Yeah. No. In this case, it's documentation. I'll show you guys what I mean. This is for one of our things that we have built. See this? The order in which the player shows up in the town's resident list, higher value equals higher up in the list, documentation. And we go show this now. Where documentation? When you mouse over it. And that's like that for everything in all of this. So when we mouse over this, there's no documentation, even if it does exist. Do you want me to message you in AOC once you end to get the guild invite? Oh, the guild might be full. You'll go on a list. I just need you to whisper me in game, yeah? When the stream is over. Which will be in hours, so. Yeah, so that's the problem, is documentation doesn't display. Yup. Ah! That looks gross. Get rid of that. Yeah, so if documentation does exist and it's not showing, this could be a huge, easy win for the modding community. And I'll show these pictures because these are incredibly helpful. Like, that's a big win. If it already exists and it's just not displaying, dude. You know what I mean? Because then they don't have to write it, because it's already in there. You're very confused? What would you like to know? What are you confused about? We're basically putting together a wish list for the devs, because they came by earlier. One of the devs came by and was like, hey, can you put together a Google Doc with the things that you're talking about? Because it would be great to have that. And then we're going to put it together and then send it over. Because this is super helpful. Original Catfish, what would you like to know? What's up, man? You wrote your own assets, and my docs aren't showing up either? Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, man. As we wrote our own custom assets, and it's not displaying. So I think my hope is that all of these also have custom documentation, and that's not showing up. So if they fix this, it may fix it for everything in the asset editor. That's the hope. I don't know if the stuff has documentation, but we'll see. What are you trying to do? Made off of different cubes and each one rotating a bit, though the corners don't line up nicely. Oh, you're trying to make a bending item? Is that what you're saying? Something that goes like this? Is that what you mean? Original Catfish? Like using blocks? Right? Okay, I can show you something that works like that in the game that can be really helpful. And you can pull the model down and you can pull the animation down from the game and then pull it into Blockbench so you get an example. We'll go into Spawn Entity. They have snakes. And you can actually see, as it moves, look at it bend. Right? So that might be a really helpful resource for you for learning how to do, like, good bending stuff in the game. And they have a bunch of different snake models, too. Like, a shitload of them. But, like, that movement sounds like what you're looking for. Even if that's a more extreme example of it, right? Does that help? Could you ask if possible to spin stairs so you can do the corner against walls and not against the floor of the wall? Let me go to stair. What do you mean? How you doing that? Hit R. Yeah, you can just hit R, man. Bro, I don't even know what that means. Little Ham, I saw you time them out, but like, dude, that insult is so zoomer coded that I have no idea what they're trying to say. You can actually, you want to see something amazing? Here, watch. What is this going to be? Slab? Yeah, it's super zoomer coded. I don't know what the hell that shit means. Watch. Isn't that insane? So you can just change all of it. They're insulting your appearance? Is that what it means? Well, that's fine. I mean, I don't want to date them, so I don't give a shit what they feel like I look like, dude. It's like... Oh, whatever, dude. You're not my type anyway. I'm fine with that. That's vertical slab? Yeah, you can do vertical slabs. You can do vertical slabs. Vertical slabs in any direction, too. I can make a tiny pen for my tiny piglet. No, get back here! You will never escape. Stay here, tiny piglet. No, what? He's broken containment. Anyway, enjoy that. But yeah, you can just rotate shit, man. You can actually do that with these too, if you want to. And I love the sound it makes when you do that. And that can be modified inside of the asset editor too. So you can go and modify in the asset editor to like make it go any direction or rotate any way that you want it to. And some items actually have really interesting looks like that. So if we go to Cocoon and then grab this horrific Skarak Cocoon, I'll show you something kind of cool. You have the gross ground one, and then you have the gross ceiling one automatically. And it makes gross noises. I hate it. Yeah. gross, dude. Any recommendations for learning the editor? No, unfortunately. There's one thing that's being put together by Zeke. But I will explain to you, Zeke Vibe documented this. Meaning they used AI for it. So there's a lot of stuff in here that's just straight up wrong, and you will have to test it. But this is a useful starting point for any of the editor-related stuff. That may be very helpful, but it is going to be broken. Like, a lot of that shit is not the correct variables at all. And what Zeke has done is they vibe documented it using AI, and they're going through and testing every one of them manually and fixing the documentation, which is an awesome thing to do for the community. What Zeke is doing is very cool. So, props to them, 100%. Yeah. Yes. Not just doing it AI and walking away. Doing it with AI and then going and building it manually. Doing all of the manual testing to fix that. They're not depending on vibe coding at all. If you can help them, that's really helpful. Yeah, it's very good of them. It's incredibly good. And they've been going through and testing everything. And they even fixed some stuff. Like, there was raycasting in here earlier. Raycast targeting that had some wrong variables on it, and they fixed that. From the time I went to bed to the time I woke up, this now actually has proper offsets and everything in it, which is good. So, like, they've done a very good job of updating all of this shit and doing it correctly. Yep. It's just they used it as boilerplate and then went from there. It's going to be a long process. Yep. Yeah, Zeke, 6464 right there. Yep, so now you got to fix documents. Yes. You've done a really good job, dude. It's a lot of testing. Help them. Help them. Yeah. Imagine actually using AI and not slot maxing. Exactly. They didn't slot max. They're effort maxing. They're doing it right, dude. Okay, back to our hightail requests. Let me think about this. Documentation doesn't display in the asset editor even when defined. If you add .documentation to a custom asset implementation, it won't display. This leads me to believe that most of these values in the asset editor aren't displaying theirs either. This leads me to believe that this reason most values in the asset editor aren't displaying theirs either. Let me rewrite this. Yeah. Key information in DMs. What's up, bud? Oh, shit. That's a huge one. They could do that right now. Okay, wait for the Bezos, and I'll tell you guys what's up. Yeah, no, this is a big deal, actually. Slicky's gonna lose their mind. Should I make deviled eggs for us all? My God, that'd be enormous. Why Bezos when ads? I wait for ads. I don't want you to miss content just because you didn't pay me money. So I just sit around. It also gives me a chance to relax for a moment. Surprised to see me live? No, I've never stopped streaming. You have to understand, like, most of the communities over on Twitch, we got about 4,000 people on Twitch, man. Like, this is how it works every day. All right, so, massive find. Jake went to go look into the implementation for max placement distance. Max placement distance does not display documentation. It actually has documentation, though. Which means that if the devs fix this bug that we're sending over to them, it says the max distance at which the player can display or deploy the deployable, in this case. Since the documentation actually exists in code and doesn't actually display, all they have to do is hook that, and the entire asset editor is better. There are likely thousands of instances of documentation for all of these variables that just don't display. Which means little work for them, massive impact for the community. Hey! So we're going to put that in as one of the things that needs to go through. I'm waiting for Buddha to show up so I can tell him about it. We're going to kidnap Wiki soon. This week. Wait, by the end of this month. I think it is. We're waiting on, I think Christopher Yee is who we're waiting on right now. I think it's just Yee. Did the devs ask you for the list of all the requests? Yeah. Yeah, Slicky showed up and asked for a thing, and we're finding major impactful bugs that can help out. Yeah, he's in, I think he left Greater Minnesota. I think he's home now, but now he's with his grandma. Should the devs do ferrets? No. I think Buddha Cat knows about the ferrets, though. Hello, Tomcat. What is up, dude? How is your modding day going? What have you been doing? You've been building stuff for WoW still? You gonna come join us in Hightail, my dude? Tomcat is the creator of Tomcat's Tours from World of Warcraft, if you know that add-on. Is there a lesser Minnesota? Yeah, it's Minnesota. It's Minnesota. That's what it is. That's the basic Minnesota. Him, holy shit. Yeah, Tomcat's rad. Actually taking a gaming day off. First time in a long time. Scrambling to get Legion Remix done. Sick, dude. Oh, wait. One sec. Copy that. Put it over here. Yeah, that's a big deal. I've got it in the write-up. Let me send over the Google Doc for them. Yeah, I sent it over to Buddha Cat and they're sharing it with the rest of the team now. Because, like, that is a big deal. For that one... Max placement distance variable. It's under a spawn deployable from Raycast interaction. The internal documentation is I've got it sent over to them. This is a huge deal. I think this would fix so much for the entire modding community all at once, man. Yeah, no, this is huge. Yeah. Oh, what's up? My earbuds keep pausing the stream. Oh, you're talking about pausing the stream for ads? Is that what you were talking about for that? Yeah, so one of the things that I found a long time ago is you have to run ads on Twitch. Like, you just have to. If you don't run ads, you get what are called pre-rolls. And a pre-roll ad is basically death for your channel. Effectively, the way that this works is if you run 3 minutes of ads per hour, Twitch won't do pre-rolls. And a pre-roll is when a person first joins the channel and they've never seen it before and they just get like 5 minutes of ads at the beginning. You'd change the channel. I would change the channel. If I've never seen a stream, if I've never seen that streamer before, we just get rid of them. Like, you just be like, wow, that 5 ads? Whatever, I'm out, dude. I don't know who you are. That sucks. So you run this goes away. So now they go every 30 minutes. I get a timer. It says 21 minutes and 16 seconds till the next break. Mine goes for 2 minutes every time that goes off, and I can snooze them for 5 minutes whenever I want. Doing this changes our ad rate from 30% of the ad revenue to 55%, which means I make, on the stream, more money off the ads than Twitch does. And this pops up during the ad break, so we chill out and I wait, because I don't want you to miss something just because you didn't pay me money for a sub. You're already financially supporting the stream by being here. Why would I force you to have a sub, too? That doesn't make sense. Not for me, anyway. Anyone can do anything, you know, you should run your stream any way that you want to. This is how I choose to do it. I think it's much better. And I've been doing this for like 5 years. 5 or 6 years now, something like that. Since we started running ad breaks. It's a great method. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I think for me it's the best way to deal with ads because I don't know, dude, it feels bad. First minute ad break that nobody has to see. To get that first pre-roll delayed too? Yeah. I do it when I have this running, which is my stream starting soon. Just run that ad break then. Yeah, no, it makes me happy to do that, because it just makes sense. I don't know, like, I watch Twitch a lot, dude, so, like, when I see that stuff, it just feels bad. As an affiliate, I wish I could just turn them off. Yeah, I mean, fair, to be honest with you. I think you have more control over ads now than you used to as affiliate. I may be wrong about that. Was that snake freaking out? It was. Snakes. Wait, is the snake freaking out because of the frog? You want it? Do you want it? Nope. You want it? I don't think that snake eats things. Alright. I think the snake is just hiding now. Hey, man. Do you want to eat a whole duck, dude? He's not hungry. The perfect creature. The perfect creature. Literally playing God? What? The eyes are so void? Behold, the piglet. Look at him. Honestly, I just love how, dorky this thing is, man. I love just the goofiness of the eyes and, like, the placement. And it's crazy if you look at these models, right? Like, the tail is a single plane. With that, you can see that it's just a flat plane. The ears are blocks with a plane around them to add extra tufts for that. The hair is 2 planes. The head is 1 block, right? They've just done a really good job with doing a lot with a little on all of these. And they look fantastic, you know? It's just, you know, okay. Nice. I've got the document over to the devs. If we have more things that we find, we should keep adding them to this list. Nice. All right, good. They've got it all. Trying to think of any other stuff that we can put in this. That's such a big win, though. The add documentation thing is huge. Let's see what else we can do with this. Honestly, more control over UI, but we can't really do anything about that. If they're doing a rework of their entire UI system and that's on the roadmap, that's something we're going to have to wait for. UI manipulation is really what we need. If we could build UI completely in the asset editor for everything, that would be enormous. What is this? Have you seen this? What is this? Keep inventory server setting? For Hightail. Interesting. Huh. I need to look into this. I need to find out more information about this. Make the server, run the server to generate the config file. It looks like items loss mode none, and items amount loss percentage. Item durability loss percentage. Okay, so items loss mode none is basically what they have. Not you, Mr. Software? I'm still looking at it. Yeah. You can adjust item loss is what it looks like, yeah. I'm going to try and edit my Nitrado server settings and can't find drop inventory on death. Oh, yeah, for that one. So it looks like items loss mode inside of config.json per world, which would be in... If we pull this up and go into Blockgame Hightail, you have worlds and then world, and then there you have config.json. So you probably want to modify it in there, and it's this line right there. You all think they'll do a mod searcher, like in Collab Overwolf CurseForge? CurseForge already has it. Like, CurseForge already has that alone. And I think they've already had over 2 million downloads, which was insane the other day in 3 days. Ferret stream broken? Broken in what way, bud? Oh, it's frozen. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Can you hear me? I fixed the cameras. Cameras fixed. Alright, so. I just realized that should be there. We're good to go. Okay, with that one finished, I think the only other thing is going to be crafting. We need to really do a deep dive on crafting and like figure out how the recipe system functions and kind of go from there and play around with it. Because I think salvaging is perfect. I think salvaging is exactly what it should be. What did you say? I can't hear you? Yes, you can, you goblin. Yeah. Over 1,000 mods on CurseForge already, and Hytail's not even a week old. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a number of them on there that say that they're closed source as well already. I was like, dude, nobody even knows how anything works. Don't close source shit this early. It's very funny. I'm not muted, you goblin. You're muted. Why is there no sound? I swear to God. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I can see the little bar. I can see my volume right there. Pardon, we can't hear you. This is bullshit. This is mutiny. Ridiculous. But yeah, so that'll fix that. If we go to recipe on this stuff, recipes as they stand are pretty good for normal recipes. I don't think there's a problem there. If we could do random ranges on things, it'd be really helpful. So like if we go to do a recipe, right? We do crafting, and we do a recipe that comes into this, and we say output quantity, if I could do a range of like 1 to 5 on this, right? That would be really cool. That would be a great way to do this. It'd be awesome, you know? Pirate the mime. Pirate mutiny. The green screen is showing. Think about the budget. The green screen. I mean, it's back there, though. Like, why would that be showing? Look at all the... You just made the budget get lost. Like, look how much budget we're using right now. Look what you did. That's ridiculous. Congrats on your retirement. Thanks, bud. The orphans? Oh, wait. I haven't been hitting the button.
Arclito2 with 500 bits said, when I think of Intrepid, I'm getting visions of a bunch of Mechanicus tech priests, prostrating themselves in front of a workstation, chanting and wafting incense around, and somehow the game manages to limp along in spite of it all.
I know. It's upsetting. It sucks.
Karamak with 500 bits said there is a weapon that uses spawn deployable from Raycast and works.
Yes.
It is the signature attack on the flame crystal staff.
Yep.
That might show you how to use it.
And we have it now. We actually have it working now, so I can do that and be like, wow. It's nice. So I have a book that does this. I also can right-click and disable it, which that staff cannot do, which is cool. So I can do spawn deployable from Raycast. But the Raycast, for whatever reason, doesn't work very far away. And I don't know why, because inside of the editor for the Raycast, for that, it says max placement distance of 200. But it's not. I don't know why. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of weird. How's the aura going? Well, even though I've never been part of the Fracking 5, you guys did send me this, which is it's a presented to Jason Thorhall in appreciation of 7 years of service for the Fracking 5 Industries. So thank you for this. Thank you for this honor. You bastards.
Golomance's art with 500 bits said, so if you're adding in a tome of mage toys, are you going to add in a bunch of tank toys as well? Like a shield bash, or a charge, or a grab? Yes. I want my tank things yar bongos.
The shield, I want the shield in your offhand to be a shield bash. And what I'll do is, because I can check to see what items are on your character, I can check for the classification of shield in your offhand while you're wielding a sword or a mace in the main hand. So maybe it's applied from the weapon, but shield bash will go off of the shield that way. I'm going to be making a different shield bash. Judicious. And I'm really excited to detect for that kind of stuff. I want to do a charging shield bash where you launch it. If that makes sense. Does it already do a charge shield bash? Let me see if it does. Shield. We'll do the crude one, because I think all the crude shields are the ones that are, set up. Spiked scrap shield? That's kind of weird. Whatever. Copper. Z. Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean like I want you to launch, dude. I want you to be like, "Wah!" Like a charge forward with particle effects and shit. This is cool though. That's a basic shield bash. I want a big old shield bash, you know. Grr. Also, is that supposed to do something? That block is cool. Oh god, it broke. That shield just deleted, dude. Wait. Alright. Well. Yeah, it might not work in creative. Didn't work at anything. Do that. Do this. No, that doesn't do anything. Huh. Maybe that one's broken? Let's find out. That one may just be the broken one. Scrap shield, rusty shield, Praetorian shield. Wooden shield. I will check the interaction too. Yeah, it doesn't do shit. Let's go check it out. Where does this live? Where does it live? Shield. Unuseful. Shield attack. That's probably the one. Cost 2 stamina. Type chaining. Okay, what does it chain to? Chains allowance for the shield attack, shield swing left. So if we do shield swing left, so it's just a basic attack for that. And we do shield swing left into this. Runtime is there. The next action is going to be in parallel. So it does both of these actions at the same time. It's doing the selector. I bet it's the selector breaking. I bet anything it's the selector breaking, dude. I bet it is. I bet it is. It's checking for hit block. Block break adventure. Really? Replace. Shield swing left damage. So let's go look at left damage. And the damage is set to... base damage of 0. Override asset. 5. Alright. Now it's a stick. What? Excuse me, sir. Run away! I need a shield. What's in my hand? Why is there a thing in my hand? There we go. Guard bash damage. There we go. Damage interaction. See that on the left side? Missing interaction. This is what we're after. Weapon shield interaction vars. Guard bash damage interaction 0. Let's see. Weapon. Shield. Template weapon shield. Template weapon shield is the name of it. We're going to go over to read only. Template weapon shield. And then we're going to interactions. And it's interaction vards. Guard bash interactions 0. Apply effect. Guard bash damage. Interactions vars. Guard bash damage. Interactions. Guard bash damage. So this doesn't actually have a damage deal on it. I think is the problem. Because it's not counted as a weapon. See, that's where things get really weird, right? That's why it gets really weird. Let's go and delete that one that we created. Now, damn editor. Close that. Shield swing left damage. That is the one that we made. So we'll go to Blockgame. Shield. Delete that out. Delete it. Go back into template weapon shield. We'll go to here for interactions for guard bash damage, and we want to pull up weapon, shield, guard. Oh, secondary. Secondary. Guard. Bash. That is a very long name. Bash damage. I'm worried that the selector isn't working. Damage entity parent. We'll go to source. It is pulling from the parent, so that is actually doing it correctly. But this... So it's an item that is a shield. Shields don't have damage, and it's pulling the guard bash damage from its parent, which doesn't have any damage. That's what it looks like to me. So it's pulling from damage entity parent for this one, which pulls nothing. Yeah. That's probably why it's not doing anything, which is fair. Add damage. We're going to add damage. We're going to override this asset, create that, and we're going to change this base damage to 5 and apply that there. Oh, that's actually Minecraft. There we go. Okay. Template weapon shield interaction. Interaction vars. Guard bash damage. Interactions. Let's go grab that. So that's one piece of the puzzle. Template weapon shield. We're going to go back into editor. And we're going to say up here. We're waiting on the adds. Interaction vars. Template weapon shield. Interaction vars. Guard bash damage. Do we not have vars on this? Yeah, secondary guard bash damage doesn't have it. Interaction 0. I think this is one of the ones where I need to reload the server. Yeah, unironically, I have to reload the server for this one, because this is set up as far as I can tell correctly. Restart. Shield Bash does need stamina. Does it work in the basic game? You can toggle NPC detection in creative mode. That's kind of cool. Change the stamina required to 0. I will do that. That may actually be another problem. It works fine. It works normally. It's probably because we removed stamina. That would be my guess. When we remove stamina from the video game, it probably ruined that for the server. Which is fine. I restarted the server anyway. I needed to. You coding a mod pack? Yeah. We're building mod pack shit. And we've got... So myself and Jake work on it. We've added a bunch of new functionality. And I'm going through and trying some shit right now. Does Shield Bash actually do any damage, normally? Because that was set to 0. No, it doesn't do any damage? That's probably why. I would not be surprised. Shield. So Guard Bash damage, the default for this was actually set to 0 damage, and it was pulling inheritance from the shield, which doesn't have any damage on it. Which is weird. So it's a 0 damage weapon, basically. Which made me kind of laugh. If we go to damage effects and we look at this, we're going to go to Shield Bash. So Guard Bash will be the name of it. So Guard Bash. I guess we'll look at Weapon, Sword Secondary, Shield Secondary, Guard Bash. This is the one. And Stamina Broken Immune. It's applying an effect. It's changing stat of stat modifier stamina. So we're going to override that asset real quick. We're going to go in here, and we're going to change that to override stamina, stat modifiers of 0. We're going to change that to health. And apply those changes. And then, I think that's it. And then... Guard Bash damage interaction 0 is still missing, so interaction vars, Guard Bash damage 0 is missing. I actually don't think that the stamina thing mattered. I don't think it is. So we're going to pull this and we're going to start looking at more. I want to know where this is breaking. So inside of template, weapon, shield, because that's a full template for all shields. Got a hightail. I'm really glad they're using the templating system, by the way. That makes life super easy for later. Weapon. Stat modifiers. None. Utility. None. Interaction vars. Guard bash damage. So what is the variable that's missing here? It's saying that damage interaction 0. Weapon shield secondary guard bash damage is missing. Is it though? I don't think that is. I don't think that's missing. I think we're just going to do that and see what happens. I may have made a mistake. It's very funny. Put a sword in your hand? It's not about putting a sword in my hand or not. Hey, look, it works now. You don't need a sword in your hand. And now if I want a sword in my hand, I'll use this one. That's a two-hander. Sword. And then we'll grab... That's a one-handed sword. What's up, nerd? Doesn't inherit. Doesn't need to. You turn on HP bars. It would show the damage. You want to see something neat? Want to see something cool? Watch this. I'll show you our custom system. You ready for this? It's going to break because it's doing inheritance. This might get weird. Damage physical plus 10. It might only pull from main hand. Oh, wait, no, it's not going to work. I forgot. I don't think we're pulling stats in the offhand. We put it here. Let me try that. Nope, that's not working either. Weird.
Existential AFK said kappa 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 mods get bread kappa 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 chat gets glue kappa 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 kappa.
True. True. So this right now is applying this, but it's not doing the guard bash damage that I expected. Which is weird, because we have this for our test sword. Mods will always try to get bread. We will always replace it. It will always be something else. Didn't I remove test fluid? Get out of here. It's weird. Test flame sword. It will never actually be bread, Jet. It will be something else. Something darker, more horrifying. Longsword swing left damage. So let's go into template weapon shield. And we'll go into here. And we'll go into interactions. Guard bash damage, right? Interactions is going to be shield secondary guard bash damage. And then the weapon itself, we have the stat modifier on that. We do test flame sword. Longsword attack. But this is all these different attacks. And that does the damage for each one of them. And the interaction is there. Test flame sword right, swing right damage. Swing right effect. That's funny that this is longsword swing left effect, even though it's longsword swing right effect. What? Alright. Cool. 1 sec. Maybe it's where it's two-handed? No. No, left and right doesn't mean left and right mouse clicks. It actually does a multi-swing combo that goes left and right. This one was made by us. Stab charge damage. That's actually just going to do the damage on it. And this is stab charged effect. So it looks like you just tie those interactions to them that way. Which is kind of funny. For those interactions there. And then we can go and pull that onto our test flame sword. Test block. We don't need this one anymore. Delete that one out. Test sword. That's the crafting recipe that we don't need. Test flame sword is the one we need. So this is using the primary interactions of longsword attack, which I don't think that matters much. So go into here. Yep, left damage, right damage, multiplicative. That's the part that's really interesting about this, is because normally this would just go through like that. If we do template weapon shield. Test flame sword, we don't care about that. Weapon damage guard bash, and then this is the damage component. Yeah, that shouldn't be doing anything. And the base damage is now set up in that way. You know what it might be? It might not be pulling physical. I am wondering if we just didn't do that right. Let's go into the stat modifiers and get rid of this. We're going to make a different one. We'll do it fire, because I know fire works. Silence. Go to minimum. Go to additive. Go to 10. There we go. And then we'll leave that alone. Make it max even. And then we'll go into here in the guard bash damage and we'll do fire. And we'll say this is multiplicative 1.0. There we go. Blockgame damage. And now, look at this. Fire damage. Now I gotta find a dude. Hey, buddy. Dealing 1.0 Blockgame elements physical damage. You what? You did what? Did I forget to change something? No. What? That's fire. That's fire. You what, mate? Let's try playing that again. You what, mate? I mean, it's doing the 1 damage, but, like, why is it doing 1? Okay, we can actually apply off of the offhand. That's really useful. Unironically. Ito, if that's what you're here for, you might be in the wrong place. It's a skeleton of punches. You only need 1. You do only need 1, but this is supposed to be multiplicative. Is it saving it as additive still? Let's apply that. Try to make things with permanent stat effects with regen. I have not tried doing that. It looks like this is getting reset somewhere. Interesting. That may not be our system having a freak out about it. Because that's doing physical damage right now, and I don't really know why. Huh. Huh. Oh, what is that? Guard wield. Value 12. Cost type damage. What is that shit? I'd restart the server immediately. You know, you're not wrong. I don't even know why I'm looking at it. Because that totally should be working and it's being weird. Yeah. I'm restarting it.
Wolfric McGregor said, "Hey Thor, I actually recommend trying out that game that LaGinger Dev was asking you to try out. It is actually pretty decent. It has its problems due to being still in development, but it is nice. It has
Which
really
game?
nice art too.
Which
I
game?
have no affiliation with them, but I think that the game they made has potential."
Which game? Which game? Yeah, I don't know which one it is. The game? I just lost the game.
Sneaky Hippo 91 said, "Mr. Pie Rating Software, last time I cursed you with French pizza toast recipe, today I curse you with body knowledge. Scientists have discovered that the human sphincter can stretch to an average 7-inch diameter before
we've had
damage.
this. No, don't you do
Question, how long did they wait to call the damage permanent?"
Why are you awful? Why? Why would you possibly be awful? Oh. What are your thoughts about Hytale? It's amazing. We've been modding the shit out of it for days. And it's been fun. We're building all our systems and learning how everything works is basically the idea right now. All right. Eat it. That is not working. Why? Why is he mad? Why for is he mad?
Yoruka32 said, "Hello Mr. Kitten Sofha, I have a question.
So,
Is your eyesight that bad that you need prism glasses to see?
yes.
Cause I remember that you mentioned about having special lenses for your glasses.
Yep.
Does that mean you can't see without your glasses?
Yes.
Well, I bet you can't see BTD's nuts in your mouth. Yar bongos KEKW.
How dare you?
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said, "I have finally figured out how Thor's cloning works.
No, you haven't.
Needless to say, I am beside myself."
Okay. Okay. That was incredibly meta. Two bangers, one after the other. Jesus Christ, dude. Actually, outrageous.
Mirionyx said, "The changer of ways favors subtle weapons, flattering words, enticing temptations, healthy ambitions stoked to traitorous or immoral ends, and above all, schemes within endless schemes. So a phenomenal social sandbox player."
It's true. Love that. Root unarmed attack swing left. Okay, so maybe it's because this is going with an interaction VAR. And through an interaction VAR, it's casting damage. And damage is set to our block game damage. Is interaction VAR not pulling this? That may be the problem. Wait, Jake has messaged me. Type serial, interactions, change stat and apply. Okay, so if we change the stat on this with stat modifiers, we don't even need this. We can just get rid of this interaction. We don't care about that. That's fine. That will allow us to no longer do anything. Great. Maybe I needed that change stat. Maybe I needed it anyway, because I can't shield bash anymore. I didn't check to see what value it was adding. I'll go fix it. That's very funny. Where is it? Secondary guard bash. Secondary guard bash. We'll go look at the original. What was the value that they're actually setting on that? Secondary weapon cross. I can't believe they have a bash in all of these. That's actually freaking sick. Weapon shield, secondary guard bash. Let's go grab the original and see what it was setting. So change stat. Next change stat. Stat modifiers. Stamina regen delay. Weird. And then guard bash selector. That's why. I was doing the selector that way. Alright. We'll go back into source and we'll grab that. There we go. I think it's both of these, actually. Oh, we'll just do this. What am I doing? We don't even need the stamina. Because we don't have stamina. So it doesn't matter. Ugh. Nice. Yeah, I kind of want that to be able to do damage. So I think what I'll end up doing is I need to investigate whether it's because it's VAR. Because... yeah. That's what I need to check into. Because if we go into test Flame Sword, that's working just fine. Does the 30 fire damage and the 33 fire damage. So something is definitely wrong with using it as a VAR versus using it as a primary. And I'm trying to find out why. Because Guard Bash is not working with that. Oh.
Lurker in the wires with 500 bits said DAORKYBOIZ is DA best. WHO cares about wrong OR right. This is a WAAUGH. We gets our SHOOTAHS and our CHOPPAS, and we and DABOIZ get TOGEVAH and get to KRUMPIN. WHO wins. WHO loses. Ain't nobody care. Stunties, SPIKEEZ, BEAKIES, Demfish BOIZ. We's all win so long as we, Z gets AAPROPAH scrap.
It thinks it... He's speaking like an orc from Warhammer 40k, and it thinks that it's all... The TTS thinks it's all acronyms. Which is super stupid,
_ Dawnfire said look up the orc Noah's, the beast, he almost evolved back into a Krork.
The beast. Orc known as the beast. I don't know anything about that. The orcish lore, dude. In the Warhammer 40k universe, the Beast refers to a legendary colossal orc leader from the 32nd millennium who united the orcs into the largest war in history, threatening the entire Imperium and forcing a massive costly crusade to defeat it, with the real power being 6 ancient prime orcs who evolved from the original Krork. So the Beast was 6 massive, highly intelligent prime orcs. That was all of them it was. Is that what that is? Did they fuse into a single orc? I thought fusion was just a cheap tactic to make weak orcs stronger. Like, what happened there? Was a trench coat involved? Dude, maybe. I'm okay with the trench coat, to be honest. Fusion is about manly combining. So you like fusion, huh? Do you like fusion? Do you like fusion, chat? I mean, I know a story about fusion. Oh, you did that. That emote combo is sinister, dude. But there you go. Fusion. Yeah, it's a little bit of fusion. I actually have a shirt. I have 2 of that shirt. I'll show you the shirt. One sec. I have 2 of this shirt. I was sent one in the mail. And then I was sent another one in the mail by you guys. But it's... it's so good, dude. Oh, it's such a grim shirt, dude. Yeah, no, it's wild. Bird to the ground? No, it's perfect. Oh, my God. Waiting for your merch page? No, I didn't sell it. Yeah, no, this is hilarious, dude. I have 2 of these. They were sent to me by the community. The psychic damage continues. Oh, well, here, let me fix that. There. If you want like a let's have a, you know, a palate cleanser, right? Something kind of wholesome looking. You know, that's pretty wholesome, right? That's wholesome, right? Oh, see? Someone doesn't know. What? We're just gonna go on a horse ride, dude. Like, maybe around the swamp. Maybe we'll do that, right? That'll be fine. What's that? Ask your parents. This. There are a couple. Actually, I'll get another image. Here, wait. I've got. There's kind of a trifecta of these images. Let me grab all these at once. So there's that one, and then there's this one, right? And then there's one last one. I need to find the exact right one. Oh, here we go. There's that one. Depending on your age, one or more of these will destroy you. Depending on how old you are and what media you have consumed in your life, one of or all of these will make you have pain. All of them are pain for me. 2 out of 3, that's fair. This is Futurama. It's Fry's dog. This one is Full Metal Alchemist. It's a story about togetherness, friendship, and a permanent bond. It is absolutely about those things. Togetherness. This one's about, how do I describe it? This one's about moving on. It's leaving your past behind. At a swamp. Probably mostly a swamp. Yeah. Oh, Littlefoot. Yeah, we can do Littlefoot, too. We can put Littlefoot up there. You're lucky I don't have a heart to break. I'll find something. I'll get you eventually. What a time to join this stream. I know. It's so funny, dude. Oh, my God. Stamina regen delay. So we don't need that. The stat modifier here is irrelevant for this. God, that's funny as shit. It makes me wonder why this isn't doing damage. Mr. Jake, are you there? I have a question for you based on the implementation that you made with Blockgame damage. Remember how the internet was in the late 1800s? Yeah, when we used to draw the cool S. What? Blockgame damage doesn't seem to be coming through on this, and I don't know why. If we go and look at the source for this, and we look at Blockgame bash damage. So, weapon, shield, secondary, guard bash damage. Calculation type is fire, multiplicative, 1.1. On the basic weapon itself, which is the template shield right here, I have fire damage of 10. So if we look at this, you can see the fire damage of 10. Oh, wait, it broke. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Something's wrong. That's probably why. That's 100% why. Don't worry about it. The implementation is totally fine. It happened on server restart. There we go. Additive and 10. That'll be just fine. And then guard bash damage, we'll set that to multiplicative of 1. And then we'll go over to this. We'll go into the game. Why is that shit not working? Weapon stat modifiers, damage fire. Item stats don't display on copper shields, huh? Huh. That's really weird. No, that's really weird. That's really weird, actually. So this is not displaying the value. And then we've got it up here. Yeah, that's really strange. Because we have max additive... Wait. Yeah, damage fire. What's up? Okay. Tapioca. Ovaltine. Trying to think. That's it. Chippies. A million chippies. Huh? Yeah. Oh, sourdough. I'll make grilled cheese. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. We got a shitload of cheese. All right. Shay's going to the store. Yeah. What'd you have for lunch? I'll tell you when I have it. We heard everything? I know. I'm fine with that. Sourdough. Shay's getting sourdough and Ovaltine and chippies and milk. And I'm going to make some grilled cheese. I'm going to make a cast iron grilled cheese today. That's what I want to do. Yeah. If we had... Honestly, I want to make some sourdough garlic bread sometime soon. That's super good. For some reason, it looks like stat modifiers are not displaying on a shield directly. And I don't... That's interesting. What? All right. All right, Hightail. Keep your secrets. I have a bug. You ready for this, Jake? You're gonna like this. You ready for the cool bug for your system? It's an us bug, not a them bug. You ready? You ready? love finding bugs. Your bugs, dude. Actually, let me confirm first. You get back here. Yep. Totally. He's not ready. Where's Jake? Where'd you go? I have a cool bug for you. You're gonna love it. And it's with your implementation. Which means it's your problem, not mine. Graphical glitch? No. See how I just did 10 damage there and the other one did 0 damage? When the shield is in the offhand and used as its weapon, it actually doesn't do any of the damage using our custom damage system, which is a bug on Jake's implementation. So I gotta let him know. Gonna message him, let him know. Got a bug for you. You've had ChatGPT combine all 3 of the trauma photos into a new image. It is named Grief in the Swamp's Shadows. I have posted it in Stream Chat and Discord. I'm really glad that you're using hundreds of gallons of water to generate a shit post that it doesn't understand. Wow, oh my god, that is grim. You've just taken all 3 of these things and combined them using AI, and it barely could do it. That one isn't even modified. The dog is melting. What art style is it? Now, instead of doing this, go draw it with your hands. Also, there's 3 hands in this image. What's that, dude? What are these? What are those? What are those? AI is bullshit. We can actually break. Oh, that's cool. Wait. Huh. I'm waiting for Jake to respond. Oh, wait. Jake, you there? He responded with what? On Discord. No. What broke? Okay, so, got a cool one for you. If we have the weapon in the main hand to do damage fire, right? And it's a shield. And we have, I don't know, a rabbit like this guy. Get over here. Bam! 10 fire damage, right? Take it, put it in the offhand. Still got 10 fire damage on it. But it doesn't display. Guess how much damage it does with the attack? Guess how much? We'll find out once this thing stops running. 0! It's not detecting values in the offhand. That's not a me bug, that's a hightail bug? How is that a hightail bug? Are they not actually pulling stats from offhanded items? Is that what's happening? Maybe we have to set it as armor for that? Let me try something. It may be an armor problem. Could be a utility, could be. Maybe it has to be in the utility slot, and we'll do fire damage of 5. That might be what we have to do. We'll do that. So when it's over there... What? I think I broke utility. One sec. Great. Very nice. I don't govern stats on a per item basis. You just grab the total value the game registers. That would be my guess then. It might need to be in the utility slot, and utility slot is being used by other stuff, which means we'd have to wait for them to put their system of inheritance into the editor. Because inheritance doesn't work in the editor right now. So if we go and put up shield copper and we go back over to hightail, we get a weapon shield copper, and we go down here to utility, you can see that it says inherited from template wooden shield. Object entries. So we got to go to editor source. Let's say guard bash. Where's utility on this shit? Parents template wooden shield. Yeah, so we're just going to have to do that. So I think we can go back to our version of the copper shield, because that's still doing an inherited there. And we'll have to do utility stat modifiers. So we'll delete that. We'll go over to template wooden shield, which I've already pulled up. We'll go to utility. Usable. That's it? Is that... All right, man. Fine. I guess it's technically inherited, okay? Fine. Whatever. Cool. And then we'll go grab this. That's now set up in there, and now it's got this. It will only do 5 damage if I'm correct about this. If I'm not correct about this, it will do 0 damage. Wait. Hello, sir. 5 damage. Totally right. All right, so when we are applying a utility item, we have to put the statistics in utility. If you put a weapon in the utility slot, it doesn't do anything. I guess they're doing this to prevent you from taking a weapon and wearing it on your head. Which I guess is fair, right? But also, the game inherently restricts you from doing that anyway, but... so our stat modifiers will, for the armor slots, need to be in armor. For weapon slots, need to be in the main hand, and for utility, need to be in the offhand of the other utility slots that are here. The interesting thing is if you look at these right here, you see those? We could put, like, charms and stuff or rings there, man. They nerf my sword hat build? Yes. For good reason, too. At least that's not a bug.
10 Banana said bit of Warhammer lore bits to clear up some questions from earlier.
What's up?
Necrons wondering whether they are still themselves or robots who simply think that is one of their main plot lines. Orcs evolve based on the intensity of combat around them. That's why Crocs were around during the war in heaven, because it was so intense reality started breaking apart, and the warp turned into the chaos realm it is now. Orc energy can't perform miracles, but it does work like reality lube.
It does. It doesn't perform miracles, but it can change things slightly. The way that I feel like it is it's like... If you're playing pinball and you shake the machine, right? You can't stop the ball from falling, but you can divert its path a little bit. That's how I see orc magic, right? Like, they can't stop a machine dead and make it disappear, but they can shift it a little bit. That's exactly what it is? Okay. I'm going to use that as my description from now on. Is yeah, they just tilt the pinball machine a little bit. It's not a full wish machine. Orcs will win 1 in 10 chance 50% of the time. Nice. Utility doesn't get repair degradation either. Might be why you can't put weapons in. We're going to be changing repair degradation entirely. We're not using that system. We're doing our system of corruption for items like that we have from Blockgame, which I'll show you here, actually. So if we go to this and we pull this up and we look at our corrupted system, see how these items have purple stats on them? As you repair an item, it gains corruption, and corruption reduces all the other stats on the item, and you can remove corruption through a system of re-implanting the core into the item. So that's sort of the idea with that, is making that system come over. So you have like a ton of different items for this. Like just a ton of different stats, and then like all the different corruption systems that go into that, is the idea anyway. Where's your Tinker's Construct? Bro, I've never used that, but everyone talks about it. I don't actually play modded Minecraft outside of our own server. War in Heaven is a very interesting period. You'd really recommend taking a look at it. So that's the Warhammer 40k time period. Is there, like, books for that specifically? Are set bonuses something that will be easy in Hightail? I don't know yet. Set bonuses is something that I'm kind of concerned about, because we won't have that as part of items, if that makes sense. Corruption reduces stats. Yeah, the way that corruption works is that for each like percent of corruption, it reduces all the other stats by 1%. So if you have a thing that's 100% corrupted, the item gives you 0 stats. It even shows this now in the UI. So if you see projectile damage there is 5.16, but it's X'd out, and then it shows 5.04, that's because it's reduced by 2.26%. So as you get more corruption, the weapon gets, or the item gets weaker until you replace it. Replace the corruption by putting cores in it. Yeah. You'd have to check it. It's peak modded tool weapons. That's kind of cool. I'll have to check it out. From 1.12.2. Alright. But yeah, so the general idea is that we want to have item degradation, but this is my solution for it, is to make it so that you keep the item on you, but it gets weaker and weaker, and you have to constantly pour resources to upkeep the item, which has been a lot of fun, you know. And I want to do more randomized items this time. It's just going to be a lot of work. The way that classes work in Blockgame is by you wearing a 5-piece, and that 5-piece gives you your set bonus. So like if we go into here, that defines your class. So if we go all the way over here, and we look at the warrior vendor man, and we look at this, the cactus helmet, right? It says warrior set bonus, 1.5 times weapon damage, 10% movement speed, knockback resistance, and healing received, right? That warrior set bonus happens if you wear 5 warrior items. And if you wear tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and a tier 5 piece, that still counts. So you don't like lose out on your warrior set because you got 4 pieces of tier 4 and a 5th piece of tier 5. You wear all of it together. And as long as you're wearing 5 warrior pieces, you are a warrior. I wanted to base it off of like Final Fantasy XIV, effectively. And like, I'm quite happy with this system. It's worked out really, really nicely so far. And that's sort of the, you know, the versions or the system behind it. And I want to just bring that over to Hytale. So this is the system that we use normally. And you can see the rune carving sets there. If we go and look at rune carving, and we take this thing, right? And we go into here, and we go browse on this. And we'll go grab these. And we'll get like a bunch of Serenity runes. These actually get rune stats on them. And then we can take that and then pop it into this. If I GMS. It's weird not pressing O. And then we can pop that in there, and you can see that it's gaining those statistics now, as you can see. So now that item gets all those bonus defensive stats based on that. And the runes apply to this, and then if you're corrupted, it actually reduces the stats still. And that's the whole idea with it, you know. Similar as Force Finesse bonus and Ash's work. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. It's more based on Final Fantasy XIV, but yes, you could see it as the same system. The set bonuses and Ashes, I think, do a little bit of a better job, and the reason why is because as the rarity of the item increases, it increases the power of the set bonus, which is kind of cool. But it does lead to runaway power scaling, which I don't think is a good thing. And that's it. Clear. And then we'll do GMC, and then go back to Hytale. Happy partner anniversary. Thank you very much. Do you need to download the paper thing to play Blockgame? No, you just need to have, what is it, 1.21.4 or some shit? The Minecraft version? Minecraft Java, 1.21.4, if I believe, if I remember right. I think that's it. But yeah, that corruption system's turned out really nice. Yeah, 1.21 gigawatts. Whoa. The War in Heaven doesn't have any dedicated books, but it gets mentioned a lot. Okay, so it's more like a prehistory thing in Warhammer 40k. Necron shattered the Catan. Yeah. Hytale looks so much better than Minecraft. I know. Like, this is one of the things that makes me laugh, is this is my, like, this is Shader's Minecraft, right? But this is actual Minecraft. Like, this is baseline what Minecraft looks like. Like, that's water. And then, like, this is modded Minecraft. Looks great, right? But then we swap over to Hytale, and this is baseline Hytale. And this isn't even with, like, the good weather, right? This is, like, with the basic weather. Like, you can change the weather completely. Hytale will have shaders as well. I'm gonna be honest with you, probably won't need them. Like, if we look at the in-game stuff, it's... The way the weather system works is crazy. How many of you guys have not seen the weather system? All about personal preference? It definitely is. For me, personally, I feel like it looks better. You've not? Alright. Let me show you. Let me show you, actually, in Zone 4 Volcanic 1. I think this is probably the best way to explain the weather system. Because I think it is probably the coolest thing that I've seen. So look up there. See that skybox? You can change that. See that sun? You can change it. The moon, everything can be modified out. Just the same as you've seen before. We can just change all of it, right? Now, here's the part that's really cool. It's not just the skybox. It's volumetric. And what that means is, as we get deeper underground in this location down here, you hear the audio just changed? In the underground of this environment is a jungle. And that jungle has a completely different setup to it, where it has particle effects that are floating around, fog, and different audio. And that is part of the weather system. So it's volumed weather, where the underworld down here is different weather. And they have totally different monsters and everything. And if we go back up into this, let me go grab a torch so you can get a better, kind of a better look down here. It's still pretty dark in here. But, like, these are the monsters that are down here, man. But you see all these, like, those particles floating around out there, and then we go back up here. And it's a totally different weather effect. And watch, it'll fade back in as we wait here for a moment. It's starting to do it now. And hear how that's changed now? The music changes, everything. And the way you're supposed to get down there is through these. So you'll find these tunnels. These are the carvers that go through it. You dig your way down through this, and it brings you down into Journey to the Center of the Earth, right? Isn't that neat? And there's like particle effects down here and all kinds of stuff. And I just think it's amazing. Like, yeah, the lava tubes. Can't hear the hightail music? It's really quiet. But yeah, the intention for it is like, look, there's all these particles, and then you have these, like, anglerfish dinosaurs that, like, trick you. It's quite cool. Isn't that awesome, dude? Hello. And remember, all these guys are just made in Blockbench, too. Do you need a dedicated server to enable mods? No, you just do it local. You don't have those enemies? This, if you go up to here to creative tools, do world instances, and then click on Zone 4 Volcanic 1. Understand something, though. Let me go back to world. You will need to do, every time you do that, you'll want to prune your world. Like that. If you don't do world prune confirm, it will build up a shitload of instances and your server will be running those at all times. It's a lot. But, like, let's go into some other ones, right? I'll show you something here. We're going to world instances, and we're going to go to flat world. I'll show you something neat. Yeah. You think you broke something? You can't figure out how? Well, ask away, dude. Weather. We're going to say weather, set, clear. And this is one that I made. This is my one to show off the weather system. Wait for it. It's removing all the fog and changing the sky. So that I get a nice, gigantic, big environment with a moving background so that I can always kind of maintain a visual indicator of where I'm at. But do you want to know the cool part about this? We can modify this in real time, too. Make the clouds disappear, and then we can start doing this. And that is what I made the moon into. So we can take this, and now we can go... And do you see how that's getting bigger and redder? Check this shit out. You can, at any time, set any of these values to whatever colors or sizes or anything that you want at any time. And as it goes through the day, you can then change that. So watch that galaxy there. See how it's red right here? It makes it gigantic and red because I set the size of the moon to 5. And I set it gigantic and red, right? Then you can tie that to something. You can tie that to statistics, or you can tie it to monster spawns, or you can tie it to specific drops. You can set it up on certain days, not just the day that you're on. Over and over and over again. So you can make custom events that only happen one time a month or one time a year. You can change out the graphics one time a month or one time a year. Anything that you want to. And that is really goddamn cool. Yeah, you could just make a blood moon like in Terraria. Exactly. Yep. You can make a full custom lunar cycle. In fact, you can change all of the phases of the moon to whatever you want because they normally don't look like this. They normally look like this moon cycle. You have full access to that. Like, yeah, there's a mod that turns the moon into Germa. Yeah, you can change the moon into Germa. You can do that. A self-made helm, which is just a copy of the Iron Helm, but with light output and a texture change. But now all helms are gone for you in creative and or armor bench. You're out of ideas of what it could be. So you did the Iron Helm? Armor Iron Head is what you did? You did? Okay, so Armor Iron Head. You created a custom one. Same name, right? Didn't change the name? You did change the name. It's a whole new item. Okay, we're going to call this one Test Head. Create that. I'm going to Blockgame. We'll change it to Test Head. And you said that you modified only the property of making it have light, right? Is that correct? Did you do it as item light? Is this the one that you changed? Because I believe that one's just the item itself. I don't know if it's on your character, too. I'm going to read what he said. Change the light output and a texture change. But now all homes are gone. Light output. We're going to change the light output. Radius of 1. And a texture change. Item particles, item trails, armor. Where is the texture on this? You did do new model for it too. Basically use the Iron Helm as a template to work from. Are you sure you didn't accidentally overwrite the armor helmet, like, model? I'm going to change mine to hands, because I think that's hilarious. I think that's really funny. It removed my head. You know, I don't know what I expected. That's gloves now. But it removes my hat. It's very funny. You clicked the mod files and everything? It all looks normal, but also the mithril helm and stuff is gone now too. Well, changing out to a new model didn't do anything. Changing it to have generalized light on it didn't seem to do anything. It does make me wonder if you've done something to the original asset models. That's the only thing I can think of, man. I would revert for it and just rebuild the thing from scratch. I would revert it and just build it all from scratch, because if it's doing that, something's wrong. What's equipping as gauntlets? Because they made it equip as gauntlets. Because they changed the model around, which is funny. A glomlet. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're going to want to do it over, man. You want an info dump about the Necrons?
The pizza lover said someone set it to remote only for non-subscribed viewers as of typing this.
What? Wait, what? Someone set it to emote only for non-subscribed viewers? No? There is a bug on Twitch where sometimes it will display as that to you, and you have to refresh the page. This is a Twitch bug, though. If that is happening for you, that is a client's... Yeah, that's a problem on your browser, and you have to refresh, which is super stupid. I never have it set to that outside of the beginning of the stream. Yeah, that's it.
WXRTHLTL_JWLPKLZ with 500 bits said hello Thor and goblins in the shadows.
Hello.
I went shopping for cherries and a microphone stand. Bought a bing, bought a boom. You should smile and roll with the punches while you can, cause one day you'll be old and then you will be other people's problem.
Bro, I'm already old. I'm already other people's problem. I'm my own problem too, but I'm other people's problem too. I'm your problem, actually. This is your fault, all of it. Yeah. Also, that's very funny,
9464 said hello Thor. I hope you're having a good day. I came across this game as an app that has kept my attention of late that I think you might like. It's a puzzle game called Timeline, where you play as a girl with some time manipulation powers and cat while trying to sneak through a guarded laboratory. I found it as a mobile app game, and they have a Steam version as well. Link incoming in 3, 2, 1, https://store.steam.
Timeline. I need to look that up. Thank you very much.
The Lizanne said, what's most wild to me is how often I see you yawn just after I do. Do you see me or do I know you've yawned before I see it? Yarsis, Yarsis, Yarsis.
You're not supposed to catch on to that. Mistake?
Mitsunari with 500 bits said, fun fact, if you milk a moosehorn cow with a bucket and drink the milk you turn into a moosehorn.
Yeah, I saw that. We went to go look up the moosehorn itself. The interaction is on the moosehorn, which is quite funny, so it's hidden away from the bucket.
Mitsunari with 500 bits said, a neat thing also for workbenches is the furnace. It gets more material slots added when you upgrade its tier.
Yeah, I really like that, actually. So if we go look at the furnace and pull that up, the furnace is the basis that I'm going to be using for our salvaging system, which I'm very excited for. If we go to Hightail Read Only and look at the furnace, the bench furnace right here. Yeah. And we'll go to functionality. No. Block. No. Interactions? Where is it in the bench? Behavior? Bench. There we go. Yeah, this actually increases. The output slots increase. The total number of slots. See? It's under extra output. So that was really neat. I really liked it. Your explosion for skipping the TTS didn't play? Ooh. Let me find out why. Now it worked.
Shad Dad said, greetings Goblinist of Lords. I
Hello.
sent a TTS in a couple of weeks ago about meeting an amazing woman in this community and going to see her in February.
Oh?
Well, she got impatient and I am now sending this TTS from her place while I am here on vacation for a week.
Okay.
Things are beyond fantastic, and it's pretty surreal. We have both also agreed that it would be awesome if, sometime next year, you would officiate our wedding, since we wouldn't have met without you and your community here.
Bro, wait, you just met and you're already getting married. Wait, what? Wait, that's very fast. They're moving fast. Everyone's like, slow down. Everyone's like, woo, no regrets. Okay, fair. If you guys are into it, I will tell you right now, I am an ordained minister of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I can technically marry people, which is really funny. So I can do that, which is hilarious. I've never done it before, but I could, which is funny. Yeah, I'm a spaghetti minister, dude, under his noodly appendage. You've been with your partner for 14 years and still not proposed? You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be super real. Marriage to me is just a checkbox for the government. Be with whoever the hell you want to be with. Who gives a shit? Paperwork is paperwork outside of that. They're just there to get the tax money on your marriage, man. Who gives a shit? Yeah. His noodly appendage is what it's called. Yeah, for a flying spaghetti monster. Ramen, dude. Yeah. Yeah, the quote is touched by his noodly appendage. I've been a Pastafarian for a long time. So I've got my old card, my old Pastafarian card, and I got my new fancy card, my new Pastafarian card for that. This is back from 2015. So 11 years, man. 11 years Pastafarian, man. There we go. Got your headgear? I do indeed. Dudism is pretty good, too. Yeah, for those who don't understand, like, Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, like, why does that exist? It's there to ensure that even if your religion is silly, or seen as silly, or small, or not that interesting, or downtrodden in society, that you still are able to exercise your religious freedoms. That is why it exists. It is a check and balance to stop less favorable religions from being downtrodden by more favorable religions in terms of societal norms and allowances. It's great. It is actually a very positive thing. And I support them very much because of that. I may not be religious, but I want you to be able to be. Yeah. Yeah, the colander cardinal, yeah. Use the same reasoning. Yeah. No, I think it's important. I think it's really important. There are undead chickens in this game? Are there actually? I don't think I've actually seen those. Spawn entity. Chicken. In my head, I said chimkin. Oh my god. Look at him. Oh, that's wild looking. Undead chicken. Oh my god, the turkey chick. Look how small it is. I don't think I've seen one of those in the wild. Has anyone seen one of these in the wild? The turkey chicks? Because I've seen the turkeys. You have? Okay. I am constantly finding new models. Chicken desert chick. Chicken desert. I didn't see... The desert chicken is sick, dude. Chimkin. Chimkin. Desert chimkin. You know what actually scares me about this? I want you guys to look at this chicken, right? This little baby chick. See how its eyes are on the sides of its head? That's because it's a prey animal. See how this chick has the eyes in the front of its head? That's because it's a predator. That's how animals work. Yeah, that's how they work. Is there a cobra chicken? I don't know if there's a cobra. Actually, there's snakes, though. There's snake cobra, yeah. Which is cool, and it's got the cobra markings in the back. The snakes are actually really ingenious, the way that they did it. They look quite good. They're animated very well. Yeah. Test beacon bird. Look, what is that little fat lad? Look at that. What is that? Also a predator, by the way. Eyes in the front. Terrifying. Oh, it's got a weird Z fighting around its foot. Evaluator. Yeah, there's a lot of animals that, like, I didn't even realize that they're in the game. I tried to write monkey, and it gave me salmon. It's a bit weird. Oh. Alright, buddy. Tang lemon peel. Wait, how many fish are in this game, dude? There's so many fish in this game. Alright. There's whales, too? I have not seen the whale. I think I saw the whale in the trailer. Okay. He's just flopping around, dude. Oh, well. Oh, well. Here, man. You're looking a little parched. You want this water? He's looking parched. It's a big-ass whale. Do we have glass? I actually haven't built anything with glass yet. There is no glass? Is there no glass in the game right now? It's gotta be glass. No glass? Oh, we gotta make that. That's ridiculous. Bottles? Are people using potion bottles to keep water away? Is that what they're doing? Well, that didn't work. Windows to make potions? Pretty much any block in Hytale can be waterlogged? I know, it's amazing, dude. It's almost like that's a really easy thing to do. You know? Like, you could just do this and be like, wow. And then it's just like, hey, guess what? It's fun. And it doesn't even waterlog it the same way. Like, you can waterlog it at every layer of water. Like, here. One sec. Get rid of that. You'd be like... Like, it's totally fine to do this for every single one of these. Right? Please give the whale an aquarium? Why? He's breakdancing. Why would I mess up his breakdancing session? Leave him alone. Look at him. He's testing his moves out, dude. Ridiculous. Even, like, kind of complicated objects, too. You know, like, that's... Basically everything can be waterlogged, which I just thought was... I don't know, Minecraft should have just been that way. You know what I mean? Chat's favorite. How do you guys think Peter's gonna like this game? That thing's got a lot of HP. Oh, that's interesting. I really like this block. It's, like, super weird. There's a couple of these, like, ornate ones. And this gold brick decorative block that I really like. You know what I can't wait for, man? I can't wait to sit down and just do pixel art to do walls in our dungeons. I am so excited to build environmental pixel art. It's gonna be so goddamn nice, man. Yeah. Ornate. Oh, there's a lot of ornate blocks. Look at that one. That's really pretty. I love that. I love his ridiculous little face. Time to get A spread out? Bingo, dude. And it's like, you get a lot of room, dude. Like, there's a lot of pixels on that. I don't even know, is that 64 by 64? Or is that 32? That looks like 64. Let me check. Is it 32? No, I think it might be 32. It's probably not 64, unless it's doubling. If it's 32 by 32? Alright. I wonder if we could change that. Look at that one. That looks crazy. One of the things that I found inside of the block editor that I really liked, you see how this one's just duplicating the pattern on top and it looks a little bit weird? Do you know you could actually change that? So the bottom and top of this can be completely different. So if we go grab this one, let's go tropical planks ornate. So we'll say wood, tropical wood, right? We'll go into here, and we'll grab read only wood, tropical wood, and we'll grab the item for wood, tropical wood, ornate. Ornate. Is it called ornate or is it called decorative? It might be decorative. Oh no, it's called ornate. There it is, ornate. And then you see how it's got the block on the top of this? So we do show all properties, and then we look for block type, and then block textures, and see how it says everything over the top of it? Up. We can actually change that to a different one. So we're going to take this, we'll override the asset, and then we'll go into here, and we'll make it so that all is set to that, but then up, we'll set that to not Blockgame, in Hightail. Do block textures, and I want to do probably like a log, like a tree. Yeah. Maybe log. Is it log? Let me look. Log. Tree. Tree roots. Tree sapling. Is it wood, maybe? Wood. I wonder what that block is called. There we go. Block textures, wood, amber trunk full. So it's going to be block textures in here. And then wood. Trunk dry. But we don't want trunk. We want the top. And then we can say select on that. And now if we look in game, you can see it looks like that on top. And like, I think that looks better, personally. Like something like that. So that it's not just the same pattern on top. Like, we could do things like that and make multi-style blocks, right? Yeah, it does it instantly. And which a lot of people I don't think understand that it does that. We can do down, and we'll do the exact same thing. And we'll go to Hightail, and we'll say block textures, and we'll go down to block textures, and then wood trunk dry again. Maybe wood trunk petrified for that one. Nah, I like the dried one. Wood trunk. Jungle top? Maybe jungle top would look kind of interesting on the bottom one. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks exactly good. But like, you can just change it. And now every one of these is like that. Right? And I think that's the thing that is really cool, because if you find blocks that you're like, oh, I don't know about the top of that. It looks a little bit weird, right? You can change it and just add your own textures and do whatever the hell you want. Isn't that rad? Dev on Steam made an 18+ game where it's Survival Island, but the dev didn't expect that players are completely ignoring the adult stuff in the game and enjoying the survival. That's hilarious. That's really funny. The whale just dying in the background as you do stuff is killing me? I don't think it's killing you. I think it's killing them. But again, they're not dying. They're breakdancing. It's different. Does that look any good? I don't like that. I'm going to change that. Dry top. There we go. Select. But yeah, see how much, like, see how different that looks now? And I kind of like that more. You know, and we don't even have to leave it like that. We can change it to whatever we want. But, like, that is, to me, better, right? It's supposed to be a Porto game? Oh, yeah, that one. So then we can go back into this, and I can just undo this. We can just say delete it. Boop. And now it goes back to what it was, which is that one. And I don't think that looks as good, you know? You top and bottom textures are mirrored? You can rotate them, I believe. I think you can modify those around, man. You could change a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, have you guys... Who here has not seen me add a block? Here, watch this. I can do this fast now. We're going to go back up here. Where is it? The animation. Player animation ID. There we go. All right, what do we want for the texture, man? But, glass block? I don't know if they do, I don't think they can yet. Because I don't think transparency works yet. Thor face cube? I need my face. I'd have to make it a 32 by 32. Hell yeah. Yeah, Jake, every single one of them was hooked up. One sec. Primogen mustache? What do you call your dumps, poops? I like to call them haze toad. Yeah, block transparency is a big one. Hell yeah. There you go. See, that's the way, dude. That man passed the test. Vibe check a lad. Need a Thor multi-expression spreadsheet? I think we need that. Hightail API doesn't track key bindings. If you press X, the server doesn't realize that. Yeah, that is correct. That's one of the things that I put into the requests that we put forward. We don't have a way to do that right now, which sucks. And it's something that they should really add, for sure. I put together some stuff that is requests for them, and I sent it over. Let me grab it real quick. Boop. Here's our doc for this. And it's display options on entity type. There we go. Entity stat type component. So this is a problem. You can't do display options on this. So this is the expected JSON that I sent up to them. We want it to look kind of like this, where we can change the names. Instead, it looks like that. The internal name of a stat is the external name, which is weird. That's very odd. Allows server to define and hook custom keybinds. This is the one you're talking about. I would love to be able to press like a specific button and then set that up and then have players go and do it. Right now you have to do command line stuff like you do in Minecraft, like /new town brings up our custom UI for adding a town. It's kind of weird. Another one is random ranges. They don't exist. If you add minimum and maximum to something, it just adds them together and gives you the full value instead of doing a random range between them. You know, that is a little bit weird, you know. And then the last one was documentation doesn't display in the asset editor even when defined. So .documentation is actually added to every single one of these, but when you mouse over it, it doesn't appear. Not actually there. And it's even though they've done the work, the hookup isn't there. So that one really needs to be fixed. And that's an easy one for them where they can get a lot of value out of it. Is the text JPEG? What? Is what text JPEG? Actually, I haven't even thought of it. Has the server got an API for programmatic access? I don't know the status of that. I haven't been playing on that side. I don't know all the locations that we have where there could be like publicly exposed data collection or presence to understand like how many players are online or anything like that. I don't know if they have that yet. There could be a lot of stuff that they can do with that, and I just don't know. Survival game is going to be the best underground Reddit goldmine. I can't believe what I just saw on the Steam page. That's hilarious. I can't believe how much I can't show it on Twitch.
Suni KKY said, I'm so excited for the future of Hightail. I imagine something like people making their own homebrew D&D settings in Hightail.
Yup.
The possibilities are endless. I can't wait to see what people will create.
Honestly, maybe I'll make a game jam next time. Maybe we'll do a game jam for Hightail on the next game jam after this one. Player detection is live. Open map and press P. Yeah, no, we have that. You can see that. That's kind of cool. But the biggest one is, like, we can't do this with a hotkey right now. We might be able to do it with a button. For interaction, bring up a thing. But that'd be like an item. It'd be really weird. That'd be excellent. Yeah, we might do it. High Jam. The next Pirate Software Game Jam is in Hightail. We could do that. Used to play D&D in Minecraft? Really? That's kind of cool. What is the draw distance limit? I don't know if there is one. You can just see forever, my dude. The game is also running on a potato and works on integrated graphics, and the server is running on 8 gigs of RAM, even with multiple worlds running at the same time, and a breakdancing whale. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Yeah. Open Warren is pretty graphic. Fair. It's a 256. It's enormous. The chunks in this game also are 32 by 32 instead of 16 by 16. Which, I'm going to be honest with you, is really goddamn nice. Enormous. Enormous chunk. Very good. Yeah. Twice as much. Actually, it's 4 times as much chunk in each chunk. Chunks are 32 by 32 instead of 16 by 16. They're big chunks. Devs recommend 384 blocks, 12 chunks in the server docs. It's enormous, dude. Bought Hightail today. Rock on, dude. Also, if you used my code, thank you. And if you didn't, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Your server is 4 gigabytes and you have 9 worlds running with 0 issues? Exactly. Like, everybody had to spend so much money to get, like, the best possible servers to be able to run Minecraft because it's single-threaded and runs like shit. When everybody starts switching, like, when people start to switch over to Hightail and they go, wow, I need way less server to run 100 people. Like, I think that's really when it's going to hit home. When you're like, I've reduced our server costs by 25% and have the exact same performance. Or reduce it to 25%, rather. Like, that's going to be insane. Minecraft is single-threaded, yeah. A lot of people don't realize that. Mods can help fix that. So, like, things like Folia has made it multi-threaded, but the way that they multi-threaded it is they split up the world into regions, and then they do each one of those regions on a thread, and then the next region on a thread, and the next region on a thread. Which is kind of interesting, but yeah. It's pretty rough. Folia also broke all mod support by doing that, so. Yeah. Do you think we'll see much larger server sizes as far as player count? I believe Windcraft is coming over to Hightail, based on their tweets today, would be my guess. So, yes. Yes. I think that anyone who's been modding in Minecraft, any company that's been doing it full-time like that doesn't move to Hightail, is very much so missing out. And I think that's going to become very obvious very fast. Hightail's multi-threaded. Yes, of course. Yeah, there'd be no reason you'd make a single-threaded environment like this. The fact that Minecraft still is like a dinosaur relic. It shouldn't be that way. What's Windcraft? No, it's Windcraft. It's a very popular Minecraft server. Yeah. You waiting in the Cobblemon port? That is going to be insane. Dude, think about all the creatures that are in this already, you know? It's completely bonkers. Someone help that poor stranded whale. Leave Bow alone. Rude. Ooh. Did I break that? Oh, it's a fake block. I forgot about this. Bonk. It's very hyped because MC's single-threadedness. Yeah, no, it's one of the things that kind of blows me away is that it's still single-threaded, right? Super weird. Anyway, we were in the middle of building this. Let's take the all on this. What is the texture that we want to use? Let's use Hightail. And let's do something we're not supposed to use as a texture. Let's make it into a dog. Can we do a dog texture? We can. We can do that. And what do we name it? Test block. Test block. There you go. We made a new block. We can even, and it's using the dog texture. That's haunting. But we can just add new textures to this and make it do whatever we want. And, like, it doesn't do anything when we break it now, but we can add particles to it. We can make it so that it has specific drops. We can make it spawn a dog when you blow it up. I guess we could do that. So that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Here, I'll make it so that when it blows up, when the block is destroyed, let's see what happens. Block textures, block model textures, placement settings. Is there a destruction? Block particles, blah, blah, blah. I think we can make it to do something when it breaks. I'm pretty sure. Interactions. Boop. And we'll say break. Block. Oh, no, that's a primary when we're holding it. Cancel that. We don't want that. Is there a thing that happens when it's broken? Block entity components. Block chunk. Block state chunk. Entity chunk. I don't know what any of these do yet. But I know one thing. Block spawner? Could be that. Documentation. This face texture. Oh, it's so tiny and horrible. All right, I'm saving this. Thank you. Saved. Hold up. Where do we put these? It's going to be under mods, and then it's got to be under mods, yeah? It'll be under mods and common. Items generated, yeah? Test item.png. Do we have an items generated? Hold up. Test item.png is in there. Okay. Okay. We can get rid of that. I'm going to add a new thing. I think I have to restart the server when I do this. Come on, man. I do. I have to restart the server, don't I? We're doing it. Well, the server has live file system reloading disabled. How do we re-enable that, Jake? You can have it, but our host disables it by default? I don't give a shit what our host does. Where do we enable that? Where do? Is it on our panel page? Not sure it's a command line flag? I'll figure it out. I'll probably do that off stream today then, because I want that on, because reloading for that is stupid. Not a fan of that. Not a fan. We will find a way. Josh Houston, what are you talking about, bud? What? You try and play around with the World Gen V2? Yes, no, 100%. I want to make items that modify World Gen, and then you'll use that to open up portals, and you'll craft them. I'm very excited to play around with World Gen V2. Very, very excited. All right, there we go. Now, I got my weird dog block. Ew, that is really haunted in my hands. I don't like that. All right, common. Thor 32, perfect. All right, server for Blockgame. Test. I'm going to block. We'll go down here. Is it going to block? I thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Block model textures. Texture. Pirate. That's the texture, yeah? Is that not going to work? Weird. Cancel. Block textures. This one. Thor. That one. It's not showing up, even though it's in there. Did I put it in the wrong folder? Needs to be in folder resource textures. Is that what it is? What is that under? Is it under common and then something else? I don't actually know where it lives. This one's under NPC pets dog models textures, so it's got to be somewhere else, right? Is it some other folder that I need to put in here? I don't know where resource textures should live. Models and textures are under common. Yeah, but common what? Right? Make a folder called block textures? Alright. Thanks, man. Block textures. Go in there, and we'll grab this. We'll take that face and put it in there. And then we can go into here, and now we will restart the server again. Restart. We'll see if that works. There's a dog transformation potion. Not sure if a dog is an actual NPC spawn creature. It might not be. Kebab meme? What is this? Oh yeah, TTS. Sorry, man.
Drip from behind said, "Congratulations, you have just paid for my therapist's new boat."
Congratulations to them. Well done. That's fantastic.
Steel_generation with 500 bits said, "Hey Thor, since you inflicted trauma on us, we have to return the favor. You remember the movie, The Land Before Time? Remember the character, Ducky? She was played by Judith Eva Barcy. By the time the movie aired in November of 1988, she had already been dead for 4 months.
Jesus. That's cursed. No, that's sad and cursed. Wow. This is true? Ooh. Oof. I can't delete these. That's weird. That one loaded under block textures. This one did not load. I have not tried to do this yet. Yeah, that sounds really grim. Okay, in here. We're going to go in here. We're going to go to Blockgame. I'm going to say test under here. Test block. We'll go back into our block. Go all the way here. Block textures. Grab that. And do this. Block textures. 32. Yes! Minecraft is over. It's over. Watch this. We have a zone called timeout where we're going to put players that need to time out. And I'm just going to leave them here. So if you need to be in timeout, you're just going to be here. And that's it. That's going to be the experience right there. That. Yeah. No. Yeah, so if somebody gets banned, I don't even want to ban them. I just want to put them in a pocket dimension that's this. And it'll have a timer above it that says when they get unbanned. Unless it's a permaban, then they don't get a cool room. I want to give you a waiting room. And you can't talk to anyone. And you can't have an inventory. And then, when you get unbanned, I want to change the head into a chest with all the gear that you should have on your character. And then you take it. You leave. Yeah. The Cube of Shame. It will be. What's going on here? I don't know what this is. It's weird, right? Yeah, there's some weird shit going on here. That is the plan, though. Just put you in Void World in Sadness Land. Have it play Rickroll the whole time? Actually, it's not going to play Rickroll because we don't have the copyright to that. Instead, I'm going to have it play this. Which is our music. It's called Yar Music. Yeah. Imagine that on repeat. It's the best. Now replace the moon with your face? My man. Oh, I couldn't find world flat. You lied to me. Flat.
DKTRJ said good day social kitten, fellow goblins and bread mods for the bread throne.
Good day.
You millennials think you had it hard. Us Gen X, had to deal with Tim Curry both as a cross-dressing alien betrayed by his own people and the devil, the psyche destroying Watership Down and the confusing time of David Bowie's Magic Dance.
Wasn't confusing.
Sir, you lost the game.
I did. I just lost the game. Everyone should know it. I have to put it under its own thing. Wait, how big is the moon? Oh, I think the moon is bigger. I think the moon is larger. I think the moon is larger. The moon might be larger. Stretch your face across the skybox. Idea. It won't let me do it. But you know what? I want to anyway. You know what? You can't stop me from doing this. I don't care if it's too small. What is this in? Block textures? It doesn't matter. Yeah. You can't stop me. Must be within the root sky. Oh, you can stop me. Wait, better idea. Will it let me actually go back? Where is sky at? Can we go backwards in this? Where does this live? Imports. Where is it at? Where does that live? Am I doing war crimes again? Only a little bit of war crimes as a treat. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I'm trying to see if I can go backwards in the file structure. Just a little bit of path traversal as a treat. Exactly. Where is void.png? Under sky. No. Where the hell is sky? Son of a bitch. It might be at the top. Block textures, portal void. Icons, items, music, NPC, particles, resources, sky. So we'd have to go up to and then forward into block textures because I think block textures is its own thing. All right. Let's see if I can get that to work. Doesn't exist? I think it's not letting me do it. It's not letting me do it. It's not letting me do it. Career took a hit, tough. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you're doing all right. Have a good day, dude. And don't worry about it if that's happening to you. You will make it through, my dude. There we go. Please, let it. The game may have won. It may have stopped me from doing shenanigans. Wait, did I delete the moon? I may have deleted the moon. I may have accidentally deleted the moon. The moon is dead. This is probably fun. Yeah, I deleted the moon. I killed the moon. You did. In seconds. I deleted the moon, Jake. I deleted it. How? You did what Gru wanted to do in seconds. How? The power of Hightail. That's how. It deserved it. You know what the moon did. Nice job, Piccolo. That's a pretty good reference, actually. Hold up. We're just gonna put that in Sky, and then I'm gonna restart the server. I just want to know. Is the in Minecraft meme transformed now in Hightail? Yeah, it's gonna be in Hightail, dude. From now on. Forevermore, I will not say in Minecraft. The reverse werewolf will be angry again. The reverse werewolf was terrifying. Jake, I don't know if you were here for that. I turned flamingos into werewolves at one point, and then all the flamingos in the game turned into werewolves. It was an interesting time. Flamingos were very scary. What is wrong with you? Why are you moonless? I'm moonless and soggy. I was not here for that, but it sounds about right. Okay. As I do each one of these silly actions, by the way, I'm learning more and more about the modding system, and I'm starting to feel the hubris. It's kind of like a Noita run at this point, where I'm picking up so many components. Wait, F. Oh, shit. Hello? OBS crashed. Cool.